Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the tournament hall here at the Shoot for the Moon tournament in Decatur, Alabama. Last night for our 301 singles, we had Jason Brandon coming out on top of Timmy Bagley, and then Paula Murphy coming out on top of Ashley Oliver. For today's action, we're going to start off with mixed doubles 501, then we're going to move into our men's and women's doubles action, as well as men's and women's singles 501. We're going to end our coverage today with some mixed triples before moving over to Sunday's action. Definitely an exciting day of coverage here in Decatur. You definitely want to keep your device tuned into USA Darts to watch the action live. Well, what do you say? Let's enjoy some darts. Well, good morning indeed, everyone, and welcome to the Shoot for the Moon tournament. It's going to be a great day of coverage here, and I'm looking forward to it. We're starting right off with some mixed doubles action. We got Danny Baggish and Sandy Haas taking on Adams and Ford in this one. Now, just for the early stages of this one, I will say we're going to get some stuff done in the background. We've got a few interviews we are cutting. We're going to try to get those out on our Facebook and YouTube platforms as soon as possible, and we'll also work them into our production here. So for the first 30 minutes or an hour, we may just take a small break from commentary just to take care of those things, since I'm the only one here right now. And then we'll give you some full in-depth commentary. Probably closer to that top 16 stage is what I'm going to guess for this early morning on a Saturday down in Decatur, Alabama. I know there's lots of stuff going on. We've got I'm just checking in. It looks like we got a graphic content deal already, so I'm wondering if it doesn't like the name Shoot for the Moon or what. But Facebook is definitely acting a little weird. It did give us a little graphic image yesterday, which is a little bit weird for a 301 shoot, but nothing we can do about it. We'll just kind of keep on Facebook and telling them, hey, this is just darts. This is just darts. But anyway, now you know what's going on. We'll kind of sit back, watch this action. And, yeah, I'll be back with some in-depth commentary here in just a moment after I get these production things done in the background. Thanks for joining us, folks. We appreciate it. Right, it looks like Danny Baggish and Sadie Haas erased the 1-0 deficit to take that mixed doubles match. Let me just do a quick little look here. Doesn't look like we got anything on board number 2. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, speaking of Danny Baggish, we just did an interview with him, and I got that cut. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick word with Danny Baggish before we go any further with our matchups today. So let's go ahead and knock that one out. We'll be right back, folks, with more action from the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon tournament in just a moment's time. Thanks for joining us, folks. Right here with Danny the Gambler Baggish, your first event of the year, Shoot for the Moon. How's it feel to be back?
Feels good. I didn't have any expectations, really. I've been playing a lot of soft tip, so this is the live match play with steel tip. So felt good yesterday, so I have now high expectations for the rest of the weekend.
I have a feeling you're turning into the remote player, turning into Mike Maloney slowly, huh?
Yeah, but we don't use that name when we do interviews. So.
Well, you had a good turnout with Chrissy Grimmel for that WCS event for the PPD. Did you enjoy that action?
Yeah, I loved it. It was more so you're playing for your partner, right? So I had more fun doing that than playing my own singles matches. So what they're doing there is, I think they need to keep it. I think it's going to be great going into the future, and I'll always support it.
Well, moving into this weekend, you had a great finish in the USSDA event, finishing first over Alex Spellman, a great match there. What's your goals for this weekend, if you have any, or is it just kind of getting on the board and seeing how things go?
Well, now that I know how I played yesterday, my goals are to continue winning. I think I'm playing good enough. I didn't know what to expect, but now I know what to expect, and I think it's going to be high expectations from here.
Well, there you go. Well, good luck to you, Danny. Thanks for giving us a moment of your time here at Shoot for the Moon. Good luck to you.
Thanks, buddy. You look great, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Needed that this morning. All right, everybody, just a quick reminder. I'm finishing up some stuff in the background. I'm actually almost done. We're going to play a quick interview with one of our tournament directors, well, our tournament director, Miss Cindy Droush. We're going to listen to her real quick just about the tournament and the Rocket City Dart Association. Then we'll come back. Should almost be ready for some commentary here as we bring you the action from Decatur, Alabama for the Shoot for the Moon tournament here today. We appreciate you joining us. We know that there's a lot going on, so we'll be right back, folks. How about this interview with Cindy? Rather get it right. Okay. Here with our tournament director for the Shoot for the Moon Dart Tournament, Cindy Drog. How's it going?
It's going good. So far, we're doing pretty good today.
Well, you've got your competitors here. They're ready for the weekend. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to having a really good tournament this year, and so hopefully it'll be that way.
A couple years in a row for you now as tournament director. A few hiccups here and there the first year, but that's how things go. We all know that. Back better than ever. I'm loving the format. You got a quality bunch of players in the room this weekend, so what do you think? I mean, does it get much better than that?
I think it's going to be much better than that, actually. I think we're going to do a lot better than we did last year.
More board members supporting and setup team and whatnot. I saw a couple more faces that maybe I didn't see before, so that always helped as well, huh?
Yes, we have some new faces that I haven't even seen this year, so I'm looking forward to meeting everybody and having a good time.
Now, what do you think about the DoubleTree here? They've been taking good care of you for a couple years now. Pretty good tournament spot.
It is a really good tournament spot. We were here for 20 years prior to moving to the Marriott before that, and then we came back last year. So last year was our first time back here, and we're really enjoying being back.
Love it, love it. Now, you've been a board member here with the Rocket City Dart Association for about 6 years, a little off and on action, but that does happen. What do you think of darts down here in the Alabama area, Huntsville, Decatur, growing?
I hope that it's growing. It's hard to tell sometimes. There's still a lot of people that don't even know that we exist. So any little bit that I can do to get the word out that we are even around, it'll help us.
Well, what's the best way to contact you if someone's wanting to get involved with the Rocket City Dart Association?
On our Facebook page. We have a Facebook page, the Rocket City Dart Association Facebook page, and then also through our email, rocketcitydartshsv@gmail.com.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to a great weekend. I know everybody else is. Good luck to you, Cindy. We look forward to it.
Well, we appreciate you being here, Will. Thank you.
Well, there you go. A quick word from our tournament director, Cindy. We'll be right back, folks. It looks like we got Paula Murphy and Alex Spellman stepping up to board number one. So we'll see who they're going to be playing against, and we'll have this match for you next on the stream. does look like we're going to have a minute before these guys get underway. Maybe they're just warming up. Maybe they were just pulling a trick on me this whole time. So we're going to head on over to board number 2 as this match is already underway. Just got started. It's Davey Panty versus Waltz and Darden. I believe that's how you say it. Go ahead and pull up that scoreboard for you folks. As, Jason Tomko's coming over, so it should get underway with that Spellman match here in the near future, but we'll keep an eye on it and jump on over when we are able. A couple more things to finish up, and then I'll be giving you guys some full commentary. I know Nick DeShera mentioned or messaged me, said he's available to jump on, so he may be joining us for a little bit. I know Danny Baggish is going to be joining us as well on and off the mic as he's playing. So it looks like YouTube chat's blowing up. Some Europeans in there having some fun, it looks like, at our expense. But, folks, just so you know, yes, this is a national tournament. Anybody can participate from whatever state they want to do. A lot of these players are local players, so they're experiencing the big tournament for maybe the first, or maybe this is the only big tournament they attend every year. So remember that. Not everybody's a professional player, and neither are you, so let's remember that, okay? We've had a fair share of great matches. We're going to have our fair share of not so great matches. It's a tournament, people. There's also, I believe, 5 or 6 other tournaments going on. Indiana State Dart Tournament for soft tips going on. We got Port City up in Maine. You also have a Florida tournament, a Charlotte tournament. You've got the Camellia Classic there, and California. So lots of events to attend. Lots of dart players around the country are doing that. So it's nice that we get the elites, Leonard, Alex, Danny, Paula in the mix for this one. I know Stowe Bunce is at that Florida tournament. I don't think that's being streamed at all, but he elected to go down there. So it just kind of whatever works out for you travel-wise, expense-wise. We got numerous tournaments to offer. We're such a big country. Attend what you can. So, all righty. I'll be right back, folks. I'm getting those interviews published pretty much. So Leonard Gates will be coming out tomorrow about 7 a.m. local time. That's going to be, I believe, 1 p.m. in the UK. But we'll kind of play those sporadically throughout the weekend here on our channel too. So I'll be right back, folks, in just a minute to give you some full in-depth commentary. But just kind of splash in, let you know what's going on. We do appreciate you folks joining us here for our coverage of the Shoot for the Moon tournament. We'll be right back. All righty. Finally finished up some things in the background here, and we are good to go. I had a chat with 4 individuals in the room. We got Leonard Gates, Cindy Draug, Danny Baggish, and Andrea Taylor for our interviews so far. As we'll kind of try to publish those as quick as possible. A little bit difficult when you're by yourself to make all those things happen and get them out in a timely manner for people to enjoy. No doubt about that one. Well, Davey and Panty, the Florida team. Tucker having a good go last night. I believe it was a top 4 finish for him, losing out to Jason Brandon in the semifinals of that singles 301 action. Does look like that board number 1 match is already concluded. Was hoping to kind of jump on over there, but this one started up quickly, and I figured we'll go with where the darts are, as those guys looked like they were still going to have 3 minutes of practice, but it is what it is, correct? Speaking of Danny Baggish, there's Danny in the background with Sandy. As we try to enter those money rounds. Let me check and let me just double check. Yeah, mixed doubles top 16 is a money round, $40. So you get your entry back. Top 8, 80. Top 4, 160. Second is 340, and then first is 620. Definitely not a bad little payday here for winning this event, and just to start off your Saturday with lots more. A lot more events to play. You're going to have your doubles events and your singles events for 501. We did have a question about co-hosts. Yeah, we're doing all right. Danny Baggish will be joining me, as well as Nick Teixeira here in a little while. We may be doing something in the near future where we maybe allow people to try out for a position virtually, so they would maybe we'd send them a match and have them commentate on it, and then send it back to us to engage our interest. But for right now, we're definitely expanding. There's no doubt about that. I mentioned it yesterday, but we had 15 I think we had 14 events last year. We're already booked for, I believe, 17 this year so far, and they just keep coming. So lots of action coming your way. A lot of boards in there, correct. We have this area and then one more, so I believe we have 40 boards, if I'm not mistaken. So a pretty good chunk. And you can't, here's the thing. If you're tuning in from the UK, this is the reality check for you folks. And it's a reality check for us because we don't do things like you guys do over in the States or over in the UK or Europe, where maybe you have an official finals day. We play out our events the same day, and then usually there's an event that's already starting when the finals is going on. So it's nonstop action. We listened to Danny yesterday, who mentioned he's just tired. And the reason for that is you don't really ever play in events like this when you were a tour card holder. It's usually the one event a day, and then you play your match or a few matches, and then you're done. So it's interesting seeing his opinion on that one, as this is kind of his. Yeah, he participated in a few events last year, but this is a real true coming back year, is what he said. Tucker looking at double 4 to try to get the win here and advance into the last 8, and that's exactly what they will do. Good shots from Tucker and Kim. It's a 19 dart leg overall. Just to give you a better view, there's Alex Spellman. Get a little look at his throw. We do have this nice overhead camera just to kind of give you a view of the room and who all is here and whatnot. So as you can tell, there's a pretty good amount of people here. We'll kind of gander on over to this one to Sandy and Danny. Are playing here. Maybe we can leave it on this match potentially. Let me see how good of a view we could potentially get, and let me see if I can actually pull up that match. May be able to. Yeah, there we go. So I'll pull that up for right now, just for you folks to enjoy while we're waiting on a match. And then we'll be right back with more action here in just a moment. But that is the good use for this overhead camera. So, not going to lie. All righty, folks. William Stuart here of USA Darts. I'll be right back in a moment. Don't go far. We certainly got a lot of action coming your way today here in Decatur.
Leonard Gates. But we're not gonna get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh God. So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Well, here we go. Our quarterfinals of mixed doubles here at Shoot for the Moon. The father-daughter duo of Jason and Clayana Brandon taking on Ronnie Cole and Andrea Taylor. And what should be a great matchup here. It's good to chat with Andrea earlier. Just about her comeback to darts. She took some extended time off before making a resurgence last year on the dart scene. And how about a top 5 finish, a 4th place finish in the ADO ranking points last year, which is, when you really think about it, that's incredible for taking, well, 10 plus years off and then getting back involved and have that go for you. So but Ronnie and Andrea taking on a dangerous duo in the Brandons. No doubt about that. Jason, of course, we've seen him on the U.S. Darts Masters. Well, Clayana, either one you want to say it. She's fairly young, I believe 24, 25, if I'm not mistaken. She could be a little bit younger than that, but I believe 24, 25. Good 81 there for Jason. Leave 134, especially with Ronnie back at 261. It's going to force him into a ton, 95 area, just to leave a check out. Jason says, that's all right. Double 11's okay. He can split it if he wants. We'll see exactly what he does here, depending on the pressure from Andrea. Yeah, leaves the Shanghai, so wouldn't surprise me if he just really attacked this right away here. But he's going to switch. He's going to go 6, double 8, up to double 4. Should have read those eyes better. Sorry for the mishap there. Ronnie getting a look at the Shanghai. Can utilize that as a marker, and he does. Double top for the leg. Whew. That would have been beautiful. Clayana takes a nice deep breath before she steps in here. Leaves the madhouse, and who knows if Jason will even get a look. With Andrea on double 10, this is a easily obtainable out for her. See if she can capitalize and hit. Ooh, is that too good of a marker? It may be, folks. It may have been too good of a marker there. Oh, Jason. That's something you rarely ever see from Jason there. A little bit of upsetting himself. Upset with himself, I should say. But, yeah, it proves to be a factor as Ronnie takes it out, gets the first leg, and it's a break of throw. Ronnie starts us off here. Look at this. Big 140 for him. That was clutch. Good start. Forces Brandon to, ooh, and he drops his dart. He makes it a little bit more difficult on himself. Does go downstairs, capitalizes on the 97. joining us. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We love to see just how broad our reach is and who may be joining us. We usually get some interesting ones from overseas as well, so love seeing those. Just underneath that triple for Andrea. That's going to be a difficult one to work around. Yeah, I was definitely thinking switch there with the last. I would have probably maybe thought about switching off to the first one myself. It just depends on how blocked you think you are. And maybe she thought she could just fit it in there to cause some chaos for the other team. There's Matthew. I was wondering if they were going to get a Thailand today. Good stuff, Matthew. Thanks for joining us. Good 96 pick there to leave the 150. Add some pressure to the 146. Andrea possibly trip 19s, or is she going tie? She's going 20s. She's going 20s for sure. I'm tempted for the 114 on the 19s. Over to the 16s there. Let turn in from St. John's, Newfoundland. Newfoundland. There we go. Hopefully we said that right. Jason Watt got on to me for that one. Bull. He took a shot there. Kind of had to with Jason at 126. See if he can grab this triple here. No, he cannot. So he's just going to have to recover. Big trip 18 to leave the checkout opportunity. Say that. Not the ideal checkout look, but it'll work. If they get a look. That's the question. With Andrea going for double tops here. Yeah, she bangs it right in. That's a 2-0 win for the team of Ronnie Cole and Andrea Taylor, who could be a dominant force here in this one, the sneakish dominant force. We'll have to find out. We'll head on over to board number 2 here. We'll do our flip-flop and make everything happen. Do a little refresh action. There we go. Peyton Hammond joining us. We also got a Moore, Oklahoma, Hudson Valley, New York, Alberta, Canada, as well as Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for joining us, folks. We definitely appreciate it. This is your Shoot for the Moon tournament in Decatur, Alabama. Mentioned it yesterday, but just a quick note. Do apologize for the no board mic here on this camera. That was a little unfortunate malfunction that we had. Looks like one of our mics are down, so we'll have to fix that one for next time. But if I probably wouldn't have said nothing, you guys wouldn't have noticed probably, but pretty transparent with what we do here. Now, Tucker and Kim, Davey and Panty, we should say that, since those are the names on the board. They did have a good, showing in the last few rounds. We'll see if they can kind of capitalize here and get into a semifinal berth. Did mention that Tucker made a semifinal yesterday in that 301 event. I'm not sure how Kim ended up. John had a decent run. He missed out to Donnie Lassie. I believe he was on the top 16 or top 8. And Stacy Tulloch, who I have not mentioned much of. She actually was in that WCS for the PPD, if you're familiar with our remote soft tip streams that we do. She participated in that one. And that right there is a prime example why you don't start on the 18s on 306. So I'll just say that there for him, and I understand it. But John should have started on the 19s there. If you start on the 19s, you miss a triple, you hit the trip 19, and you go up tops for the 136 to leave you 170. So keep that in mind. 301 to 309 is really an opportunity for you to take advantage if you go at the right segment. It can easily be right off the bat. Your first dart can be a tall tale sign if you're going to be at a checkout opportunity or not if you go for the wrong area. So 133. Starting on trip 20, trip 11 or 19s. He goes 19 route. And even that, I mean, trip 20, trip 19, that's 107. 133, what did that leave you, 26? Eeh. Not trying to attack. I'm just trying to bring you the knowledge here, folks. But nonetheless, Tulloch getting an opportunity for the 2-0 win here and a semifinal berth. Double tops. Kim says, okay, I guess I'll take that one. 38-32. Ooh, right there. Try to get the job done. Correct, Cameron. I did notice that after I said it. I was like, whoop, that was wrong. Cameron making note of that 60-73. So 57 would have left double 8 instead of the 26 like I was thinking. So 10 points off here and there. It's a common mistake. But appreciate you bringing it to my knowledge because every once in a while you will get it incorrect. Is they're going to cash it out, see how they go about this one. Show or go situation. Just outside, yeah, so Leggett and Tulloch will get the start here in leg number 3. Right into the heart of that trip 20. See if he can Get another one in there. I think that's just a ton. No, it is a ton 40. Great hit there from John. Forces Tucker to do some of the same. Excellent. Still, that's going to work. A big ton there. Good answer for the ton 40. Anytime you go up and hit like one of those just dull 60s or 41, 45, it can kind of put you uneasy mindset. Jimbo tuning in. I'm just going to make it easier on myself from Nova Scotia because I would have butchered that name. I butcher last names like none other. Donna, thank you for joining us. You are a faithful follower indeed from Dryden, New York. John and Stacy here knocking on the door of a checkout opportunity. 231 is always an interesting one for me. Just kind of see how people go about it. I like going 2019 route first. And then, I mean, if you need to utilize the bull, you can. Set yourself up 167. Opportunities, but to each their own. I saw a good one from Baggish yesterday. 81 to 84. He told me he's going to go bull first start. I saw him go 84, 25, 19 tops. And the reason why is he wants to get a shot at that outer ring. So some unique things there. Tucker, you need 2 triples here, I feel. Get yourself the advantage. Oh, it's the wrong 2 triples there. Yes, it was. 2 into the trip 1. That's difficult. If he'd just gathered that 1 into the trip 20, it would have been a massive difference. Really helped him out. Got another one tuning in from Nova Scotia. Mitch is the YouTube name. Did see your comment about Baggish earlier. Buddy, that's not true. Cut that out. Former PDC Tour card holder. He's definitely a quality shot. Same thing with Sandy. Sandy, one of the upper echelon female players. And she's got a pretty good shot for a husband as well. Or boyfriend. Joe Chaney. Chainsaw. That may be a familiar name to some. Okay, 114 up here. Is that in on the 96? Oh, I don't think it's not. That would have been a beautiful look at double 18. Instead, it's Stacy for the 108. How will she attack this one? 20s. 19s, 17s, 18s. She went the 20 route, but still okay as she's going to leave the 107. Gets a shot at bull. Oh, my goodness. Matt says, when asking for 2 trebles, you need to be more specific. I guess so. I guess so. Jennifer Stoll joining us as well. How you doing? Thanks for joining us. The best Stoll. Ha, 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 ha. Tell Maddie and Norm. But I already know Norm knew that. 9 for double 8, or how about a unfortunate bust? Is he going for one for double 12 there? It's going to be costly, is the question. No, they may get away with it. Tucker is not able to capitalize on the double 16 op. So it's back to Tulloch. She's going to go one double 12 as well. Let's give you a look at her playing area here. Oops, wrong one. You have those two boards of action, so slight miss hit there. Whoopsie will. Double two. She grabs it. Kim and Tucker grab the leg to take the match. They will advance into the top 8. Good stuff. I don't believe as we saw there, we don't have anybody on our board number 1. It looks like Spellman and Baggish are playing over on the opposite side of the curtain. Maybe that match just got done. No, I was maybe wrong on that one. They may have been playing somebody else. Leonard Gates back there in the background, if you can see him. Getting ready for singles action. Men's singles does start at 1 p.m. here, so about 15 minutes away from kicking off our men's singles coverage. And ladies doubles, 501, begins at 2 p.m. So that's what's coming our way here next. We do have the semifinals and finals of our mixed doubles event. Folks, don't go anywhere. William Stuart here of USA Darts. We want to thank you for joining us. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All righty, folks. We're going to open up here with Ronnie Cole and Andrea Taylor taking on Alex Spellman and Paula Murphy in this matchup. William Stewart here, per usual, of USA Darts. Thanks for joining us for this ride to the finals here of mixed doubles. Top four for this one. The loser of these semifinal matches will take home a prize of $160. For second, it's going to be $340, and for first, it's going to be $620. So some money to be had in one here. Who's going to take the title is the ultimate question. Two great back-to-back turns from Spellman and Murphy. 240 after 6. Ronnie, if you're unfamiliar, his Miss Shea Cole, who's a phenomenal shot as well. Little darting family there. And that's a great start from Paula and Alex here. Couldn't ask for anything better if you're Paula. Set up a ton finish after 9 to take and put the first leg on the board. So let's see if she can capitalize and take this out here. Yeah, I didn't think she would go for top stops there. She liked that marker, so she wanted to place it right on top. Shot darts say Spellman and Murphy is just unfair. I would definitely say they're your team that on paper is probably your most eye-popping duo. No denying that one. But on paper isn't the actual match. So we'll see what happens here. As Murphy searches for the double 8. Switch on over as he guns for the double 16. That would have been beautiful, especially with the Spellman-Murphy team doing what they have done in this leg. Spellman goes in and takes out the 20 darter. It'll work. Just confirming the format. Making sure they know who's going first and whatnot. So it was a break of throw, and once again, a great start from Spellman, who kicks us off with a 1-3-7. There was two nods back there as Spellman and Andrea nodded at the same time, knowing team of Spellman and Murphy is definitely in the groove right now. For Andrew, you just hope for a big triple, and maybe Ronnie can do the same, but right now, the finals berth is in the eyes of Spellman and Murphy, no doubt about it. They'll stay there for the possible 180. Kicks it off the dart for 140. Andrea needed 2 bigger triples there to really force the hand here of Alex, but was it too little too late? Alex needing 2 single 20s for tops to take the leg, and that he does. What a superb match from Paula and Alex. A 90.18 average for those 2 individuals here is very, very impressive. They are definitely going to be a tough team to beat. But let's head on over to this matchup. It's Danny Baggish and Sandy Haas taking on the team of Tucker Davey and Kim Panty. Yeah, good last there from Sandy. 25 sets up the 170 look. Bull sets up 145 for Danny when he returns. So here we go. Haas, 51. Or Bull would have been the look there. She goes 51 route. No chance to take it out, but just set it up for Danny. She'll set up tops. If he returns, Tucker to get a leg on the board. 98 here. He does get it there, so 24. Just on the outside. Danny Baggish to take the match and set up a final between Spellman and Murphy. And that he does. Good stuff from Baggish and Haas. We have a finals coming your way here next between Alex Spellman, Paula Murphy, taking on Danny Baggish and Sandy Haas. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got that match coming for you right off the bat next. For our top 4 teams, they're taking home $160, so still a pretty good event for them. As that will definitely help for some food, maybe some hotel costs, travel costs. But we'll be right back, folks. Your finals of mixed doubles coming up next on USA Darts. Don't forget, we are also on Eagle Eye Sports as well as StreamStack. Go check us out on those platforms. Support us. Give us that big follow, like, subscribe, all that good jazz. Share this out to your friends. We definitely would appreciate it. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, just to keep you in the know, it looks like they started on the men's singles calls, so they're going to finish those up, and then we'll get our final call over here, just giving them about 5-10 minutes to take a break, and then we'll come back over for our finals between Alex Spellman and Paula Murphy. Alex Spellman, Paula Murphy taking on Danny Baggish and Sandy Haas. So if just a couple quick words here. If you're looking for some new darts, maybe some new apparel, featuring maybe USA Darts, head on over to usadartsproduction.com. They have everything you need, including the latest brands from Winmore, Winmow Darts, however you want to say it, Target, et cetera, et cetera. Just go check it out. They got plenty of quality stuff there, as well as our jerseys, hats. We've got towels and maybe something else we're working on for USA Darts as well. So if you're wanting to go check that out, go do so. We definitely would appreciate it. A-to-Z-darts.com. A-Z-darts.com, I guess you should say, just to be specific, since I'm verbally giving that to you. But anyway, we'll hear a quick word here from, well, how about we take a quick word with Andrea Taylor, who we just saw on the stream, before we go any further with our finals. Here we go. Let's listen to Andrea here, who talks about her time off the hockey and getting back into the dart scene in North America. We'll be right back. Here with Andrea Taylor at the Shoot for the Moon tournament. Andrea, you've been getting back into the mix of things over the past year, kind of going to these tournaments, getting back involved. How does it feel to be back?
It feels really good. The darts feel good. It's just working on the mental aspect of it now, and getting to see my friends again that I haven't seen in a long time is the best. So.
Well, you finished well on the ADO rankings last year. Had a couple big wins in tournaments as well. Charlotte being one of them. Yeah, that's massive for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is big. You know, when you come back after that big a break, I think it's, as it should be probably, right, more about having fun and kind of seeing what you can do or what's left in the tank, and then finding out that you got some left in the tank feels really nice. It's a nice reason to keep shooting for it, keep trying.
Now, how long where was that break for you? I had a curiosity.
Competitively, like really trying to compete. 2010, a little bit I played a few different tournaments, and then I pretty much did one or two here and there when I felt like it until last year.
What got you back into the game? Is it just seeing the resurgence of the darts overall, kind of the growth? What was it?
It was actually an accident. My wife really wanted to go to Boston, and so we were talking about going to the Witch City Open to see some of my old Boston friends who lived in Mass for a couple of years. And then we realized there was going to be a national, so we went and played a qualifier for that national. I thought, well, I'll give it a shot. We'll see. Maybe get some help on the airfare or whatever. Won that qualifier. Turns out that was for Charlotte and not even the Witch City. So I had to play another qualifier for the Witch City, which I won, and then that national got canceled. So it was really all just trying to get to one tournament to see some buddies and turned into, I guess I'm playing darts this year, and it's been amazing.
And then top 10 in the ADO rankings later, huh?
Top 5, I finished 4th.
Exactly. So moving into this weekend, shoot for the moon. Any expectations for this weekend? Any goals?
The only goals I have this weekend are trying to make sure that my mental game's right and working maybe on my grouping a little bit. My doubles have been struggling a lot on those. But other than that, really just trying to have fun and see what I can do and kind of hope for the best and see how far I can get.
Try to gather that consistency with those new barrels from Demon Custom Darts.
Yeah, love them. Demon darts paired with some L-style shafts and flights, man. Love every bit of it.
There you go. Well, good luck to you, Andrea. Thanks for taking a moment of your time here in Decatur, Alabama. Good luck.
Thanks. Well, thanks for everything you do with the stream and everything. You're amazing.
Well, there you go. A word from Andrea Taylor. Well, we should get this finals underway in just a second. I know Danny, Paula, Alex, Sandy are all there, so we'll just make sure they got it kicked on over and we're ready to go. Looks like they're already submitted into the Dart Connect. Maybe they're just waiting for that call. So, alrighty, folks, your finals up next. Alex Spellman and Paula Murphy versus Danny Baggish and Sandy Haas. I absolutely hate kicking it off there when that jam is going on. I do hope you enjoy the tunage that we've been able to bring you. It looks like Danny did get that, is going to get the start here in our mixed doubles 501 final. As Danny Baggish and Sandy Haas will take on Alex Spellman and Paula Murphy. William Stewart here of USA Darts. Thanks for joining us for our final here in Decatur, Alabama, as I kind of flip around the camera here. Make sure we're squared up. There's our 501 score. Good 140 start for Danny. That's exactly what they're going to have to do. Keep the pressure on, because in that last semifinal match, Spellman and Murphy put on an absolute display. A 92 average for them is just, it's so good in a mixed pairs final, or mixed pairs match. Mixed pairs final, get out of here. Mixed pairs match. I mean, that is just top level darts there. So we'll see if they can bring the same, or if Danny and Sandy could potentially surprise him and get the W here. We'll find out. First two-leg battle. Quick, short format. First place, gonna take home $620. Second place will take home $340. That's a rare 30 there from Baggish. Sandy's player who likes to have a little fun here and there on and off the hockey, but you can tell she is nothing but serious here for this final. Danny will definitely be eyeballing the 171, but that's just if he can get that maximum pressure, and he's not going to be able to do that, and it's only 45. You can see that. Hands to the face immediately. He knows that was a big miss because it leaves you on a bogey checkout opportunity. So, bogey number. Come on, Will. Get it together and look at Alex's attack. Big 180 there for him. When you're talking about maximum pressure added for Danny, Spellman just turns the table and puts in a maximum for himself to leave 74. Great last there from Sandy. Still has an opportunity for Bull here. 13 for Bull. Yeah, that's not correct there, right? A little bit confused. I was looking at three different things there, but I believe 13 was definitely the shot there on 63. And Danny goes ahead and takes out the 66. Good shot for him to hold throw. Staying right there for the ton. Marker dart for Baggish, and he just drops it a little bit low at that second. Surprised he didn't come away with at least a ton, but when you put that second dart where it is, it's very difficult to slide it through the middle. Great 140. Tell you, Paula did have a little surgery before Vegas Open. Look at this from Sandy. Fill it up. Come on, Sandy. I wanted her to. Paula did have a little surgery before the Las Vegas Open, and, you know, since she has been playing very well. She played good in Vegas there. And doing the same here this weekend, winning that USSDA, winning the 301 last night. In form for a great weekend here. Baggish upset with a ton. That's interesting, but he knows Paul is at the 176. They have the ever so subtle advantage. Oh, big old kick of the camera. Sorry for that one, folks. It is a big tripod. It kind of just in reach of these players when they behind the Aki, so kind of looking at the tournament hall when I walked in. This was kind of the best camera angles I could probably present you guys. I know last year we did 2 board cameras. This year we're only using the 1, so unfortunately we can't split and do the 2 boards at one time, but we're still able to give you more darts with the added board. Or the added second board, I should kind of say. Trip 20. Should leave 87. Lots of viewership on all our platforms. Definitely thank you for joining us once again. What a 139. Right when you think you may have the upper hand, Danny does that and keeps the pressure on. So 20 for bowl for Paula. That fat 5 is gonna hurt, but how much is the question, because if Sandy comes up here and doesn't hit, all good. Leave it to Spellman, let him just go ahead and try to take out whatever he so chooses, but if Sandy hits this, that's the match. Tops. She definitely wants that one back. 10 for tops for Alex Spellman to tie us up. Inside wire of the double 10 is not what he wanted to see, as Danny Baggish and Sandy Haas will take the title here in our mixed doubles 501 event at Shoot for the Moon. Danny denies Paula of the 3 for 3 attempt here on the weekend. Paul will hope for a slightly better, first place finish in the singles event. Same could be said to Spellman, but we'll have to wait and see. 5-on-1 men's singles is underway, folks. Ladies doubles will start at 2 p.m., so a little bit of time before those ladies get underway. For us, though, I'm guessing it'll be a minute or two before we get our next matchup on the stream. We're going to keep it right here, though, folks. Thanks for joining us. William Stewart, per usual, of USA Darts. Don't go anywhere. More action up next here from Decatur, Alabama.
We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All three dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All three dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
Alrighty, everybody. This looks to be just a practice match going on here, just a warm-up on board number 2. Potentially a match on board number 1 we're looking out for. But they are making a board call over here in just a moment, so we should have some singles 501 action on our finals board. So, yeah, we'll do that here in just a moment. Tom McDonald, hey, buddy, if you want to keep the sound off, that's all right. As long as you're tuning in, I don't care. My crummy voice is pretty bad, so if you just want to listen with the sound off, no harm, no foul. Enjoy the coverage. At least we're bringing you the action and you're enjoying it. So we'll be right back, folks, with some singles 501 from Shoot for the Moon. Should be some intense action as some ADO points are up for grabs here. We'll have it for you in just a moment, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. ladies and gentlemen, back underway with some more matches here at Shoot for the Moon. Getting underway is going to be just check. Yeah, this is our top 128 round. So just kind of getting underway. Get the preliminaries done. As it's Trey Funderburk versus Ryan Schmonses. I told him, I said, buddy, I'm probably going to get that wrong, so it'll probably be Trey and Ryan, but either way, that's quite all right. First couple rounds we may kind of let play out. I know that Nick DeShare will be joining me a little bit later on until about 3 or 4 Eastern, so 2 to 3 Central. Just start getting into the nitty-gritty points of the brackets. Ladies doubles, I believe, should just be getting started, as it is about 2:05 Central Time here. Should go ahead and clear up. There we go. This is, of course, Trey, as you can tell by that little red arrow there. Hold on 1 second. Sure we got our board situated here. Little bumps are going to happen here and there, especially with that massive tripod in the way. But hopefully I didn't offend her. I just said, hey, keep an eye on this for me. Now she's gone. I hope I didn't offend. That's quite all right. This is the good thing about these tournaments as well. I'm not sure if Trey or Ryan are local players. I don't know much about these guys, admittedly. As we kind of make our way around the country, there's always going to be some new faces that we see and whatnot. So if you do have some information on him, please drop it. It looks like there is a couple followers in the chat. And yeah, Tony says he goes by Kitty. I did see that on his name, or on his on his jersey. He goes by Kitty. I'll probably just stick to the Ryan. No offense. All right, 48 for 38. Interesting way of going about it. To each their own, though. I mean, if it works out for you, it works out for you. It does look like he's got a little wobble on the darts, so I'm wondering. Let me take a better peek at the last one. Maybe he's using a reflex, maybe not. Could just be a shaft. See here, 3 for double 8. Get the look. Yeah, definitely reflex points. You could tell just based on the, ooh, he thought that was in. I did too. Just based off that big wobble there, definitely a reflex point indeed. For those that may not know what I'm talking about, the reflex point, or the point is his dart, is a very thin point. So that creates that little wobble there. You see at the tail end of his dart. Big ton there for Trey. Kind of keeps him in the mix. Big hit from Ryan. Takes out the leg. Mason saying he'll be here tomorrow. Definitely come by, say hello, Mason. Would enjoy that. Nick, you're also welcome for the profile picture. I did that just for you, bud. I'm sure Facebook will give us another graphic content for those little finger points I was doing. If you noticed that last night on our 301 stream. Don't know why that happened, but Facebook is Facebook. Apparently darts is offensive. Shane does say Ryan is from Chattanooga. Good to hear. If you know about Trey and where he's from, let us know as well. He could be a... Don't know if he's a local player or not. Chattanooga's not too far away. Well, 101 is definitely going to work. Yeah, Ryan helped Trey out just a little bit on the Dart Connect. Good. Still, some people are a little bit new to the Dart Connect scoreboard, so anytime you can kind of guide them along. Essentially a calculator. It's so crazy just how much detail that Dart Connect is able to give you. Something I like to do if I'm playing in a tournament that Monday or Tuesday, I'll go back and kind of search through the matches that I played in and see where I possibly went wrong, what we could do better, or look at that first 9, that the overall averages, and so much more. Ryan, I don't know if they're having a little lesson here or what's going on. Maybe just a chat. Ooh, that's a tough 32 there. So not going to be the approach that he wants here. He's kind of thinking it out here. That's 92 on the scoreboard. Yeah, should leave him that 24 number. Just inside, which is quite all right. With Trey back on 216, Ryan will get another look. At least 3 darts at the double 6. I shouldn't say at least 3 darts at double 6. I should say at least 3 darts at 12. Because we all know how pesky an inside look can be. And it looks like a good marker, but is it too good of a marker? That could be the case here. It almost was. I think it was almost too close, where he either had to move over rather than just hanging and trying to bang it in there. So it's a pesky double 3 for Ryan. Trying to set up the madhouse. Meant to be, so Trey, 1-3-2, the champagne shot. Like bullseye, but it looks like 20 is his number here. Or was gonna be his number, unfortunately into the 5, so. Use those to his advantage. Yes, he can. It's third dart for Ryan, aka Kitty, as he will advance into the top 64. Does look like Chris Martin possibly playing on board number 1, so we'll head on over to there. Pull up that scoreboard here. Yeah, just kind of starting off. Ooh, what a name. Beaver Potterfield versus Chris Martin. I absolutely love it. What a name. What a name. We'll pull up that scoreboard. All righty, folks. Well, I'm just going to take a second. I need to grab a water. I also need to grab a meal eventually, but that's later on down the road. We'll let the first kind of couple matches here play out. I know Nick's joining us in the chat. He'll be joining us on the mic here sooner rather than later, so I'll probably get set up in the background for him to potentially join us. I'll do that in the background. You guys just enjoy some coverage here from our men's singles, the early stages. As it looks like, man, throw some good matches up here. It looks like Danny will be up on board number 1 here in just a moment. So more action as we continue from Shoot for the Moon. We'll be right back. Alrighty. Just to jump in here and let you know what's going on. This is a last leg decider between Jimmy and Danny. Danny's got to somehow find this leg if he wants to advance into the top 64. Same for Jimmy. Pretty difficult task. Of course, Danny has been hanging out here in the booth every once in a while. I'm sure he'll be on the mic later on. He enjoys that. Yeah, hammered it in here. Ooh, 80 floor. Yeah, that's right. I said it. 80 floor. Top notch. Looking at brackets, women's doubles is underway. I believe Kim or Paula Murphy is playing with Kim. Fun fact, I found out that it's not panty. It's actually pantai. So for the last year and a half, Kim has been telling me, just hasn't even told me that I've been saying it wrong. So fun facts. And then another interesting team, Andrea Taylor and Shay Cole. Just a couple noticeable mentions there. Danny for the 64, 2 16s for double 16. Yes, sir. A little bit scary, but he gets the job done in the long run. Jimmy will unfortunately bid adieu in the last 128, but it's kind of all how the draw lines up for you sometimes, and if you're able to get on top of that better player, unfortunately, Danny will take the win over Jimmy. Jimmy will have to try again in men's doubles. All right, we've got some more action coming your way here next. Like I said, I'm going to work on getting Nick on virtually, so I'll try to do that in the background. Give me just one moment. But we'll be right back. So at that time, I'm going to grab an energy drink, too, because I need it. There's no denying these weekends can kind of catch up on you. So give me a minute, folks, and we'll get underway with some more matches in no time at all. Thanks for joining us for our coverage of the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon event. Hey, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay here. I think they had a little mishap up there at the front. So looks like we will either get the women's doubles or men's singles. They're kind of both in the point where it doesn't matter which one we get. I think women's is going to be top 32, top 16. Men is going to be, I think we're still in the round of 128. There's a good amount of players here, 40 boards, so they're kind of rotating and whatnot. Yeah, there is some empty boards. They're just trying to fill them right now. So give us one moment. I know it's not ideal to have these little lulls here and there, but tournament crew is hard at work trying to spread out here as we get another match on the stream in a moment. So bear with us. We'll be right back, folks. It's the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon here in Decatur. Will Stuart here of USA Darts. How about while we're waiting, we'll do a quick word with Leonard Gates, who we spoke to last night, just about the senior dart circuit as well as qualifying for the UK Open. So let's go ahead and hear from Leonard. We try to get you a match up here to enjoy. Here with the man, the myth, the legend, Mr.
He's bringing it back, baby. It's coming back.
Well, Leonard, you went just over to the UK.
Yes.
You had a good trip over there. Seniors didn't go your way, but you did achieve another goal. You're qualified for the UK Open.
Oh, yeah. Qualified for UK Open. Got second the first day, then got first the second day. You know how that back and forth, the switch, thing goes. But, so I get to go play the UK Open next weekend. Like you say, the seniors didn't go quite well for me, but I will bounce back from that when we come up via Blackpool.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, not every game's going to go your way. You're going to take your L's, you're going to take your W's, but you've been very successful on that senior circuit, and you're going to have another Champions of Champions event coming sooner rather than later. Oh,
yeah, definitely. Man, I'm looking forward to it. Exciting crowd, exciting players over there, fun darts. I mean, it's a big adventure, man. Going over there, playing the seniors, playing darts, period. For me, hey, I'm loving it. So I'm going to see how it's just going to keep flowing the rest of the 2024, 2025 with my Afro puff and stuff. You know what I mean? So
I love it. Now, just to kind of dabble in this, you're back here in the States. You've elected to come here to Decatur, Alabama, keep with your rhythm before next week's UK Open.
Yeah.
Is it just kind of keeping in stride with you? Is there any goals this weekend? Is it just kind of keeping going until next weekend?
Of course, every tournament I go and I play, there's a goal of performing my best, playing my best, doing the best that I can do, winning, of course. But, yeah, with me, I don't too much want to have that time to sit down and sit off for long periods of time and not playing. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep it, like you said, keep in stride with it, keep in tune. That way when I go for my next big event, I'll be ready. So, I mean, not saying that downplaying that this is like not a big event, because it is, because I'm playing darts, I'm here. So, yeah, I just want to keep everything going.
Well, let's see if this weekend's a little confidence booster. Good luck to you this weekend. Good luck to you next weekend at the UK Open, sir.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Rather get it right. Here with our tournament director for the Shoot for the Moon Dart Tournament, Cindy Drog. How's it going?
Going good. So far, we're doing pretty good today.
Well, you've got your competitors here. They're ready for the weekend. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to having a really good tournament this year, and so hopefully it'll be that way.
A couple years in a row for you now as tournament director. A few hiccups here and there the first year, but that's how things go. We all know that. Back better than ever. I'm loving the format. You got a quality bunch of players in the room this weekend, so what do you think? I mean, does it get much better than that?
I think it's going to be much better than that, actually. I think we're going to do a lot better than we did last year.
More board members supporting and setup team and whatnot. I saw a couple more faces that maybe I didn't see before, so that always helps as well, huh?
Yes, we have some new faces that I haven't even seen this year, so I'm looking forward to meeting everybody and having a good time.
Now, what do you think about the DoubleTree here? They've been taking good care of you for a couple years now. Pretty good tournament spot.
It is a really good tournament spot. We were here for 20 years prior to moving to the Marriott before that, and then we came back last year. So last year was our first time back here, and we're really enjoying being back.
Love it, love it. Now, you've been a board member here with the Rocket City Dart Association for about 6 years, a little off and on action, but that does happen. What do you think of darts down here in the Alabama area, Huntsville, Decatur? Growing?
I hope that it's growing. It's hard to tell sometimes. But there's still a lot of people that don't even know that we exist. So any little bit that I can do to get the word out that we are even around, it'll help us.
Well, what's the best way to contact you if someone's wanting to get involved with the Rocket City Dart Association?
On our Facebook page. We have a Facebook page, the Rocket City Dart Association Facebook page, and then also through our email, rocketcitydartshsv@gmail.com.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to a great weekend. I know everybody else is. Good luck to you, Cindy. We look forward to it.
Well, we appreciate you being here, Will. Thank you.
Here with Andrea Taylor at the Shoot for the Moon tournament. Andrea, you've been getting back into the mix of things over the past year, kind of going to these tournaments, getting back involved. How does it feel to be back?
It feels really good. The darts feel good. It's just working on the mental aspect of it now and getting to see my friends again that I haven't seen in a long time is the best. So.
Well, you finished well on the ADO rankings last year, had a couple big wins in tournaments as well, Charlotte being one of them. Yeah, that's massive for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is big. You know, when you come back after that big a break, I think it's, as it should be probably, right, more about having fun and kind of seeing what you can do or what's left in the tank, and then finding out that you got some left in the tank feels really nice. It's a nice reason to keep shooting for it, keep trying.
Now, how long where was that break for you? I had a curiosity.
Competitively, like really trying to compete, 2010, a little bit I played a few different tournaments, and then I pretty much did one or two here and there when I felt like it until last year.
What got you back into the game? Is it just seeing the resurgence of the darts overall, kind of the growth? What was it?
It was actually an accident. My wife really wanted to go to Boston, and so we were talking about going to the Witch City Open to see some of my old Boston friends who lived in Mass for a couple of years. And then we realized there was going to be a national, so we went and played a qualifier for that national. I thought, well, you know, I'll give it a shot. We'll see. Maybe get some help on the airfare or whatever. Won that qualifier. Turns out that was for Charlotte and not even the Witch City. So I had to play another qualifier for the Witch City, which I won, and then that national got canceled. So it was really all just trying to get to one tournament to see some buddies and turned into, I guess I'm playing darts this year, and it's been amazing.
And then top 10 in the ADO rankings later, huh?
Top 5, I finished 4th.
Exactly. So moving into this weekend, Shoot for the Moon. Any expectations for this weekend? Any goals?
The only goals I have this weekend are trying to make sure that my mental game's right and working maybe on my grouping a little bit. My doubles have been struggling a lot on those. But other than that, really just trying to have fun and see what I can do and kind of hope for the best and see how far I can get.
Try to gather that consistency with those new barrels from Demon Custom Darts.
Yeah, love them. Demon darts paired with some L-style shafts and flights, man. Love every bit of it.
There you go. Well, good luck to you, Andrea. Thanks for taking a moment of your time here in Decatur, Alabama. Good luck.
Thanks. Well, thanks for everything you do with the stream and everything. You're amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 34th annual Shoot for the Moon. We appreciate your patience as we get another matchup here to be streamed. I know it was a little bit of a lull there, but that happens. William Stewart, how about this, folks? Alongside me is the one, the only, Mr. Nick DeShera. Nick, how's it going, my man?
It is going fantastic. Excited to be on here virtually. Fortunately, couldn't be at this one in person weekend before the CSC and all. And I'm just excited to be watching some good darts and start off with a great ladies match. Yeah,
we definitely are starting off with a good one here. We got Susie and Tiffany, as I believe it was, and Sandy Haas, Cleanna, Brandon. So should be a good matchup here. Of course, Sandy doing well in the mixed event, winning with Danny Baggish. Cleanna doing well with Jason Brandon. Admittedly, do not know much about Susie and Tiffany.
Yeah, Cleanna, of course, daughter of Jason Brandon. We actually, the first time we made that connection was back in 2022 when we were at Cherry Bomb, I believe, where we got to watch her throw. And let me tell you, like father, like daughter, because she can throw.
Okay, speaking of Cherry Bomb, fun fact, I found out today Kim Panty came up to me.
Mm-hmm.
I've been calling her Panty since Cherry Bomb. So for a good year and a half, 2 years, I've been calling Kim wrong the whole time. So fun fact there.
Which also means I've been calling her name wrong because I called multiple games with you about her as well. So
yeah.
Sorry, Kim.
Yeah, exactly. Found that one out the hard way when Kim Brewer came up today and was like, hey, you know you're saying Kim's name wrong, right? And I said, nah. And she said, yeah. Okay, all right. First I heard of it, and I immediately went up to Kim and scolded her. I said, you have not told me since? So it's kind of funny.
It is my absolute favorite when, especially when we do it consistently, when we're like pronouncing something wrong. I mean, when we said Guevara instead of Guevara for Ram as well. I mean, like people just don't correct us for the longest time. Guys, if we're saying something wrong, 9 times out of 10, we don't know the correct answer. Just tell us and we'll probably assume you're right. And then you can make us even more wrong.
Oh, I love it. Well, here we go. Cleanna in a situation to possibly set up a checkout here.
The previous visit was a 140 for her. Doesn't quite, kind of gets away from her on that last start trying to set up. Doesn't get in range quite yet, but still out in front at the moment. Luke saying so many different throw techniques. Yeah, you're going to notice that, especially when you have like a big floor event like this. Everybody has such a different like stylistic preference to how they throw.
Oh, 100%. I mean, everybody throws just a little bit different. You're going to have your smooth, you're going to have your not so smooth throws. I mean, but each one's going to work differently. I mean, you look at Jules Van Dongen, he may not have the superb, greatest, smoothest throw of all time, but it works for him, and he's got a tour card. So.
Exactly. In the contrary, I have been complimented on my dart form so much, and I am not a good dart player.
Mediocre at best, right?
Yeah, honestly, that's actually what it says in my Tinder bio.
Ah, there we go. Love it.
174, not a finish, so actually given the opportunity here to give the edge over.
Once again, folks, thanks for joining us for our coverage of the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon tournament in Decatur, Alabama. Definitely a good weekend of action here. William Stewart, Nick DeShera in the background, alongside me. How about that? If you haven't followed, liked us, subscribe to our YouTube platform, definitely do that. I mentioned that got lots of events coming your way, including that CSC Challenger Series Monday night, Danny Baggish taking on Ram Guevara, and there's so much more. We'll be kind of traveling around the U.S. for tournaments, so definitely want to chime in and see what's going on. Sandy for 110.
I'm just going to start right up at those 20s there. If you hit a single, 90 gives you plenty of different routes from there. Goes for the 19s route.
Never seen that used. We saw it just in the Premier League with Luke Littler, and people were confused by it. I don't mind the play. He likes that 19-17 transition if he misses the 57. So Sandy trying to do the same.
Exactly. And the other version would be single 20 to trip 18 would be a route there, or a couple different ways. I mean, it's really just about comfortability, especially when with 110, there's so many different options with a first start single.
Susie's not going to have an opportunity here as Cleanna's looking at 65. Be interested to see where she starts at here, whether it be 25 or the 15s.
Ooh, a little too good there, though.
Yep, and Sandy gives it a laugh back there. Adam Kleinhofer giving some love back there, waving at somebody.
Oh, an unfortunate on the trip 16 there.
Yeah, unfortunate there for sure. It's a 106 look here.
54 for 32. Said to stay there for double 13. 45 points there, so the shot back over, but unfortunately with that buzz, 65, gonna have to reset it up here for Sandy.
Yeah, my mind's 45 here. Yeah, 45, double 10.
Ooh, into, what a shot.
Yeah, good stuff indeed.
So I actually, right before I hopped on here with you, Will, I got a phone call from my dad, and I wanted to wait to say something until I came on the mic here. So, you know, there's a lot of events going on this weekend. He's currently at the Florida Man Games over in, I believe, Jacksonville, Florida. And as he is out there, he ended up getting interviewed, and he wanted to let everyone know that he said, I want to be a big deal like Will Stuart. He said that on apparently cable news.
Oh my goodness. Why would he do that?
Yeah, why would they interview him? I have no idea.
I don't know. He's good for just a couple cuts to the nose, if you recall TOC a couple years ago.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for going to the Florida Man Games, I guess, which is
I don't even
honestly
know what
one of the
that
more
is.
interesting. It is. He tried to explain it to me. There's like pool noodle jousting, pork butt eating contests, and he kept listing a bunch of random stuff. And I was like, yeah, this definitely sounds like a Florida activity. And so next year I will not be available because I'm going to be winning that tournament.
I like the Seacoast Witch City. I learned up there about some of the crazy stuff that they do. Greasy pole. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I don't want to say that answer out loud, but I'm going to say no.
Look up. No, well, you got to be careful with this one. Look up on YouTube, Gloucester, Mass, greasy pole. So what it is you have to have been from Gloucester, Massachusetts to participate. And if you do, they take a telephone pole and put it on a pier and grease it up with a ton of grease. And you got to run on the pole and try to grab a flag at the end. So it's just a mockery. It's just crazy seeing guys just biff it on that pole.
To all our international viewers, America is as crazy as it sounds, for the record.
It definitely is. It definitely
That
is.
sounds amazing.
Just a little off topic, but have some fun with it.
Absolutely. They're starting to get into that range there. So far, Clayana has had two different opportunities in these two legs to hit ton 80s, falling short on the third dart both times. She's definitely scoring very heavily right now. The third dart got away from her again. That was the same reaction that she basically had in her last go, where that third dart, she kind of just rushed it because she kind of started going off arm feel, and just sometimes you don't take the extra step to hold the dart right, it can get away quickly.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely so. Susie, unfortunately, throwing a 26 there. The old chips, breakfast, however you want to call it. We've all thrown it.
It's breakfast.
I just call it my third round at the board every time. Great recovery.
Great last start.
Yeah, great recovery from Sandy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a crucial dart too. I mean, it doesn't get you at an out, but it basically guarantees that they're going to be set up on an out first, barring a huge shot here.
An opportunity here to set her partner up for a potential 2-0 win.
Yeah, partner Sandy in that last leg went up and hit 65 and 2, so definitely capable of taking outs pretty efficiently there. 1-4-2 though, no easy task. So let's see if there's some pressure put on this as Susie's stepping up.
See how she goes about this 1-4-2. Probably the typical 20 route. I've been fancying the 217s for tops here.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're utilizing the board, whatever is the most comfortable. I honestly have realized that beginning this year, I was like, I want to get back into playing, so I've been practicing 1 to 3 hours a day on the steel board. And what I've realized is I've gotten lazier. I shoot 21st route almost every time if it's an option.
Yeah, I tell you, if I get to playing too much these days, my game goes to trash. So usually a good break and just pick them up and go for it is what I like to do these days. But we'll see if Clayana, 82. Hey, if you're going to miss, 12's not a bad miss.
No, not at all. That's a good way to fall into that one there, and was going for that bull first, trying to hit the double for double 16 there.
Yeah,
well behind
I think
at 212.
Yeah, there's a little bit miscalculation there, I think. I don't think it was quite 48 that she left. Yeah, it should be 50.
Oh, are going to be able to finish now.
Yeah, and she made the proper move there. She was going for 18 with her last to leave to hit a 92 to set up the checkout. But Sandy looking at 50. She just took out that 65. She'll go 10 for tops.
And try to work it in from there to win it 2 straight. That's not where you want that last start to go.
Yeah, definitely not. Leaves your opponent at 39, so let's see if this 137.
And try to apply some pressure on it, try to get below that 100 range, and last start goes a little high, but does get just under that threshold there. So 39, 7 for double 16, more likely to look here.
Yeah, if you fall into that 19, you're okay with a double 10. So.
Good marker dart.
It could be a little bit too good, yeah. She did take that slight step over there. Oh, that is difficult. Difficult first. Oh, wow. That's definitely unfortunate.
as she just kind of lets a little laugh off there at the end, and as she dials in the mat there. You know, when something like that happens, it is unfortunate, and if you can laugh it off, you're doing better than most.
Yeah, definitely. James Green saying need to get Will back on the Scolia. Yeah, here and there, bud. Here and there. We'll see. Double 4 needed. That was a great dart. See if she can utilize it.
Oh, doesn't connect.
Hello.
And a little bit of an earthquake there in Alabama.
No kidding. Didn't know what happened there for a second.
.91 trip 17 for tops. Deciding how she wants to set up here. And honestly, with the way this one's going, I mean, that setup dart is extremely important. You never know. There has been a couple missed opportunities now for the Haas and Brandon team.
Exactly. But Clayana, you don't want to mess around with this too much. You want to take this out here. And yeah, not meant to be. One too many looks at it could cost you.
And that's it. It's one of those where it's not that they're incapable of hitting them. It just sometimes it starts slipping out of control and you kind of almost feel it spiraling. .46. So where's she going to go from here? Up the tops. Oh, and doesn't get it. So now Sandy, redemption shot on these 4s.
Wow, this is
Goes high.
This is a little bit crazy here that we're having a little bit just of a struggle from Sandy and Clayana. And
it's
like
going to cost them.
You kind of mess around with it too much. Eventually, they're going to catch up and get it, and that's exactly what we've seen there. So Susie and Tiffany put a leg on the board, a.k.a. Miss Kitty and Tiffany. That's apparently Susie's nickname is Ryan, or I'm guessing the hubby. We had him on the stream earlier. His first matchup of the day. You can tell Clayana's not too happy with herself right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that out of everyone there, like laughing and smiling, it's just almost like I don't know if it's frustration or just determination that's kind of in her eyes at the moment.
I think she knows what she's capable of doing. We actually had this chat about a year ago or so, where I just said, "Girl, if you look at your average right now, you're not too far off an ADO National Championship ranking." And she goes, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, your average. Look at the LVO National Championships and see how close you are." And she goes, "Oh, I didn't even notice that." I said, "Yeah, it's just putting yourself in those right positions. The doubles go your way, the draw goes your way, and sooner or later you find yourself at the top." So she knows what she's capable of.
There's also that almost implied pressure when you're starting to realize your capabilities, and you almost are like, all right, well now I know what I'm capable of, and now I want to prove it every time. It's about, I'm not sure who says if it's Maloney or someone else, but they basically attribute it to saying, hey, listen, it's peaks and valleys. If you're expecting peaks every single time, you're going to be disappointed more often than not. And it's about finding your way to fight through it all, especially because in general, you're raising the floor of your game when you play consistently at high levels.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you look at it, wow, what great 140 there. It's like darts is like a roller coaster ride. It's not going to be fun if it's just flat, continuous. You got to have those ups, those down moments. It creates the story and makes it fun.
Certainly the case. And I'm wondering right now, Sandy and Clayana, with that 140 hit against them there in a leg where they didn't really expect it to go the full distance, could get out of hand very, very fast. This is getting very dangerous for them.
Yeah, we'll see how they react here after that big hit, because it's kind of one of those like, oh, crud, we just found ourselves in a spot. This game should have been over, and now we're duking it out here. So we'll see, especially with this throw from Cleanna, what happens, because that was a great 103 from Susie, as they're finding it in the right times here.
Yeah, Cleanna's going to be eager to try to close this distance here. But the body language definitely different from that first leg. The first leg, you could tell she was feeling comfortable and she was outscoring everybody on the dartboard, and it's completely different at the moment.
She's annoyed, is what she is. Let's be honest. Seems like she's a little bit annoyed with her darts right now.
Well, as some put it, you know, having the short memory is some of the best thing you can have in darts. Not remembering the previous legs, not remembering the previous throw even is sometimes for the best. But this one is still any person's game. 128 is going to be a pretty decent look here.
Yeah,
as that's a huge last start.
Yeah, finds a triple with the last, which is good. Okay, bold there. How about that?
Yeah, interesting shot. I mean, a single bowl only leaves 103. I'm almost wonder, because she has been throwing a lot of 18s, I wonder if it just kind of slipped out of the hand just because she has been throwing them so consistently.
Very well could have happened. Just a little slip there.
Does get themselves to a finish there. Not going to be an easy one at 119, and 98 now going to be the look here. What you got for us, Tiffany?
Oh, big 40 to leave 58, and that's almost a useful dart because she can go 18 for tops once again and use that potentially as a marker. That's exactly what she's going to aim to do here. Double top for the win. Maybe I was a little bit too loud there, but
listen, I'm the one in Florida. I'll do the loud part for you if you want.
I did get us a little white noise machine to add some background noise. That was a little issue at the very beginning. We're pretty tight to where these players are. Just to give you a view. How about this? This camera is about 4 feet from me, maybe 5.
I was wondering, because you've been like saying I'll be right back and then running immediately out there. I'm like, oh wow, he's either sprinting or he's really close.
Yeah. She goes
Double
below.
10 now. Oh, she needs to work it in here. Tries to, doesn't quite connect here. Cleanna, deep breath. 79 now the look. Definitely within her ballpark.
57-22 to escape. Wow.
Whew. Wiping the sweat off the brow there. That is a way to clinch a leg in what was a very dire scenario there. And you can kind of see they're just taking that breath, and you can feel the heart racing a little bit after that shot. And honestly, hats off to Susie and Tiffany there, as they fought really hard in a game where they kind of looked like they were about
It looks like we lost you, Nick. Possibly check your mic for me if you can. Cut out right in the middle, so I don't know what happened.
You're just tuning me out.
Yeah,
I get it.
There
That's
he
all right.
is.
That's fine.
There he
That's
is.
fine. You can tune me out.
That's totally it. Not it at all. All righty, folks. As you can tell, we don't have another match on board number 1. I'm sure they just kind of cleared that out, let the ladies play. Let me check with the tournament staff, see what's coming our way. I'm going to try to push some matches over here. We definitely don't want lulls in the action, because that's not doing anybody any good. It's just sitting here watching. So let me do that real quick in the background. William Stuart, Nick Teixeira joining me as we give you the coverage of the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon tournament here in Decatur, Alabama, brought to you by the Rocket City Dart Association. Real quick, I'm going to put a link in the chat for you. If you want to go check out the brackets, there is the link for you. Go ahead and do so. We'll be right back, folks.
I miss you guys.
Mm-hmm.
We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All three dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All three dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Leonard Gates. But we're not going to get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody, to Shoot the Moon here over in Alabama. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stuart in the background now. We've actually switched roles, and somehow I managed to fire him in all my 15 minutes of being here. Got a good one here. Danny Baggish and Joe Morales going at the board. Danny, of course, good friend of mine, Florida guy as well, doing the drive up over here. And, of course, you guys know him from his gambling antics on the dartboard. And Joe Morales is someone I'm not as familiar with here, but excited to see a good matchup here on the men's side now. Kind of giving love to the men's and women's bracket, so you'll love to see it. Hey, they're just getting 60. He looks frustrated with it, but is the first at checkout after 15. 1-2-2, probably going to consider going the 18s route here. That would be 4 18s for 50 left. So if you hit trip, you're just really good at darts. Goes the bull route instead. Going down to the 19s there, and then has to go back up to just clean up. No immediate pressure. Joe grabs a 70 there, leaving 162. But 60, expect to go for Danny. 2 darts at it for the tops. Over to the double 10. And dinks it right in there, clicking the wire. So going on to leg number 2 here. Joe, going to start us off. Start us off, he will. Getting 100 in there, getting his ton started. Now, I anybody playing in this event, anybody that's playing in these high-level open competitions, especially those that qualify for like ADO points and stuff like that, they're not going to necessarily be scared at the opportunity of going against players. But when you see someone with the name value of Danny Baggish, it certainly is one of those things where it can make you a little nervy. You can see the second leg, Joe looks a lot more settled than he did in the first leg. I do think that first leg, he was like, oh, I'm playing Danny, got to try to tune it up, and you almost overhype yourself a little bit. And now he's kind of still commanding in this second leg. Getting 60 there, so getting himself within range to set up. Danny's just going to go ahead and close that distance there. Yeah, lots of talented shots in this room, and it's hard to pick a favorite for this big 128 bracket here for the men's side in particular, just because there's so many shots that do have high expectations of getting to the finals here, and only one person will end up holding the title. As Danny catches low in that last start, getting a 140 in, but leaving that 101 first at a checkout. Joe there does hit the cover shot on the 19s. Was going bull for double 16 there. Just going to clean up on that third dart. There you go. 45 scored there. So 40 tops. And Danny does it there. 16 darter. Wiping the sweat off his brow there. 85 average, a little bit of a pedestrian performance there, and you can see Danny with how emotive he is in his throw. He has the expectation of being in those 90 pluses at almost all times. So they're pretty quick performance and style. And Joe played significantly better in that second leg, to the point where I was like, I wonder if he just amped himself up a little bit too much before throwing that, because I was liking what I was seeing there, especially from his scoring on the 20s.
Hey, good job there, Nick. Sorry for the not being on the call for that one. Man, this week alone, Nick, we've been approached by 3 different tournaments for streaming. It's it's getting a little nuts here, guys. Let me tell you what. So I'm scared to see where we'll be at in next year, let alone 2 or 3 years. So yeah, crazy stuff. Danny B wins that one. I'm gonna go set up this match potentially, if I can get it over here. But there's an appetizing match in the background, so let me do that one.
Well, you heard the man, guys. He's going to get that match set up there. We continue to bring you action here for Shoot the Moon over in Alabama as it comes.
We'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Will Stuart, Nick Teixeira. It's Shoot for the Moon. Well, tried and failed, unfortunately, as they're just throwing their first darts at bull. I was going to try to get Hazy Hicks, Adam Kleinhofer, or Kleinfelter up here. Sorry, Kleinhofer, get out of here. As that potentially looked like an eye-catching match. Adam, I played with him at the Siege in Indiana. And then Hazy, of course, of the Florida area, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll have another one coming up here in just a second. I know they're tournament staff is sweating up there, but they're doing an incredible job. Big shout out to the Rocket City Dart Association for all that they've been able to do this weekend in creating this event. So hang tight, folks. We'll get a match over here sooner rather than later. We'll be right back. All righty, here we go once again. It looks like we're getting two matches at the same time. We'll go ahead and start with this one as Leonard Gates will take on James Pruitt. In a last 64 matchup. Over on the other board, it's going to be John Foreman versus Nathaniel Colston. So two great matches here up on the streaming board. Hopefully we get a little chance to see both of them. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira in the background. I keep saying in the background. Alongside me,
it's
virtually.
Relative background, I guess, is Gates is not going to waste any time starting off with a 1-2-3 there.
Yeah, good stuff from Gates. He's going to be a tough competitor. If you haven't listened to our interview with him or have been tuning in to see that, it will air tomorrow at 7 a.m. is when it'll kick out on our platform Central Time. But it was good to talk to him about the senior event. Yeah, he took a dip or took an unfortunate L there in the first round, but that's going to happen. You're going to take your wins with your losses. But he did talk about, the UK Open qualification. He's qualified for the UK Open. That's next weekend. Who knows what can happen there? The UK Open is a unique event, a draw every round, so it's really kind of, you never know what's going to be placed in front of you. And a competitor like Leonard could definitely make things interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best part of the UK Open is when you don't know who's going to make the run. Last year, I believe, was quarterfinals for Luke Littler, and that was really his first time getting presence outside of a youth-centric event. And it just shows that anything's possible when you're playing those events, and it can lead to some very exciting runs. And I'm excited to see. I think Leonard could seriously do some damage out there. Now, I'm not as familiar with James, but so far, as soon as I'm about to compliment him, his scoring power and his dart placement has been immaculate so far.
He is a good shot. I believe I recall him from last year. Definitely a good competitor. Can play with the best of them, as you're seeing here. But it's about him attacking in the positions where maybe if Leonard puts him gives him the opportunity and puts himself in the position to take over a leg, he needs to do it. As I verbal garbage that one, trying to catch up some water in here. There we go. 57-36.
That's a great first start. Oh, doesn't quite hit it. He gives a fist pump. I think he thought he hit it for a second there and then realized it.
Yeah.
But you're exactly right about capitalizing those moments of swing legs. Well, right there, I mean, James has been scoring consistently this entire time and then throws the 45 to make him on a bogey, not giving himself a shot. Gates here, you expect him to hit 9 about 9 times out of 9.
1 for double 4. Gates on the board, 1-0 with a 17 dart leg.
James is going to need to come out strong here. I mean, again, he was not far off in that one, and that 45 is the only thing that really kind of took him away from the whole thing there. And if he can just try to keep some semblance of pressure on Gates and keeping his scoring up, I think could lead to a Game 3 scenario, but Gates is going to want to try to shut down here.
Yeah, he wants a 2-0 this for sure. He doesn't want to give the opponent an opportunity. Even a wink of confidence, but look at James. How about a 180?
Love that. Love that. Continuing his power scoring and recovering well from starting off with a 60 there. Gates is not going to take that kindly as he's going to shoot back with the 140 himself. And these guys are now truly off to the races.
James going to be eyeballing a ton for sure, if not 97.
Yeah, that's
90,
not. Is that?
Yeah, it's 165. I was about to say, you switched too early. You got to stay there and try to capitalize. or you go down. I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You got to try to capitalize on that 57 at least and set yourself up. But
see, James right here, yeah, the last start doesn't connect. The same thing as the first leg. It was this opportunity to set himself up kindly, and it falls short right at the wrong time.
Well, no matter what, he's going to come back with the 115, and a player of his caliber can take this out. I mean, he's throwing a 90.33, but look at Gates. 139 for him. Definitely adds pressure to it. Come on, James, give us a doozy here.
Love to see it. Love to see more of this darting action.
Won't get a look. Goes downstairs, sets up the 76. If he returns, 76. Well, oops. I guess I was wrong there. I guess he hit the triple. Yeah, Gates ends up taking it out.
And you can see the handshake there, but I mean, an 89 average there for James. He had a mistake twice. Looks like Danny's over there double checking the math.
I either think Danny was double checking or he was coming into chalk and realized it was already over. Look,
there you go. They're having a laugh.
Here's the thing. Look at both these guys. 95, 90 for James. I mean, he was right there with it. If Leonard would have gave him a look, who knows what would have happened. But, hey, how about we go over to this matchup as John Foreman and Nathaniel are underway. We'll jump our board over there. Foreman of Texas area. Him and Gates are partnered up this weekend. Nathaniel, admittedly, I do not know much about. I know he's a super darts player. Do you know that?
Does he give that away?
That, but also I think I've seen him in some of that promotional stuff as well. So even without the jersey, I may have been able to make that call. John would, yeah, love a triple, but a 20 will do.
Yeah, 192 needs to get set up from here, so gonna try to do it kindly. Ton for 92 is a good leave. 60 puts that 132, the champagne shot. Nothing wrong with that though. So 142, not gonna go. Last one looks like it kind of clipped on the flight just a little bit there. So 45 scored, gets him within that 2-dart checkout range, 132. Decides to go for the 20s route.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one.
No, me neither.
Definitely got to start bull there.
Every single time.
Give it a go with that champagne shot. So 78. Be trip 18 for double 12. There we go.
Oh, it's going to get the look. Oh, goes a little bit high on that one there. And you can see Colson kind of quick to the line here, knowing he wants to get this done now. It's getting a little too close for comfort. 11 for tops. Yeah. Gets it on the third dart there.
Yeah, and I know John's game. He's going to be just a touch upset with himself there, knowing he's got more in the tank than what he just displayed there. But once again, you're going to take some L's, you're going to take your W's. It's just how the game goes. You can tell there we're kind of waiting on a couple matches. Potentially come on over.
So does that mean we're going to get to watch you play Bob's 27 real quick?
Nah, absolutely not. I played last night for a little bit because somebody said, "Hey, let's play these guys real quick." And I said, "Dude, I haven't touched a dart in probably 2 weeks. Like, what are you talking about?" And I definitely displayed that I haven't thrown a dart in 2 weeks. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
Quick question here in the chat. I think you might be more equipped to answer this than me. Why do they call it the champagne shot for the 132?
That's a good question. The reason why I think the reason why they do that is because actually, I'm not really sure, honestly, but double, I shouldn't say double. I should say bullseye gives you that 32, and it's just always like a big, good-looking shot. So that's a good question. I know they got the little fish, they got the big fish, they got the champagne shot, or as Ryan says it, the coffin shot.
The coffin shot.
That's
a new one for me.
The one that puts your
That's a new one.
Put your opponent away. But if we're getting this match next, this is an eye-popping one. Timmy Bagley versus Ronnie Cole. Timmy ended up second in the 301 shoot last night. I heard a rumor from Brandon Brown that he's definitely playing well.
Oh, I could tell you when I saw him over in Tennessee there, he normally plays with Joe Chaney a lot, and he was playing phenomenal out there over when I was up over there in Nashville. So was someone that I know he's kind of undercover in the dart scene, and in fact, I heard it's actually kind of rare to see him in a dart jersey. So this is an interesting sight to see.
Go ahead and update our graphic here, as it'll be. Make sure I don't spell anything wrong. That's interesting.
Bagley.
Wow, thank you very much.
I got that one.
They should probably get it away fairly quickly, as Brandon actually going to go up there and do some chalking duty.
Love it. I always appreciate when there's chalkers, because it is the hardest job in the world, because I feel like there's more pressure. I've had more pressure as a chalker than I think I've ever had playing darts. It's sometimes very stressful. Even if you know the math, you're always second guessing it.
It definitely can be, and that's the thing. I'll be quite frank. We had some people that were kind of bashing Maddox a little bit at the LVO for stepping up there and chalking. I don't think you understand. That kid is 15 years old. And for him to step up there and chalk for the likes of Fallon, for the likes of Dita, or Jesus Christ, Dita Hedman. Ryan done mess me up on that one. For him to stand up there and chalk as many matches as he did, I mean, there's a little pressure behind that. But he did well. Look at this. Speaking of doing well.
He's doing well, too. Oh, 100 followed by 180 there. Throwing phenomenal.
Told you, this is going to be an appetizing match here. Ronnie's playing well. So is Timmy. Both are capable of throwing that 85 at any given moment, 85 plus. Especially
see the uncomfortable deflection of that dart. Almost tore a section of the board there.
I'll say, especially in this little tight-knit format, the best of three, you're going to either see some poor numbers because the doubles missed, or you're going to see some outrageous numbers because they know every dart matters.
Yeah, well, it's also, when we look at these different types of formats, when you're playing a best-of-3 format, single elimination, classic steel tip setup here, I mean, what you're looking at is who has the faster acceleration, not who has the highest gear.
Timmy's setting up the ton finish. How about double top for a 14-dart leg?
And out of all the darts he hit, that's the one that got away from him, funny enough. You're going to have to reset it up here, but no immediate pressure, as he's been blazing through this leg.
He has. He's been blazing through the weekend. Let's be honest, he's just been playing well, in rhythm. See if he can take out this double 16 in quick fashion.
And he does.
Yeah, first dart,
wow.
No messing around.
Here we go. Ronnie here. Gonna try to get his foothold in. You mentioned that he was playing well there, obviously a little below the standard he wanted in that first leg, but it's hard when you go against the guy that opens up and barely shoots below 100. It can be a little bit of shell shock for sure. This is going to be the leg, though, for him to settle in, though, as a little bit of a slow start there from Timmy.
Yeah, just touch. Ronnie needed to capitalize there, grab a triple. because a 140 here will turn the tide from Timmy. Five keeps him right there.
You see Ronnie's darts kick up when they land, so that first one kind of blocked him on the 20. Goes ahead and finds the cover shot, though. Conversely, I mean, you got Timmy here. His darts kind of going flat, if not almost slightly downward angled, which is more easy to do some of the Phil Taylor style stacking strategies.
And that's the thing for newer players, or maybe those inexperienced players that don't understand that, the position of your dart is critical. I mean, if you're blocked a little bit, well, your chances of hitting that number are slim. So that's why you see those PDC players go to the 19, the 18s. Sometimes even like Jeff Smith will go to the triple 17. It's all about collecting. And look at this from Ronnie. A 180 would have left 36. Instead, 140 is handy.
Very handy. Gets himself right in range, exactly in a position you want to be in. Trip 20 for double 8. Plain and simple shot. Just want to make sure not to go left or right. You want to stay true on this. Back up the tops.
Oh. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but he's got more opportunities to come. How many opportunities will he get? Looks like he'll have 6 from here, at least.
Needs to be careful on this last one. And does collect. Almost surprised he didn't actually set it up on that last arc, knowing that Timmy was on out, but did not matter as he makes it look easy on the last. So Timmy to show first. And I'm going to be honest here with you, Will. I spent my weekend rotoscoping, animating, masking, and doing all this stuff, getting ready for the CSC. And I'm looking over here on Dart Connect, looking at all these different names of people in that room and seeing the people that we're seeing on stream. And I'm certainly envious of the fact that you're in that room right now. There's so much talent there.
Yeah, there's a good amount of talent here, especially when you talk about your 3 heavy hitters. So let's be honest, your Gates, Baggish, Spellman that are in the room. You do have more, but those 3 definitely pop out. And on the ladies' side, you got Paula and Sandy and Cleana. There's this, the U.S., the dart scene in the U.S. right now is just incredible, and we're going to see more and more tournaments. We're already seeing more tournaments. We got like we said, 5 or 6 this weekend. Solid ton.
Timmy's going to try to keep right on the heel here. He's going to have to. Great last start there. Takes advantage of the open space to make sure he keeps the scoring in line. And there you go, cover dart there for Cole. Yeah, these guys that was the first leg. Timmy was out firing. Ronnie kind of brought it back up in the second leg, and I think these guys are kind of evened out right now, and this is really anybody's match. Ronnie's first to finish.
Stays right there.
And it's a miss up there for Timmy. 148 doesn't have to go now and can just focus on teeing up as much as he can.
Yeah, but a good
One more
look.
of those would have done real kindly.
Yeah, that 128 would have been great to set up the double 10. But he's so far done what he needs to do. He's sitting on 70 for the potential win here. $12 for tops.
Oh, that last one, he just kind of threw it and tried to play with the momentum there and kind of rushed that last start, handing the opportunity back over. And Timmy will get 2 darts now.
Ooh.
Oh, but he goes high. You can't go high on the double 19. It's so tough not to, but you can't do that. And
Oh, he bust.
it's a busting it. Yeah, no, that's a terrible situation. And Ronnie can kind of just take a sigh of relief here. Work his way in. That's a good marker.
Wow. Ronnie Cole comes back to win the match. 2-1 over Timmy Bagley.
And not to discredit Ronnie or anything, but if you looked simply just at the first leg of Timmy Bagley's performance, you wouldn't expect that result to go not only the distance, but completely flip-flop. So good on Ronnie to bring it back up after facing a real tough opponent in the first leg and just really doing what he needs to do to get it done.
I would agree with that one. Does look like we've got a matchup on our first board. It's still going on. It's let's be honest, it's a scrappy matchup. Maybe some more localized players, maybe a little bit less experienced. But we'll jump in there for just a moment here.
Yeah, that's you just saw there. That was Jim DeCerbo, I believe that's how that's said. And come up here now, Chip Pollard.
And he's been hunting the double 1 here for a minute. Just can't convert.
In the Madhouse. Football's Finest on YouTube says, where can I bet on this? I'm actually posting a personal calcutta. I got you.
Yeah, just send me the money. We'll call it good. Not quite to the sports betting stage for this one, but I know CDC is putting that into their or they're starting to do that. I know that they said they're in 6 states now or something like that in the podcast.
Yeah, they're doing great stuff, going in the right direction there. The good part about too is he does get it there in the last start, deflecting into it. But I also like the CDC announcement of hiring the Sports Ethics Commission as well. I'm not sure which specific one it was, but that way to help kind of guarantee the sportsmanship of the game as well as the integrity as we go towards getting some more betting involved in U.S. darts.
Yeah, for sure. I agree, man. Some of the partnerships they're linking up with are really good.
If you guys want, we're going to be taking odds on Will Stuart and I's streamed matchup. By the way, we're arm wrestling, not playing darts for that match.
Oh, okay. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, what are we playing here?
You're like, I'm in. Let's go. Where are the odds? I'm betting on Will. One thing I have to say is since I mean, you obviously work in steel and soft as well, but working in steel and soft tip darts, I love the open event style of a lot of these steel tip events, because right now we're watching 2 guys that are definitely not quite at the same standard of what we were seeing in some of our previous matchups, but the best way to get better is by playing in competitions like this and playing someone that will force your hand. And it's one of the best ways to learn and surround yourself by top tier talent. And honestly, you can't even pay enough for practice like that, if you ask me. So it's really cool to see these guys out here battling along as Chip hits a big one.
Yeah, great 1-3-6 there from Chip.
See Jim just a little frustrated there. Honestly, he has a pretty assertive dart stroke. It almost looks like for him, it's kind of where the dart tip is pointed and like his grip where it looks the funkiest to me. Otherwise, I feel like the way he's throwing looks not too bad, from my point of view at least.
Definitely not. 83 scored for Chip as he's trying to will himself down to a checkout op. Definitely not going to be gunning for that double one that he did last leg. That's for sure.
Yeah, avoiding that like the plague, probably.
I will take double one over double three, though, any day.
Yeah, there's not many doubles I don't like shooting at on the dartboard because they're all equally bad to me. But double three is just a nightmare one. It keeps me up at night sometimes when I think about having that as my out. So 151 coming up here for Chip. Been picking up his average. He raised the 10 whole points since the where we tuned in on the previous leg there. Yeah, was going 51 for 20.
I didn't see how quick he whittled himself down to that checkout op too. So it could just be a case of missed doubles that put that average where it's at.
Yeah, when you get stuck up at the madhouse, it will inevitably hurt the average a little bit there, and I mean that's where the adage is of triples for show, doubles for dough, right?
100%. Here we go, 94.
Trip 18 for tops. Just gonna have to tee up from here. I see Jim here. He needs to leave himself on the finish. You don't want to get the, Chip 6 starts at the out if you can avoid it.
Exactly, and he does go ahead and set up the checkout opportunity at 164.
I'll take all three. Gets one dart for it. Oh, catches just underside the wire there. So 164 is the shot. Either starts at the 19s or the 2018 area. See how he approaches. Was going the trip 20, trip 18 for Bull there. Will, you're supposed to yell at me. It's steel. It's treble. Treble. There's no trips.
It don't matter. It don't matter. That's more of a UK, US thing, I guess. They're always treble. We say triple. Same thing.
Guys, go ahead and put that Jen Mounts video in the chat. Don't actually post links in the chat, but hey, just go ahead and put that one out there. 142. Yeah, signs of frustration there for Jim. Double two now. For Chip to win this, 2 straight. Does get on the first and gets a little fist pump in there.
It'll get the job done, and he'll advance to the last 32, where he'll hope for a little bit better performance. There's no doubt about that. You have some missed double trouble, and unfortunately you're going to end up with a average like that. But here we go, folks. We got more coverage coming your way here as we enter the last 32 stages in just a moment for our men's singles event. Over on the ladies doubles side, that is going on as well. Just take a quick peek here at where we're at. We're just in round 2 there, so hang tight. More action coming your way here next on USA Darts coverage of Shoot for the Moon. Thanks for joining us.
USA.
It's a last 32 matchup. Jason Brandon takes on Ryan Freary in this matchup. William Stewart, Nick DeShare in the background. What do you say, folks? What do you say?
I say, what background?
Yeah, right. I keep doing that.
No,
it
is
is what it is.
good. We just had Clayana on here just a minute ago, about 40 minutes ago. So just had the daughter of Jason Brandon on, and now we get to see Jason Brandon himself throw, and he's always a class act shot, and I always usually have a good time watching his games. And he's been getting around a lot lately to some of these tournaments here.
Yeah, he's also been getting a couple new sponsors. He's got Fit Flight and Shot that have climbed on board, which is nice. Finally getting a little recognition. He's been he's been a dominant force for years, but he's just been sliding underneath the radar, everyone's radar, until he finally gets into the U.S. Darts Masters and picks up a couple good WDF wins as well throughout the year, and it seems he's got that recognition he deserves.
Yeah, and also him getting in the U.S. Masters this last year here as well was another big moment where people kind of brought it up and brought him up and kind of got his name out there in the game. So one of those guys that definitely deserves the recognition as well, because he's a great sportsman, and that's the other X factor of it, is you can be a great talent, but also being a great sportsman is integral to growing the game.
We're just checking out the leaderboard. Braden Brown showing me that one. Jason averaging over a 90 so far in this singles 501 event.
A little bit below that mark here.
Yeah, it's that old commentator curse that'll definitely take effect now. But yeah, at the top of the leaderboard goes Spellman, Brandon, Gates for the top three.
So, pretty good company up there, huh?
I'd say so, and actually next door to this one is Gates playing an individual already, but being that we only have one board cam, we had to kind of pick and choose what we're going to show you, and Ryan actually played really well yesterday, if I remember correctly. So I figured this might may be an appetizing matchup, but so far, maybe average-wise a little stale.
Yeah, it's just also a little bit that slow start.
Yeah.
And we've seen it, right? When you're playing these best of threes, it's like we said, it's about the acceleration. It's about who can ramp it up first, not necessarily how high you can ramp it up, because it's hard to go from not playing to all of a sudden you're called up and all right, you have to start hitting immediately because you have no cushion. If you lose your first game, guess what? The opponent's on match point.
Well, I'm going to do some investigative work. It looks like our Facebook may have went down. So I'm wondering
well,
what
it's all that violence that we have on here. Looks like the last one was in there as he kind of gives a little point over. Jason Brandon grabbing that one and needed to grab that one. 76 was all that was left for Ryan. Ryan's going to start us off here in leg number 2 and going to be off to the races running, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It looks like we're up and kicking on my end. Maybe just a slight hesitation there. Maybe we got a strike. That could have happened.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Listen. We're gonna call up Zuckerberg real quick. We got him on speed dial. I mean, that's where we're at nowadays. So we're gonna go ahead and figure that out. But we appreciate you guys, especially the ones that did the extra step of switching over to YouTube. That's why we also go live on all these platforms for you. Eagle Eye Sports, Facebook, and YouTube. And the Eagle Eye Sports Facebook, if I'm not mistaken, is still up and going. And the USA Darts one should be going here in a second, as well as working on that in the background. Of course, YouTube, always tried and true, and doesn't have that 8-hour limit. So you guys are free to stay on there as long as you want. So happy to have you tuning in on any of our places. And also, I believe we're live on StreamStack today as well. So you can see Brandon up here just trying to get to a finish. Won't be able to get to a finish there. 94 scored. 132 champagne shot once again. 25 for trip 19, or you can get that double bull for double. Goes up to the 20s there. Second time where since I've been on the mic where we've seen someone kind of avoid that opportunity, and you know, you don't have to shoot it that way, but it's still probably one of the most efficient ways to shoot it with your first start of the bowl, just because it does give you so many options for your continual route. But you'll notice there's a lot of players that have the comfort to utilize the bull and some that don't. Danny Baggish is one of those that loves using the bull in almost all of his shots there. If it makes sense, he's one to throw and utilize it. And it's simply put, it's worth a fair amount of points, and can lead to some more interesting and versatile setups with the fact that it's a 25-50 right there. 96 for Jason Brandon. Does get him to 40, but Ryan here, take it to a last leg decider. Oh, yeah, that first start was well off the mark, but the second two, he did try to course correct, and Jason Brandon now has a shot to win this 2 straight. Oh, gets away from him, has to switch up. Gets to 7, get 1 dart, and it hits it. He gets a little head check. He's like, I don't know what was going on with my game there, but I'll take it. And it doesn't matter if your scoring's not quite where you want to be. He got the finishing where he needed it to be. So Jason Brandon prevails 2-0 over Ryan there. So he'll continue on into the last 16. You can kind of see some fist bumps and some head shakes. And that's one of the things, when you're not happy with your performance, or you know you can do more or have been doing more, it just can happen. It's the ebb and flow of darts. And that's why darts is so fascinating, in my opinion. So no sweat off their brows. No sweat off their brows at all. So one's going on the side here. I'm looking over and seeing at Dart Connect. You got Donnie Lassie over there trying to get into the last 16, currently up 1-0. Donnie, good friend of ours over here at USA Darts. You got Tucker Davey of DPFL acclaim as well. You got a bunch of different people. Guys, let us know who you're cheering for in the chat. Let us know. Give us a comment, give us a like, and give us a share here, as we're excited to be bringing coverage of this.
Yeah, actually, Nick, what we're going to go ahead and do, so don't share yet. It looks like the Facebook went down. It does look like we got a strike for some reason, so it's not like in one of the songs or something that we've chosen in the background, which we've got rights to everything. So I think I've possibly figured out it. I'm going to take that out of commish, but we're going to shut down our Facebook feeds and refresh. We'll stay live on YouTube. We don't really have concerns on there as much as Facebook. So let me go ahead and refresh, and we'll be right back with some more action from Shoot for the Moon. We do apologize for the delay, folks, but every once in a while those things happen, I guess. So let me get it figured out. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay there on Facebook. Looks like we got struck for some odd reason. I think some kid may be playing a game on us. We'll figure that one out, take the song out of commission if we need to. So underway, Alex Spellman, Levi Cransel. This should be an appetizing last 32 matchup. Levi, a great shot. We all know what Alex is capable of. Nick DeShare will lead you through this one as I take care of some stuff in the background and hop back in. Big 180 to start.
Hey, you leave this to me. I want to talk about these 180s. Get out of here, Will, as that is a great way to start off this one here. Levi just coming out swinging. Of course, Alex Spellman, I think probably one of the most well-known guys in U.S. darts right now. Yeah, this is absolutely tantalizing. Actually got a chance to play against Alex Spellman the other day, granted on the soft tip side of things in a qualifier tournament. And let me tell you, he missed the perfect game twice against me in cricket, starting both games off back-to-back 9 marks there, both games finishing at a 7+ on the soft tip side. And I expect that form to kind of continue on for him as he's just going to keep chucking away here. And one of those really mechanical players that can really dial it in and hit some big stuff, and he's going to have to. Levi's not going to make this easy on him at all. Tried to hit the setup dart on the last there. 1-2-4, not a bad leave as it does leave a couple combinations there, but Spellman can really put some pressure on it. Is going to put some pressure on it. .105 there for Alex. Get himself down to a 2-dart finish. Ooh, 64 left. Stays on it for double 2. Trip 14. Okay, so he went over to trip 14. Single would have left the bull. And almost got on the double 11 there. So 102 there. Good shot from Levi to put the pressure on. You have to take it even if it's an optimal double. So good shooting, but now 86 is a look. Bullseye. Leaving 25 there. Yeah, these guys are putting up some numbers here. And I see a lot of you guys tuning back in. Excited to have you guys all here for this one. You guys, we chose a good time to kick back on the live feed there for the Facebook side of things, as this is tantalizing. He chooses to split. Interesting. And doesn't use the marker dart. Kind of overthrows it in the last. And that's the risk of choosing to split, is you're saying, hey, I get one less start of the double. 2 darts now for double 8. Has to go over to the double 4. Pulls it in. Yeah, Spellman, a very mechanical dart thrower. Very calculated and methodical with how he is. One of those guys that constantly can tell you every aspect of his form and what he needs to work on, or what he is working on, or what he has worked on, as Levi there does find it on the last start and needed that one too. These guys kind of cooled off just a tad there when they got to the doubles, but considering how good they all are throwing it, it is a much crucial win here for Levi, as that was a break a throw. And looks like we got a chalker in there now as well. This is a top 32 match here. As that top 16 field is starting to get nice and full, and it's just so talent filled. It is absolutely ridiculous. See Spellman here just trying to get one in there. Tries to go over top there, clicking the top of that wire. Levi, he's underneath again, has one of those like nice flat darts there where typically you can try to stack up on top. Of course, that was popularized by Phil the Power Taylor. One of the first ones to really kind of do it as well as he did, and the best at it, honestly. With the reason he was so successful is for a multitude of things besides just being plain old good, but his ability to stack and take advantage of his other darts was second to none. See there, see the first start was an awkward angle, so he goes ahead and hits the cover shot down at the 19s there. This one's pretty close at the moment. With this best of three, I mean, it's literally blink and you miss it. I know we kind of been bringing that one up a lot, but it's important to note because it really does change the dynamic of the game, if not because of anything other than mentality. Levi can't leave a finish now, so he's just going to have to tee up and kind of gets away from him here. So an opening for Spellman to jump out in front. He's going to have to break back here. .100 there will not leave a finish. Does pull him out just slightly in front there. That's a good first start for Levi. Plenty of room in that bet. Oh, and it deflected out. He's laughing about it. It hit right where it hit his tip, hit right where his other dart's tip was, and it just kicked right out of there. And oh, frustrating moment, as that would have been a much needed dart there. 166 leaving a bogey. And Spellman kind of does it right back after the first start. Not happy with it. 179. Does go down to the 19s there. Collects on the trip, so cleans up pretty well on the last. But what was almost a very bad visit ends up becoming a pretty pedestrian one. Interesting, though. I'm not as familiar of watching Levi's darts, although I do know his name. His darts before were kind of going straight in. Now they're kind of going in at an angle where they're tilting downwards. So I wonder if something changed in his release there. Oh, we'll get a shot at the bull here for the break. And clicks the wire second time now, where Spellman had a bull shot on the third dart. Second time where he's left himself at 25. 86 trip 18 over to the double 16 for the match. And he gets it. Levi Kranzel, you can kind of see he knows, like, hey, that was a big win right there. And those guys were posting some good numbers. Spellman not happy with his doubles performance on the first leg there, and kind of a slack second leg. But let me be honest here. I mean, Spellman's a great shot in the game. Levi's a great shot. Both these guys easily people that can run all the way through here. And I love the sportsmanship and camaraderie between these gentlemen here, having a little bit of a laugh, talking about the match, and a lot of respect between these gentlemen and the sportsmanship there from Spellman. Currently going on for some of our other matches here. Port 12, we got Aaron Zimmerman and Albert Yeats. You got Jason Johnson, Dayton Strawbridge. You got a couple women's matches as well. Chris Martin, Ryan with a cool last name that I'm not going to say. Lots of great stuff. And guys, if you want to follow along, I'm actually going to go ahead and put that link in the chat there for you so you can follow along with our brackets. And if you want to catch the action, then just click the link there and you can see who else is going on and follow along with every single match going on at Shoot the Moon over there in Alabama.
Yeah, Nick, we'll take a quick break. I'm still working on some stuff in the background, taking out some music and whatnot. May just avoid the music, honestly. We'll see. But quick break. I'll be right back. Thanks for taking the reins there, Nick. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to start singing during the breaks. Don't worry.
No, thank you. All righty, folks. Back here for the action. Donnie Lassie takes on Danny Baggish here in this one. I think we've got it figured out potentially what's going on in the copyright situation. I think somebody from the Middle East doesn't like us and just wants to play some games, so why not? William Stewart, Nick DeShare in the background alongside me. We'll just quit that. Come on, Will. As it's a last 16 matchup in our singles 501.
For the record, both players have thrown 3 darts. Both players have hit 3 single bowls. Now 4 for Donnie. This is the diddle still. And that was the first miss at the bowl there from Danny after 7 bowls in total were hit there and 8 darts. Oh boy, we're going to be in for a doozy. Donnie Lassie to start us off here. Excited for
Donnie will get the throw here. Donnie, a.k.a. Triple D, is as he's known. I guess it'll help if I've got your mic on for me to hear there, Nick. There we go.
I was like, man, you're saying great stuff, mostly because I already said it, but you're saying great stuff, Will. See Donnie here. Gonna try to get his scoring in line as Danny's not gonna waste any time with his power scoring. 140 open there.
Well, there we
So
go.
let's see what Donnie's able to do.
All right,
Donnie's one of those. Oh,
that's better.
you good?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hi.
Ooh. Try to figure some stuff in the background, and yeah, you screw up everything else. That's how it goes. Get thrown a wrench and got to dodge it.
It's a million moving parts running a live stream, especially with the technical prowess that you run them at. So I think many, if not most, if not all of the chat would agree that you do a great job and we're working hard and very much appreciated, sir. Even Chris in chat, before he's not even responding to what I said, he was saying it before I said it.
Yeah.
He said, I would like to thank you guys for the stream. You guys are awesome. Well, thank you, Chris, and thank you to everyone tuning in, Justin, Allie, Douglas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We got over 500 people tuning in, looks like, or almost near it. So thank you guys all for hanging out with us.
I'll tell you what's funny is now that stream is definitely unblocked. So it's kind of funny how that happens. Maybe they're just waiting for it to potentially unlock, but I think we've already got it kicking, so it is what it is. Danny sets himself up double 4 for a 16-dart leg.
Oh, needs to get this. Doesn't get it. He goes ahead, and if your opponent's not on a finish there and everything like that, you can shoot it real aggressive on that last dart. Nothing wrong with that.
And he's proper attacking that on the inside wire rather than the outside wire there, because you're going to come back, have a shot at double 4. Granted, Donnie does add a lot of pressure on it. All right, Donnie, attack here. Bull 17 tops. That's what his thought was there. 14 is on the board, so 68. That's an okay miss. 18 for Bull.
I was going to say, that's a great. If you're going to miss, that's a great miss. Another 25 there. He's tired of seeing 25s.
Ooh.
Danny goes low on it. He's not happy with his finishing right now. His scoring's been just fine, but his doubles, you can kind of tell he's been getting back into the game a lot more lately, and that's one of the aspects that you kind of see cracks in first when you're someone returning that used to play consistently.
One for double 6 inside wire. That was his opportunity there, as I think Danny will take this out.
Yeah, not going to go low this time. Wants to place it real high and try to work it in instead, and he does do so. And he's a head shake there, but he does get the leg.
He's kind of brushes it off there. You can tell. Wanted a better performance, but leg win's a leg win.
let me ask you this, Will, because I've known Donnie for a while now. As Danny here going to come out swinging. I've known Donnie for a while now, but especially in the last 6 months, him and I have been at a lot of the same events, and I've called a lot of his games lately. Would you agree or disagree with the fact that even though he is a good player, and this is not a dig at him in any way, do you think he's probably one of the more streaky players where there's a very much up and down volatile style nature? Would that be a fair thing to say here?
Yeah, I think so. I would agree with you there.
He does these deep runs in these events, and he puts up some good numbers too. But you almost never see him hit 6 good darts in a row. It's 3 good darts, 3 okay darts, 3 good darts. That's kind of his approach to the game, is kind of what I've noticed. And he's also, especially if you get him into cricket, he can get real funky with his strategy to try to throw people off. Great last start there from Lassie. He said, I'm going to throw 6 good darts in a row now just so that way Nick seems dumb. Appreciate that, Donnie. Danny's pretty much in the position where he would like to be in this leg, feeling a lot more comfortable in it, it looks like. Donnie there leaves himself at 1-2-4. Not a bad combination finish, but 74 for the match. 20 for tops.
That may be difficult to work around. We'll find out here in just a second.
Yeah, kicked up on him, and he had to move over, and now Lassie get a shot to save it and put it to a last leg decider. Oh, just barely on the wire there. Need the 54 for the bull shot. Danny for tops. Sinks it in 1. Handshake between the guys there.
Donnie's not going to come home empty-handed, folks. Top 16 will give him a payout of $90. So pretty good day, but going to figure out who takes home this first place prize of $900.
Ooh, not a bad payday.
Not a bad payday at all. As we're going to head on over. This is just a warm-up match, so we're just warming up. But anyway, how about a quick word from some of our sponsors, folks? Big shout out to Win More Darts. If you want to take a peek at some of their products, head on over to a-z.com. Get yourself a set of maybe a set of those new Leonard Gates barrels and so much more. Why not? All righty, folks. Quick word from some of our sponsors. We will be back in just a moment.
Win More Darts.
Leonard Gates. But we're not going to get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up, and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God. So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the Triple Core. So the Triple Core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with
Here we go, folks. We're ready for the action. And it's Jason Brandon taking on Adam Kleinfelter in a top 16 matchup. Will Stuart, Nick Teixeira alongside me as Jason puts in a nice 180.
Almost went back-to-back for the record. He missing on the 3rd dart on his first go there. Now back to the form of which puts him on the leaderboard, as you were talking about earlier. And Adam is the gentleman he played with at the Siege. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So what's your expectations? Because we talked about Jason Brandon a fair amount already. What now that you, as someone that's played with him, what do you expect out of Adam's game?
I mean, he's getting back into the game, and I guess I could say getting back into the game. He was kind of just getting back in when I was at the Siege, so he's had about a year or so to kind of get on top of it. But I was definitely surprised seeing him down here. I mean, Indiana's not too far away, but
not exactly close either.
No, exactly. Brandon looking for tops for a 13-dart leg.
Pulls a little bit low there. Going to have to go over to the double 10, and that's a great marker for him. It clicks on top of the dart there. Trying to bring down his average, I guess. Come on, Brandon, show off. As 160 is eligible to go, and wouldn't put it past Adam to hit it. I mean, he's in the 85 range, now going to drop a little bit lower, so was within his ballpark. And there we go. No more double trouble.
Adam wastes no time in getting started.
Yeah, he's going to have to kind of get out of the gates going here. It's hard when your opponent opens up 140, 180, but the fact that Jason Brandon opened up 140, 180 and Adam still had a shot for the leg shows that Adam's absolutely in this. Right underneath the bed there, tries to get over the flight, and you can kind of see almost like overthrew with his arm there and corrected on the 3rd. So 85 scored there, keeps him just a little bit ahead, but not quite as much as he would like to be, considering it is his throw currently. Dart Cowboy on YouTube saying Chattanooga players showed up to play today. Absolutely. You see a lot of those guys out there, and Ego Chip saying, is Jason a pro? I would absolutely consider Jason Brandon a pro, and most people would. He is a top-tier talent. Top-tier U.S. talent that I really hope with all these opportunities that we're getting here in the U.S. between the WDF events, the ADO doing better than ever, even other organizations as well, the CDC, of course, and so many others. I really do hope we keep affording our players these opportunities to get recognized across the pond, because the talent's been growing in North America. It's getting a little scary with how well they're performing.
Modus Sears is doing that. U.S. Darts Masters as well. Those events trying to put let's be honest, what we're doing here, putting out a broadcast for anyone to watch, whether it be Europeans, maybe you're based in another country, or if you're just right here in the U.S. or Canada. gives you an opportunity to see these players throw and compete.
Certainly the case. Was going for trip 10, now going to go to single 20. We'll get 1 dart for the match. Doesn't quite get it. Bond in the chat saying, what does it take to be a certified pro? That definition's different by everybody. Some say it's to be sponsored. Some say it's to be playing a certain amount of hours, a certain number of tournaments. The answer is whatever the player considers himself as.
Well, double 10 for the win. And Jason does fancy double 10. There is no denying that. He'll take the match and advance into the last 8.
Yeah, he goes ahead and gives the fist bump and camaraderie between the players there. And you're right, he booked his ticket into what is becoming an increasingly tough top 8 field here. And loving to see how this bracket's been developing here. And curious to see who's going to continue to move along.
Well, I did want to give a special mention, and I'm going to apologize, David, just right off the bat. He says, from South Wales, love the stream. Well, I'm going to apologize to you for Ireland, Wales today, because I'm a rugby fan, and I've been tuning into the Six Nations there, and unfortunately things haven't been going Wales' way. But, hey, that's all right. That's all right. Not every year is going to be your year, so had to jump in for that one. Six Nations Cup, rugby going on. Big stuff for me. Big stuff for those people in the UK and Europe. So, yeah. More action coming your way here in a moment, folks. Let me go check with the tournament staff, see what we got coming our way, whether it be ladies doubles or the quarterfinals here. So, William Stewart, Nick Teixeira, be back in a moment. Right here with Danny the Gambler Baggish, your first event of the year, Shoot for the Moon. How's it feel to be back?
Feels good. I didn't have any expectations, really. I've been playing a lot of soft tip, so this is the live match play with steel tip. So felt good yesterday, so I have now high expectations for the rest of the weekend.
I have a feeling you're turning into the remote player, turning into Mike Maloney slowly, huh?
Yeah, but we don't use that name when we do interviews, so.
Well, you had a good turnout with Chrissy Grimmel for that WCS event for the PPD. Did you enjoy that action?
Yeah, I loved it. It was more so you're playing for your partner, right? So I had more fun doing that than playing my own singles matches. So what they're doing there is I think they need to keep it. I think it's going to be great going into the future, and I'll always support it.
Well, moving into this weekend, you had a great finish in the USSDA event, finishing first over Alex Spellman, a great match there. What's your goals for this weekend, if you have any, or is it just kind of getting on the board and seeing how things go?
Well, now that I know how I played yesterday, my goals are to continue winning. I think I'm playing good enough. I didn't know what to expect, but now I know what to expect, and I think it's going to be high expectations from here.
Well, there you go. Well, good luck to you, Danny. Thanks for giving us a moment of your time here at Shoot for the Moon. Good luck to you.
Thanks, buddy. You look great, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Needed that this morning. Another matchup in our singles 501 action. It's Jason Brandon taking on Jeff Hubbard. On our other board, we're going to have Danny Baggish taking on Tucker Davey, and what should be an appetizing matchup. These are your first 2 quarterfinal matches. We're still waiting on the other 2 to kind of progress into the quarterfinal stages. So we know it's kind of a repeat affair, but that's because these are the matches that are available. So.
Well, and we're a little spoiled in the regards that Jason Brandon currently holding the second highest average of the event in totality so far. So, get some good darts from him. Jeff Hubbard here going to be fighting along to see if he can book his spot into that top 4. Interesting to see how this one will develop. Jeff a little bit below the mark. Jason Brandon currently averaging an 81 on this event. Jeff down at the 67 range, so going to have to kind of play up a little bit here, knowing that he's not going to get too much breaks with how Brandon's been throwing.
We got a good comment here from William on YouTube. It says, I'm liking the interviews. I'd like to see more of them if possible. Yeah, we're trying to do that. I'm going to be honest with you. Probably 3 or 4 a weekend is the max that we can do. It's very difficult to find time to pull those players when we have time, but also cut, edit, put those into the program, especially when you're just the one-man band right here. I mean, I can virtually send it, but it takes a little bit more time to do that.
Yeah, those interviews are definitely one of the best parts, and you're absolutely right. If you don't have an extra set of hands there, someone kind of specifically working on that for a period of time, then it's like, do I start an event late? Do I go no commentary for a while? And you know, there's no correct answer, but those things are phenomenal, and you do a good job with them for sure.
It's just kind of downtime. You want to hear from some of these players, get to know some, and well, I look at it as 2 things. For me, it's practicing my interview skills, but for them as well. Maybe they're not used to the interviews. Maybe we're getting them used to it as well. So there's a dual thing we're doing, getting you to know the player, but also getting them in that experience mindset for if they do make the next step.
Yeah, well, think about it like this, right? Like 2-3 years ago when we were kind of just getting into the fray here as a double top will be the look and not going to happen. When we were just kind of getting into the fray, especially with like stuff like when you and I started working together with the CSE and we started doing more and more player interviews, we used to joke that players needed media training back in the day. And now, because of so many different opportunities and live streams and events, it's really helping these players get their brand and their likeness and their sponsorees as well. So pretty good for the game in general.
Definitely. Jason, looking at 32, gets it on the board. Another question from Dan Jones saying, hey, Will, why do sometimes they pull the diddle and sometimes they don't? It's player preference on that one. If it's in the green or red, they can pull it because you know that is the segment they hit. If they're outside the bowl, you're not going to pull it unless it's a PDC rule where it's red, green, or outside. Those are the 3 you got. It's not closest to. So it's player preference. If they feel it's blocked, they'll remove that dart, give them an open bed. If they feel they can utilize it as a marker, they'll keep it in.
Yeah, it's definitely funny to see the different preferences there. I've always been I want to see it first. I want to see the diddle first because I would rather take the gamble of it being potentially blocked versus being able to use the dart. In certain cases where it's outside hanging over, and I've always preferred that. And it can lead to some interesting situations because, especially in a short format like this, the diddle's debatably the most important part, other than winning doubles.
Exactly, and some people always want to try to go first. I've noticed that when I play certain people, and all the time they say the same thing. Like Dustin Holt's known for that. Sorry, Dustin, I'm going to call you out. He'll always, before you get to him, he'll say, it's your option. It's your option. Or he'll say, you want me to show you one? So he usually he wants you to say one way or the other because he wants to go second.
Yep, absolutely.
Some people want to go first. Some people want to go second. I'm a first kind of guy. I'll step up there and want that wide open wedge to throw at. But to each their own.
I will say my favorite comment of the day so far is from Bert here in YouTube. And he says, I love watching Jason Brandon play. He looks like he's always ready to tell you where the good barbecue joint is at, in parentheses. And I honestly mean that as the biggest compliment.
Well, Jeff may have to take out this 154 here. It's not going to happen in this one, as Jason will look at 80 for a semifinal berth. There's trip one, so it'll be 77 remaining, 57 for 20.
He loves that double 10.
Why not? You just knew it. you just knew it. He fancies
His reaction was funny.
He makes it happen. How about over here?
Good stuff.
Good
stuff indeed from Jason Brandon.
This one just ended as well. So let me go ahead and take a shot here. Yeah, 2-0 victory for Danny over Tucker in that one. As literally as we switched on over to it, it unfortunately ended. So let me just take a quick peek here and see where our other quarterfinal matches are. I know that we were waiting on 2 matches to conclude. We're still waiting on Levi Cransel, BJ Hobson. The winner of that one will play Ronnie Cole in our quarterfinal. Leonard Gates has been called to board 16 versus Ryan Schmances. I know I ruined that, even though I talked to him earlier. I told him, I forewarned him. I said, Ryan, I'm going to butcher that, just so you know.
Hey, no one's going to blame you for name pronunciations here, man. I mean, you only got like 3 different names to choose from Kansas City, so I get it.
Well, it looks like Danny
or the Wichita, excuse me.
Will get called back up to board number 1, and it'll be Danny Baggage taking on Jason Brandon in the first semifinal.
Well, that should be a tantalizing one indeed there, as I believe they're shooting pretty similar averages. Danny Baggage on the day, 79.5. Jason Brandon, 81.8. So very similar average match, and you expect them to clash at some point. This is going to be a good one.
Hang on to your seats, folks. We'll be right back with a fantastic matchup between Jason Brandon and Danny Baggage. Will Stuart, Nick Teixeira alongside me for this coverage. We'll be right back. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another match. Interesting one. Danny Baggish, Jason Brandon. Should be a doozy of an affair. Will Stuart, Nick Teixeira on the call here. As Kenny Straight called you out here, he said, hey, don't be dodging KC. I am from KC. Buddy, I'm from Wichita, so I can't be dodging KC. My Chiefs, baby. My Chiefs.
Okay, all right. Listen, everyone, he only started being a Chiefs fan about 5 years ago.
You
I'm just kidding. That's a joke. That's a
I
joke.
went through the years of Trent Green and BS quarterbacks for so many years. Get out of here. Jason should start on the 18s here. 162 is going to be in mind. Oh, that's still a beautiful switch there. But as you can see, it cost him.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, obviously we've had a larger sample size of Jason and Brandon for the period of which I've been on the mic here with you, Will. But he's showing the stuff right now. And Danny, he's showing glimpses and then also showing regression, especially on his doubling. I got to be honest, I'm completely favored here for Jason Brandon. And you know that means a lot because of my Florida bias.
Yeah, I was thinking he may stay there to go at the double 18, especially with where that dart was. Oh,
we'll get a shot for the double 15.
Yeah, interesting that he went that way for it. But what a shot, Danny Baggish. And Jason gives him
a little celebration on it.
Jason gives him a little love too, knowing that was a huge shot.
I wonder, because Danny hasn't necessarily been a person notable for shooting the double 15. I wonder if it's because of his doubling not being where he wanted it to be, to focus on just power scoring first and getting as many darts as a double, and he just felt the 20 was easier to grab there. Nothing wrong, especially when you hit it.
Well, some insight. Danny is going to take the percentage shot, and he's been going at this 20 for a while, and that's why I think he stayed there. You don't mind that double 15 or any double on the board as long as he gets a look. It was interesting yesterday. I did just step on over and chalk one of the last leg of a match. 84. Where did he go? First start. Take a guess.
Well, I would go trip 20, but he wouldn't go there. Or did he go there for double 12?
He went 25. 25, 19
Ooh.
tops. The reason he said it's 81 to 84. You go at bull first start, you're going to give yourself an option for the outer ring rather than that bullseye. So it's a really strategic, smart move. It just kind of depends on where your opponent is, though.
Well, it's also it's a known part of Danny's game that he loves utilizing the bull. I mean, we just saw in his previous throw right there. He will use the bull to help set up, and he'll use it to his advantage. He is probably one of the best, not just in the U.S., but in the world, of utilizing the bull.
Looks like Spectrum gave out on you for a second there. Do apologize for that one, folks, but hey, it's going to happen in the internet world. Yeah, Danny learned that utilizing that bull from his PDC days. Beforehand, he didn't utilize as much. Afterwards, he started really peppering the 25 and 50 and utilizing that to get yourself where you want to be. But he's going to have to do a number here, 190 with Jason on 102. Ton is going to be in mind, maybe a ton 40. Beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. 102 has to go now for Jason Brandon. Oh, frustrating second dart there. Needed the trip 14.
10
Double
tops.
top for the match.
And he gets it. Just a classic out for Danny. We'll take a quick look
Frustrating
at
second
the
dart
setup
there. Needed
job
the trip
from
14.
Jason. And then the 10 just outside.
Double top for the match.
Hammers it in. He will be into the finals. We'll await who he will play. Will it be Leonard Gates back there? We'll have to wait and see. folks.
Just want to say real quick a correction in the chat here. Kenny said you can't go wrong with Oklahoma Joe's. Actually, LC's barbecue is better. Anyways, sorry.
Thank
Go ahead,
you,
Will.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm in those shoes. I'm an LC's kind of guy. LC's for sure, but everybody in Kansas City is going to have their own favorites. For sure. I will say Cozy Corner Barbecue in Memphis, pretty good ribs. Pretty good ribs. Charcoal is how they do that one. So, all righty, hang tight, folks. Your other semifinal match should be coming your way here in no time at all. Let me just double check here. Looks like the first semifinal match for the ladies doubles is underway off stream. For our other quarterfinal, yeah, Levi Cransell going to take on Ronnie Cole in our other matchup. As you can see, Ryan in that kind of orange flamish jersey back there, taking on Leonard Gates behind the curtain. So, folks, hang tight. We'll have another match in just a moment coming your way.
Barbecue. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of Shoot the Moon here in Alabama. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stuart here for what is going to be a great match. It's going to be Levi going up against Ronnie here. This is your other is this a top 4, top 8 match? Let me double check here before I actually say the wrong quarterfinal. Excuse me, top 8.
Yep, quarterfinal matchup here.
Yeah, excited for this one. Levi showed us the stuff in the last one where, I mean, he was putting up some good numbers, some great power scoring, and Ronnie hit some big punishing shots against, I believe, Bagley there. So we're going to see if the timing is still in favor for Ronnie Cole or if Levi's able to outgun him here.
That is the ultimate question here. We're about to find out who's going to get a berth into our semifinals.
Russell asking, will you all become an early bird this year? Before Will answers that question, I will say, if you guys ever are not sure if we're going to be at an event or not, for the events we have definitely confirmed, usadarts.live. You go over there and you can actually see our events calendar of our upcoming events that we have confirmed for sure. So that's always a good resource there. But are we doing early bird this year, Will?
We have not been reached out to for early bird. So that is the thing. If you, we don't really reach out to tournaments. We got enough tournaments reaching out to us, so if you do want your tournament to be streamed or get a free quote from us to possibly come out and stream your event, reach out to us via Facebook Messenger, usadarts.live. You can message me personally if you want to. But, yeah, we're getting a lot coming our way. There's no denying that. Three tournaments reached out to me just this week alone. So Ronnie with a 1-2-5 there.
Yeah, Levi just going to try to set up at 182. It's a good position to be at. So I just stay up there to get himself down to 122. Not a bad area to be. So Ronnie's going to have to make sure he's on and out. Good second dart there.
Yeah, he will solidify that.
That will do.
18's the look for Levi here. Great first. But a 108. Look at this. Double 7.
What a shot there. And that's exactly why you shoot at those 18s route. 4 18s equals 72, so it gives you options for the bull as well. As look at that shot right there from Ronnie Cole.
Big stuff from Ronnie there as he capitalizes on the 147. Wow.
But this is what we saw out of Ronnie. He hasn't had the highest scoring power today, but his finishing and his timing is crucial. And Levi, after missing a big out on the double there, gets a big swing from right behind, and that kind of rocks you a little bit. It looks like maybe some shell shock for Kranzel.
Yeah, just a little bit. Anytime you get that big checkout thrown on you when you're sitting on an opportunity and you're thinking, I'm going to come back for this one. Difficult, especially after getting that look at 1-2-2. William letting us know the winner of this match will play Leonard. Danny's already in the finals. That'd be Danny Baggish.
Another poor visit there, and I say poor just again considering what we've seen from Levi. And again, Ronnie has a chance here to really make this hurt, but he hasn't done so yet this leg. But he has his throw and can do some damage with it.
.180 would be nice right here. And that's exactly what it is.
I think he agreed with you. Ronnie's going to try to stay close in pursuit here, but now the throw's effectively gotten broken already in the sense that Levi is now out in front against the darts. He's going to try to be the first one at an out. That was a smart last dart there. The bull to leave a check out there. Had me double checking my math. I was like, yeah, that was a smart dart. 167 does not have to go here, so he might just tee up if he hits the first two. We'll see.
Yeah,
and again,
I think you need to tee it up. Oh,
that's his second fallout while hitting a big dart there for Levi. That angle of entry there, sometimes his dart slides out. But I agree. I'm normally a big fan of teeing up. But I almost think if Levi did have the shot or gets the shot here, I think it's almost a confidence or personality statement saying, hey, I can hit a big checkout too. It's not just the Ronnie show.
He's not going to get a look here for this one after missing just on the high side of that triple 20. So Ronnie will come in hunting down the 96 for an opportunity at Leonard Gates. Oh, boy.
Oh, it's going to get 2 darts.
And it's a number he just hit.
Not happy with those last 2 darts there. The first one was perfect, and then he kind of just fell off from there. Levi now, 88, you have to imagine, needs to go right here.
Yeah, going to start on the 20s, over the 18s to leave Bull if he doesn't hit the triple. It is 14 left, so double 7. What
gets the double 7 in the first leg, hits it in at the second.
What a pick.
Yeah, that's a huge moment there because Ronnie had all the momentum after that big checkout. And for Levi to be able to regroup, set himself up, and follow through with it, I mean, that's a huge save there. Ronnie will get the throw here.
Now's your time, Levi. Put some pressure on Ronnie here. You can see he's automatically going downstairs, just a little bit blocked with that first dart, but what a switch. 1-3-4.
I'm actually loving watching Levi's throw here because it's so interesting, right? He has that nice lean in, and you can kind of see he has his tip pointing real high up, kind of has his wrist pulled back a little bit. And then as he's following through, he almost kind of moves it back forward, gives it a little bit of a snap, which kind of gives it that flatter angle of the dart and puts a lot of oomph on it, makes that dart hit the board pretty hard. So definitely an opening here for Levi. He's going to try to take it here.
That's gonna
keeps pushing himself out,
but
a little bit more at a time.
Yeah, that's adding a lot of pressure here. Even the 180 is going to put him behind, or it's just out in front. But Levi's going to be, he's not going to be happy with those 2 darts. Needs a triple here to leave a checkout, honestly.
Oh, wrong time to get breakfast, buddy. That is not the return he wanted, and he knows it too. Ronnie here can really make this hurt. He's going to have to.
He needs to find a trip. Yeah, I was looking for that 97 to leave the big fish, and a little bit of pressure added to see who's going to go to the semifinals here. We definitely have somebody that may be in the wrong chat here. We'll talk about that here in just a second. 82 the look.
The look here. Woo, gets 2 darts for it. Double 16 over to the double 8 for the match. Wow. And he gets it there. Wow,
what a
indeed.
shot.
Ronnie with the Ronnie had that big check out, and Levi was falling behind that second leg and kind of saw a sign of life towards the end of it, and brought it back together there in that last leg. Good stuff from Kranzel, and unfortunate exit there for Ronnie Cole.
I would agree. Well, folks, we're going to be getting our finals of the singles event as well as our our ladies doubles semis and finals coming your way here on both 1 and 2. So a lot of action coming your way. Back into this chat here. Miss Davis, I don't know if you're expecting a basketball game here, but darts is somewhat a team sport, but more singular. But we appreciate you joining us. That's great. Hope you enjoy the coverage. We also got Columbia tuning in. Love that.
Yeah, appreciate all you guys giving us the support in chat there. And doesn't matter what sport you think you're watching, we're happy you're here regardless.
Yeah, exactly. I am happy to get some ladies over here for our semifinals. Ashley Oliver played well last night in the 301 event to take a second place finish. I will assume that Levi and Leonard will be ready to go before the ladies, as we're still waiting on 2. So we'll probably start there and end up on the ladies matchup fairly quickly, as I don't think Levi or Leonard will take much time. So give us a second, folks. We appreciate you joining us. William Stewart, Nick DeShera here. Thanks for joining us for our 34th annual Shoot for the Moon. And Alex says, these are average pub throwers, Shirley. Well, you got your best seniors player out there right now, and Leonard Gates right in front of your eyes, so hard to say that. I consider him a professional, not just your average pub thrower.
Most people should consider him a professional, and as we briefly alluded to earlier, professional is one of those words that's kind of made up, right? I mean, how you define professional is purely subjective. Let me tell you, these guys, any of them, especially in a format like this, can turn it on and win some big stuff here. And these floor events are tough here in the stateside.
A little tough over in Europe, too. I talked to Leonard about the UK Open qualifier. A lot of people don't understand how much time is spent at those qualifiers because, boy, oh boy, he told me there was 9 boards, 2 for practice, 7 for the event. He said, I said, what was your weight after the first match? He said 3 hours.
That's brutal.
3 hours in between matches.
That's brutal. I mean, you know, speaking of stuff like that, I mean, Matthew Edgar just did a video talking about, I believe it was the Irish Open or one of the other ones. I'm not sure which one it was, and talking about his experience with those long weights. And let me tell you, there's an art to running a tournament, and sometimes you miss the brushstroke. You know, it is hard to do.
Well, there we go, folks. Leonard Gates, Levi Kranzel, your semi-final here for a chance to play Danny Baggish in the finals. Levi playing well, coming out on top of Alex Spellman, Ronnie Cole to get to this position.
Excited to see Leonard Gates tearing away over here on the board once again. Of course, Levi as well. But Gates is just one of those guys where there's always a spotlight when he's in a room. It's been like that for as long as I've been in the dart scene, which is going on almost 10 years now, consistently. I've been at least a part as a player side or in the streaming side of things. And so therefore, I mean, he's used to being in these pressure situations, and really to him, this isn't just another best of 3 of darts.
Great shot there for him. 140 on the board. Add some pressure to this 240 for Levi. Great.
He said, what pressure? What are you talking about there? That was a good shot from Levi. He had to hit that. Gates gets a shot here potentially. Oh, goes high on the 17. Needed the 17 for the bull there. 100 now will be the look for the hole to throw.
Oh, and that is not the number you want to start off with. Immediately put you in a situation where you're not going to be able to take out the leg in this round. Giving the advantage right back over to Gates. Was looking to steal the leg, break the throw of Levi with a 64 check. Should go 216s.
Yep. Gonna get one dart for it. Taking the moment here, dialing in. And goes high on the last, leaving himself at 24 there. So opportunity handed back over now for Levi.
10-6 wire.
Over to the double 18. You see a little bit of a crowd building up in the background here as people want to see who gets their spot into the final against Danny Baggish here for this one.
Does finally collect. We're still waiting
A little
on
dicey towards the end.
We're still waiting on another team for that ladies doubles matchup, so we're not missing anything there.
Sasser in the chat saying, is that a New Jersey, referring to Leonard Gates? Honestly, I'm not sure which one he's wearing there. It's definitely a unique looking one for sure.
So the back is a Neander dart. That's a Texas thing. So I'm assuming it's an event he's participated in or something he's a part of.
Gotcha. Well, it's definitely got a lot going on there. And, hey, I love me some crazy-looking jerseys. I'm a total sucker for it. I mean, I think I probably wear the Florida Man Magic Wear jersey once a week.
At this point, it may – I mean, Leonard – may just have nothing but dart jerseys at this point. As much as in and out of a dart hall. That's a great start.
Yeah.
Oh,
what a deflection. That was bound to be a 180, and fortunately there just caught the dart a little funny and hit out to the one. Levi under the gun here. Seneca in chat saying, it amazes me that they allow a sport where they throw giant sticks across the field and call it javelin, yet they won't allow these guys into the Olympics. Their athletic abilities are second to none. Yeah, I agree. If darts ever made the Olympics, boy, oh boy, would I be thrilled.
even just a 20 will give him that 160. I don't know what he's thinking about here. You got to attack it, bud. Yeah.
I almost wonder if it's just uncertainty and just taking an extra moment. He's like, hey, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable right now. I need to step back. But you're right. There is nothing to actually think about there. It's a pretty straightforward approach.
Starting off on the 18s is Gates. Trip 20 for double top. That would have been for the match. Instead, it's a Shanghai opportunity for Levi. You feel this has to go.
Work his way up from there. And not going to be able to take it here. So now instead, Leonard Gates can just take it into. It looks like it's barely not in, so he's able to still go at it and does get on the second dart there. So Leonard Gates beating out Levi Kranzel 2-0 and booking a spot into the finals against Danny Baggish.
Yes, yes, yes. That's what we've got for you coming your way. I'm guessing they're not going to waste much time here. It looks like our ladies are stepping up for their potential next matchup. I believe that's a semifinal matchup. But, of course, our precedent's going to be a final over a semifinal. And if this one's definitely going to be an appetizing one, Danny versus Leonard. But I'm looking forward to these ladies, too. We're not trying to say, oh, man, ladies later. I'd love to see like 50-50 ideally, but it's more like 75-25, kind of how the dart flow is. So hang tight. Finals of our men's singles coming up here in just a moment, as well as our ladies doubles 501 final momentarily after that one. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about a women's matchup before that final? Looks like Danny and Leonard are taking just a moment to get over here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that board and switching on over when they get started. We definitely want to cover these ladies. There's no doubt about that. It's just that other one's a final. This is semifinal. It's tough. It's very tough, folks, but we're going to do what we can to give you as much darts as possible. And that's why we're going to go ahead and start with this one. They just got underway, so we might as well give you some entertainment while we're waiting on those boys to get on over.
And also, I mean, you know, one of the common conversations you see online when we're on Facebook or, you know, in these dart groups and these forums is that there's you know, there's a lot of talk about how to grow and represent women well in darts, and the correct answer is just try to get as much good darts in general, especially if we're talking American darts in general. I mean, we love having the ladies on the stream. They usually have some of the biggest personalities, some of the closest matches, which makes it really gritty and can be very anxiety inducing in the best kind of way. So I'm always a fan of it. And again, heavily biased. I mean, you know, talking to female players that are in the room that I've been around, you know, I've been around Paula Murphy since I got into the game, Chrissy Grimble, and all these great shots. So I always love seeing them. I hope you guys do too.
I'm thinking for singles, I'm going to push for a little bit more ladies than the men's doubles. We'll try to make that happen. We have a little sway, not much, but
At the end of the day, we're not tournament directors. That is the hardest part there.
Yeah, we're focused on the stream. They're focused on the tournament. I think some people don't understand that is we don't pick every match that comes to stream. Heck, we don't pick most of the matches that come to stream. Every once in a while, we'll step in and help out. But we got Grable Quick, Bagley, and Cleveland here for this semifinal matchup in ladies doubles 501. But
I'm curious to see how this one will develop.
Me as well. But it looks like we're going to get underway with Danny and Leonard. So I'm going to do the unfortunate thing, but I'm going to hop on over to this one. We will try to return on over to the ladies matchup depending on when and how they finish up. But this is your men's singles finals, folks, as Danny Baggish takes on Leonard Gates. And yeah, you're not mistaken. This is a cutthroat match. First to two leg battle, best of three.
Yeah, this is going to be blink and you miss it here. I mean, it is truly going to be a spectacle. These guys have been known to partner up a lot in the past, and now they're in a situation where they're going against each other. They're familiar of doing that as well. I mean, we saw that the U.S. Masters when they played the North American Championship in the past and stuff like that. Some of the best that America has to offer, and it's not surprising to see them in the finals.
Well, both of these guys are North American champions. They've earned that title via that U.S. Darts Masters event and the North American championship attached to it. So look at this from Leonard. What a 180 for him.
What a shot. What a phenomenal shot there from Leonard Gates. And I'll be honest, I mean, don't get me wrong, Danny's a great player and he's going to put up a good performance here, but Leonard Gates just throws so much right now, and especially on the steel side, you have to favor him as he's going to get a shot here for leg number one.
Ooh, and Danny knows it. So here we go, folks. Will we see him do that technique that we heard earlier where he's going to go bullseye here? No, he went ahead and went the 20 route.
Still will get a shot at the bull, though.
Well, the reasoning for that, I think, is because Leonard's where he's at on the dartboard, sitting on a checkout. So if you miss that 25, you're in a detrimental spot. Double 9, Leonard on the board with the first leg.
Yeah. Was the hole to throw here, so Danny has to take advantage of the fact that he's going first here. Get a couple extra darts at the double and come out swinging with a 100 here. Expect these guys to have to hold around a 90 to come out on top minimum.
I don't know what possibly happened there, but Danny pointing out something as Gates asked, so.
Yeah. I don't know. They probably just made the realization that even though we call Leonard the best seniors player, Danny looks more like a seniors player than Leonard.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, good first start there for Gates. Oh, kind of gets away on the second one. A little uncharacteristic. That first start was phenomenal.
Let's take a closer look here at the 20 bed as Danny immediately goes down after I do that.
A little comedy behind that, and Danny's disappointed with that visit, knowing that he basically relinquished his throw now to Leonard Gates.
Yeah, but both are kind of finding the fives, the one. It's a little bit of struggle here early in this one. I say early.
And it's not.
It's a quick match.
Well, it's also just, they're not just missing to left or right. They're missing to left or right by a significant margin, more than you would expect them to be at. And it's frustrating them. And we see these players where when one starts to struggle, the other one kind of falls suit. And I assure you the next time someone hits a big shot, the other one's going to follow it.
Find it funny. Some of the finger-licking comments as we see it one in the chat. Guys, tons of people lick their fingers for grip. I don't think you understand that.
Everyone has their habits and idiosyncrasies with their throw. At the end of the day, it's not obtrusive to anybody. And just let him do his thing, man. Also, speaking of chat, Kenny has a great question there. We'll answer that one later on.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to hold that one for later in regards to what our favorite tournament is. How about tops?
Oh, look at this.
Oh, baby.
What a shot that would have been. But he might have needed that. It might have been his last go in this event here. Leonard has 90 left.
1,000%. He's going to hit the triple down to the double 15, and he takes it. It's a 17-dart leg from Gates, who wins this one 2-0 in the final. Wow. And as expected, a quick one. Enough time for us to head back. Enough time for us to head back on over to this matchup.
Yeah, it was a very, very quick one indeed. Good stuff there from both those players. Excited to get back to these ladies here. Hopefully didn't miss too much of them, because I know you guys are excited to see them, and we're absolutely excited to see them as well. So it looks like the first leg actually went to Bagley and Cleveland, but so far it looks promising to hold throw for Graybill and Quick. Excuse me. So trying to get to a finish here. Will get to a finish here. Oh, 140 there. So 1570 left here. We'll probably go 20 for Bull. Oh, decided to go ahead and do the trip 10 route. You never know when someone's going to hit a big out. You're always playing a risk when you do a setup like that. We'll see how much it hurts or it doesn't hurt, because they do tee up very kindly on 40. Great last start there. Does hit that cover shot. 40 though to make it one apiece.
She used that barrel to put it in. She cannot. And now Bagley and Cleveland will get a shot at the 32 check to advance into the finals. And no messing around. No messing around, Nick. Great shots.
Pretty good.
Definitely so. Let's take a quick gander here as to who we'll have in our finals of the ladies event. It's going to be Shea Cole, Andrea Taylor taking on Bagley and Cleveland in our next matchup. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to have that one for you coming as soon as these ladies get back up to the board and underway. Again, William Stewart, Nick DeShera in the alongside me this weekend. Yeah, laugh all you want. There you go. How about that question? We did have a question from Kenny. He said, what is our favorite dart tournament? Nick, I'll let you go first.
Oh, of course you're going to let me go first. Let me tell you Will's answer, by the way. He's going to say the Air Cap Open. I already know his answer, or Blueberry Hill. For my answer, though, Honestly, I've had a lot of fun at different steel events. There hasn't been as many that I've traveled to and played in. Honestly, I had a great time when we were over at the DPFL live event. So that would be a front runner for steel, and also the Space Coast slash Eddie Morales Memorial Tournament. Those local steel tip tournaments in Florida are always ones I try to make my way to every time.
All right, now for me, air cap is definitely not my numero
No?
uno. I will say that. That's just a local tournament, but I will say it's not my numero uno. Definitely, I will say Blueberry Hill is definitely up there for me. It's a awesome dart bar, historic, been around for 50 years. So many big names have played there and won titles there. I will say that. Las Vegas Open, which city? Those are great tournaments as well. They've got to be up there on my list. So there you go. There's 3 for you. I will say probably Blueberry Hill tops is on my top one just because of how unique the setting is. You play upstairs, normal setting. You go downstairs into the basement, and it's low ceilings. So if you're a taller individual, you really got to kind of change the way you throw to make it work in your favor.
Yeah, the Blueberry Hill, isn't that is it John Parts also? Is that one of his favorite tournaments too? Or is there some there's some bigwig that really likes that one?
John Part, that he mentioned that was his favorite tournament. Steve Brown has won events there, and along with so many others. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. But there you go, Kenny. Answered your question for you. Next up, our ladies doubles final. Don't go anywhere, folks. This should be an exciting one. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira will be right back. It's finals time once again here in Decatur, Alabama. Got your women's, well, we definitely don't got that. Let's go ahead and change that. You got your ladies doubles final, where it's Shay Cole and Andrea Taylor taking on Bagley and Cleveland. Let me just, I think it's Tiffany Bagley. Let me check for Miss Cleveland.
Yes, it is. You are correct.
What's Cleveland's first name?
Cleveland's first name is Jennifer.
Okay, thank you for that one. Do apologize, folks. Still, some of these people that we see are a little bit newer to us, so every once in a while we need that little assistance.
You are supposed to know all 5,000 North American darters at any time. All right? Unacceptable.
Then people will laugh when I didn't know who Shay Cole was at LVO last year. Yeah, you're right. It may have been 2 years ago, but.
For everybody watching that doesn't know who Shay Cole or Andrea Taylor is, let me put it like this. They have played 4 matches, 8 legs, 100% win rate. They have not dropped a leg on this run. I went over to the leaderboard, checked the stats here. They have not dropped a leg. And they are 2 of the top 4 in averages for this event.
Yeah, they're great shots. They've had some great finishes in ranking positions for numerous years. We did chat with Andrea earlier in the day, just kind of talk about her resurgence back into the game. She kind of set darts aside in 2010 and just got back in last year, just kind of on it was a vacation trip, and she said, I'll play some darts, and all of a sudden she won a qualifier, and that kicked off everything. And then there was a top 4. She finished 4th in the ADO rankings. Like, that's phenomenal. But Tiffany, I will say, quality dart thrower is Tiffany, and her husband's the same. Sure, they have a few nights where they spend it on the dartboard.
Yeah, it's definitely funny when you see some of those couple power duos that are playing darts together. So, and all the different couples that have different responses of, I like playing with my significant other, I don't, or I like playing with my daughter, husband, brother, sister. People with familial connections, they either love playing together or they hate it, and there's no in between.
$128 for Andrea, 18s.
This is my second time ever seeing Andrea throw. The last time, I believe, you brought me on for remote commentary for like an hour or 2. I don't know if it was which city or something else, but I watched her play there, and I was thoroughly impressed. I believe she was playing with Matt Arpin, if I'm not mistaken, or against, though. I remember her being in that match, though. '70s the look here. Interesting. Goes right at the 18s for double 8.
Yeah, it's a great move. It's a great move. It's either 18s or 10s there. Yeah, because 18 leaves you 52. You can go 12 tops, but 2-dart checkout just like that continues the form. 75.15 average in that one.
You want to open there to get off the gates running. For perspective of the averages expected, I mean, obviously these ladies are capable of putting up some great numbers, but I mean, right now what it's been shown to earlier in the day was around that 60s range, but you can tell in this final the level of quality has definitely risen, and now they're playing closer to that 70s range there.
Just take a step down to get more of the view rather than the walls and ceiling.
I'm a big fan of the ceiling, though. I like the lamp choices. The fixtures are on point. I don't know if it was intentional for the dart game. I assume it's not. But I just love the fact that you can see the peanut butter and jelly tattoo right at the elbow there as she's throwing her darts. Makes me laugh. I am peanut butter and jelly of her dart stroke, so it's a good tattoo.
can see Shea's very going to be open with her dart throw. She leaves that back leg almost behind. Kind of hard to explain. Yeah, a little more open with her stance.
Let's see, this one's, again, slight advantage right now for Bagley and Cleveland, but the pressure's going to be on their backside that they don't have that game in their pocket here. That's not going to be a turn to help it out. Not able to get to that finish. And it's kind of been a reoccurring theme of the last few hours here is when you're at that sub 250 level, whether it be the singles, the women's doubles, or whatever we're looking at, a lot of these players are struggling to get that setup where they really need it there to get that first look at the checkout guaranteed. In this case, though, might be just fine for him.
Oh. Difficult round there. Only 15 on the board, so opportunity for Taylor.
Oh, that last one to leave the 140 finish there. So over at 180. Again, that gap has been closed. Bagley and Cleveland would still be the first added out. They're just kind of going wayward at the wrong time. Into the fives last go, into the ones this go. It's frustrating when the darts start going awry like that. Phenomenal shot there. Well, 80 now for the match and the title. 20 for tops. Gotta be careful.
Yeah. Don't want to put this into 5 or 1, but she is going to be all right. Tops for the win as we get a rumble there on the cam. Little earthquake.
It's better than the camera shaking than the actual building, because if that's the case, I'd be really annoyed at the dartboard.
No lying. We've had a couple earthquakes in Kansas of all things, which is crazy when the house starts rattling. You're like, what the heck is going on?
75 there was going for the trip 15. Do you like the trip 15, or do you kind of consider the bull double bull for 75 with 2 darts?
75 with 2 darts? Yeah, it's either 51, 24, or 25 bull. I mean, it just kind of depends on the situation. Tops, though, for Shea. And there it is, folks, your champions in ladies doubles. Shea Cole and Andrea Taylor. Nick, I'm going to run out there, grab some photos because I've been forgetting to do that. So let me go do that real quick. And if you want to, you can chat. If not, just leave it blank. We'll be right back.
Ego Chip in the chat saying, why do these places always have the worst carpets? Yeah, you know, some of these hotels, man, they have some questionable carpet decisions. It is funny to see, especially because they are all patterned usually, and it makes it so hard to find any darts that fell onto the ground sometimes. Oh, it's funny stuff. Hi, Will. Oh, he gives a little wave over there. Will, you have the light on top of your camera, but you gotta turn it on. No, Will, you gotta turn on the light, Will. Oh, it's all right. He's giving some congratulations out there. If you guys are curious why we got there, grab the photos. It helps the tournaments with documenting them and everything. It helps us too, because we post these matches online, right? And so we use it so we can get those high quality thumbnails for you. And also it's just fun because it gives us an opportunity to talk with these players, to interact with them directly. I love to see it. It's absolutely one of my favorite parts of these events, and one of the worst parts of being remote in my position today is the fact that you get to go out there and you get to talk with everybody, and get to know people, and you can see it, making memories, being goofy. Will doing a little dancey dance there. Let me tell you, he is such a funny people person, because he's like, if you talk to him, he's like, he's always super positive, super kind, but especially when he gets in front of people, and he's out there and he has the camera and he's being goofy, you can see he just really gets into it there. I'm saying is I want to see Will Stuart, Leonard Gates do a little dart hall dance off, because you can see there Will likes the boogie just a little bit.
But we don't want to see that, because then Leonard gets called out for being a terrible dancer, and I'm very much the better dancer in that duo. Yeah, don't call him out, but I'm gonna call him out. Leonard, your dance skills are terrible. Ooh. Alrighty, folks.
You know, is it really that groundbreaking? I'm just kidding. We love you, Leonard. Sorry.
Ego Chip saying, why do these places always have ugly carpets? But
Yeah.
it's because it's the cheap carpet. That's why. They get these designs or whatever, and they find that, that's a cheap route. We'll put it in there. Yeah, it makes it a cluster to try to figure out the flight situation. There's no denying that one. All righty, folks. Ladies singles will be starting, as well as the men's doubles, which is already underway. We should have some matches coming your way here in just a second. Let me see where we're at timing-wise. I know that we're good on Facebook. And
Yeah,
we're good on
I
YouTube,
believe
so we'll just keep it on
8
here.
hours into the day.
And we will be back here with some more action as we continue our coverage. On the bill, like I said, men's doubles, ladies singles. We also have mixed triples this evening, although I don't believe we're going to be covering much, if any of that, just based on timing. Tomorrow, if you're interested, we got the adult youth 501 that starts at 8:30. Free entry for those youth competitors. Come on out. Ages 6 to 12, and then ages 13 to 19, so 2 different brackets. Ladies doubles cricket, men's singles cricket, ladies singles cricket, and then men's doubles cricket to round out the day. All righty. Folks, hang tight. More action next.
Cricket, the most common problems we have with Sissel dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 rotor-lock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Leonard Gates. But we're not gonna get the 6 dart out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh God. So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to usadartsproduction. We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 rotor-lock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Got to chatting with Paula Murphy for just a little bit there, and Kim. Chatting about Lakeside and whatnot. That's good to do. But we are underway on in our singles matchups. Andrea Taylor taking on Karen Nolan in this one. As we'll refresh, there we go, get our scoreboard up for you guys to enjoy. And Rick says, the problem I have with boards is hitting it. Yeah. You've been there, my guy. We've all been there. For the early stages of these next matches, we're going to take a short commentary break. I'm going to try to get some food in this system in the background, but I'll still be here for switches and whatnot. Nick will be joining us a little bit later on. I think we're going to get Brandon Brown in the mix for a little while, which will be fun. He's in the hall and has some time, so figured he'd join us for a little while. But viewership today has been absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for joining us, whether it be on our Eagle Eye Sports platform, StreamStack, or USA Darts Facebook or YouTube. YouTube chat has definitely been going nuts. Do want to get entry numbers for these. Be curious on that one as well. Let me check out good old Dart Connect. If you haven't been on over to Dart Connect, you definitely need to do that. Let me put a link in there to DC. It's a great tool to check out where we are in brackets, the leaderboard, and so much more. The Dart Connect system is just incredible how much info it can give you. William says, not sure how all the rules would work, but are you guys going to try to do the kids final tomorrow? That's always our goal, is to try to get that kids final. So even if it's just a separate stream where we pop that up, it also kind of depends on the kiddos. We're not going to put them in a pressure spot where they have to be streamed if they don't want to be. If they feel uncomfortable, we're not going to do that. So we are going to try. We'll put it that way. We're going to 100% try to go live with that. But yeah, just kind of depends on the players. You know, last year we were able to give you some of that coverage of the youth event, which is anytime you can do that, you can take that to your son, daughter, niece, nephew, say, hey, you want to get involved in darts. You can also take that to a school setting and say, hey, this is a game that you can learn and develop your math skills. We're seeing that with the maths program. Ugh, that's a butchering job. Over that the PDC does. Just pushing the game in a valuable aspect in the abilities of bettering your math skills. Andrea looking for the 52 shot here, 12 for tops. I'm loving this, loving the darts at nearly 1 a.m. with a cold beer here in the UK. Well, we appreciate you joining us, sir. No doubt about it. We're broadening our audience to the overseas market as we try to do some bigger things with the worldwide dart scene. Robert joining us from Brisbane, Australia as well. Darts really starting to take off and blossom over there. Same for Germany. I know that darts is really getting popular over there. We do NDA Team Dart, a soft tip stream in Vegas. We have some German competitors. Man, do our streams go nuts over there. Good hit for Andrea. 1-0 advantage. Well, so Karen's throw is pretty spot on. No movement in the bottom half. It's pretty much all arm. Which is good. It's a good start. Don't know how long she's been playing or very much info on Karen. So if you have it, throw it in the chat for me. Maybe a newer player, maybe not. She may be local, she may be not. I'm not sure about that one. I'm rocking a little. I'm liking the unicorn she's rocking. Pretty cool. Unique, colorful jersey. Andrea would love to capitalize on a big number here. And get back on track with where she wants to be. She's rocking some new barrels, so still kind of getting used to the flow here. Check those out. Go over to Demon Darts. BFDs is what they're called. I'll let you guess what that one stands for. Taking a look at some of the brackets here. Danny Baggish, Alex Spellman teaming up for this one on the men's side. Definitely a dominant force. Joe Cheney and Jason Brandon teaming up as they'll potentially play Leonard Gates, John Foreman in the next round. We'll wait for that one to see if that will be the case. If so, I'm going to try to get that one on the stream, no doubt about it. That is a quality matchup that could potentially happen, pending wins. Looks like they've already called up a match here on board number 1, so we will have another one coming to you right after this. No doubt about it. But we'll potentially try to get that other one on board number 2 before working in some more ladies events. but we'll just see what we can make happen. I'm definitely wanting to try to get more of the women's singles than the men's doubles for this go-round, kind of equal things out. They deserve a little loving as well, you know. Honestly, I'd like to see more of the ladies' representation, maybe push the game a little bit further here in the U.S. We're starting to see a little bit of a tick in the improvement numbers and the averages. We got a little bit to go before we're approaching the possibility of a couple people going over and being pretty successful on that women's series. I know Shea Cole and Liz Tynan have been over there, played in a few events, done well in a few, but haven't really made that big push into a top 4 position in one of those events. It would be great to see that one happen. I believe that is a triple 18, so she'll have double 8 for the match. And double 8 is in. Andrea Taylor will win the match over Karen Nolan to advance into the last 32. My apologies. I think it was the last 64 match there. Steinhofer versus Pruitt and his partner coming up here next on board number 1. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave it right here. Throw up our scoreboard. And I'm going to go see if we can get that potential matchup here next or what they're going to do. So give me a second. We'll make that happen. Well, we tried to pull one over, but they were already called on this, couple already called on this board. So we're just going to let it play out here as we get Goodwin, Pruitt versus Steinhofer, and Steinhofer in this matchup here. Last 32. We'll keep it right here for this one. So I'm going to grab a water bite to eat in the background here, folks. Just enjoy the coverage here for this matchup. We'll tune on a little tunage in the background for you to enjoy before we're back. Hopefully to do some commentary on the rest of this, at least a leg on this match here. Ugh. New role, commentator, technician, counselor, whatever. Garwin and Pruitt sitting at 1-0 advantage here over the Steinhoffers. Interesting there. John is playing with his son, and this is kind of the first time. He said this is the first time they really played with each other in a doubles event. They fared well in their last match.
Sign-ups for mixed trips is open. If you haven't signed up for mixed trips and want to play, come sign up.
Just 45 on the board, but Goblin and Pruitt definitely have the upper hand here. But William, I think you're right. Yeah, just experiencing that great bonding time with your family members is the important thing.
If you're missing a cell phone, please come to the control desk. If you're missing a cell phone, please come to the control desk.
Hopefully we can see this young man. I don't know how old he is. Honestly, that would have been a good question to ask. But you never know. Right there could be your next big guy on the darting scene. Could just be starting out. 18 for 32 for Pruitt. Just on the wire. The other side of that first dart there. It goes a little bit too far inside as he hits the single 16 to leave double 8. Inside over to double 4. And a little too far inside, so can John make this a checkout opportunity is the ultimate question. Two difficult ones there, and it's not going to produce an opportunity. So once again, Goblin will step in looking for the checkout and the win. Is that a block or is it a marker? It looks like he's going up for the double 1, and it won't go. Man, some unfortunate misses as they bust that score line. Once again, Some difficult looks here. But who's going to be the one to capitalize and take the leg and advance into the top 16? Pruitt finally put this one away is the ultimate question. And there it is, double two for the win. As we're going to immediately head on over to, oh, this one just concluded, so never mind. So give me a second, folks. We'll get underway with some more matches here momentarily, as we're going to have two more called up to this board. And boy, oh boy, that's John Foreman, Leonard Gates, Joe Cheney, and Jason Brandon. Let me see if I can get a shot potentially of that matchup. Or not. It may be just out of realm. Maybe get a right over the shoulder shot, which is going to be very difficult. It's not ideal, folks. It's not ideal, but it's something. Let me see. Not ideal. It's just in that creep, in that range where it's hard to get over that pipe and drape. Let me see if I can potentially grab my phone, put that out there, and grab something of this match. We'll go ahead and give you a scoreboard. Finally, there we go. All right, I'll post that up. I'll run out there, at least give you something for right now so you can see what's going on. Cheney, Brandon take the first leg, and I'll try to get that camera out there. All righty. We do got a match coming up on our streaming board. It'll be Sandy Haas versus Angela Tomko, so we'll have that one for you next. In the meantime, we'll let this one play out just because it's definitely a dang good match. Leonard Gates, Leonard Gates, John Foreman taking on Joe Chaney and Jason Brandon. You can tell those averages are pretty nice for a doubles matchup. And John can't put it away there. Is that on the inside? It looks like it. Over to double 9, and he capitalizes. Leonard Gates, John Foreman. There's a little discrepancy on the cork alternate start, so I caught Joe saying, wait, we're supposed to alternate. All righty, well, we're going to go over to board number 2 here. Get our cameras situated to show you this matchup. It's the last 32 matchup here. Grab that tripod and whatnot real quick. Get that out of the way for these ladies as we play this last 32 matchup. There we go. Yeah, in regards to cricket, William helping us out. There is all cricket tomorrow. Ladies doubles cricket, men's singles cricket, ladies singles cricket, and then men's doubles cricket to end the day.
Board 20, Tiffany Edgen. Board 20, Tiffany Edgen. Second call.
Of course, you always get your few that want to bad mouth us, even though we're just trying to get better at the game and have our fun too. That's quite all right. We're growing and doing big things here in the U.S. We're starting to see those averages rise. Starting to see the skill level get better and better. The likes of these ADO tournaments, CDC, even some of that soft tip action is just beneficial to just get out there and keep the consistency going, keep the arm loose. Sandy needing 82 right now. Eyeballing pull looked to be just a little bit high, so she looked to set herself up there with 32. Angela on 244 would love 2 triples here. Unfortunately, it's not meant to be in this round, so Sandy for the 45. Going for tops and collects. Big hit for her. Takes the first leg. Background there, you can see Paula Murphy. Looks like she just won a match there. I will say that she's probably going to be the favorite. I can't say that. I can. She may be the favorite in this singles matchup, but then again, she's got 2 event wins already this weekend. So that's why we consider her the favorite. But just because they're the favorite doesn't make them the winner. Anything can happen. No doubt about it. There's some ladies in this field that can definitely jump out on top and take advantage. And this is, how's Paula feeling? Give her big hugs from Boston. She's doing good. She is doing good. She really, she was really on it Friday night, or Friday in the USSDA event, as well as that 301 singles. I mean, she really played some dominant stuff, 75 plus averages, which is really good. You can see Sandy talking with Angela here, just saying, hey, relax a little bit. Have some fun here, I think is what's going on. I will say that's the one thing I notice with the ladies' game is they're supportive of each other. Where you don't really see men do that a lot. Yeah, occasionally. But you kind of, those conversations happen, and then there's some support there on the ladies' game. I've seen Paula do it yesterday. I think a couple times. Sandy doing it there. And Anna, just in regards for health-wise for Paula, I think she's doing well. I haven't heard any bad things, so besides the darts, there's that little answer for you without revealing too much. She put it out there publicly, but Sandy just double checking here, score line. A little high into the double, but it'll work. Looks like Danny Baggage will be joining me in the back booth here. Tired there, brother? That stamina hitting you? Huh? Yeah, I'm live. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Danny's back here saying, this ain't for me, man. This is tiring. That PDC tour kind of changed things a little bit for you, huh? We'll see if we can get him to talk for just a moment. I don't know. Possibly. What do you say, folks? Danny Baggish? Nah, we'll just leave his mic off. Just kidding. A little different, a little tiring, huh?
Yeah, man. Totally different. Just got to get used to that weekend play again. But, yeah, it's tough, man.
It's the back-to-back-to-back events that'll get you rather than that one-day event. And maybe you play a couple matches. For you, you just play one. But anyway, no, I'm sorry. I'm just
No,
kidding.
that's all right.
No,
Go
I'm just
ahead.
kidding, brother. No, it is different. It is different. And the reality is you're trying to get back into the mix and get into the flow of things. Take a minute, but it's good.
Yeah. I've been playing all right. But it's the stamina part. You know, as we get older, Will, you don't know anything about that. You're still a young buck, but it's definitely tiring. Hard on your legs, hard on your feet, hard on your shoulder, and so forth. And it doesn't, it makes it even harder when you go, finals, top 8, finals.
That is a good point. But I will say this. You've slimmed down your figure a little bit, looking good as Sandy looks for 32. But I will say there is something else that's changed. You got a little bit more salt than pepper these days.
Oh, and she hits it. Nice shot, Sandy. She played really well in the mix. We complimented each other. Thank you to Joe Cheney for allowing me to play with Sandy. But, yeah, absolutely. You're right.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a doubles matchup. Is it you up there?
Yeah, I'm up.
Okay. All right, just sitting here chatting with us. He's going to be up on board number 1 here in just a moment. So we'll see what he's got on the
buddy.
up for us here. What do you say? From commentary to darts, and we'll just put the mic on him out there. Let him talk. I'm just kidding. We ain't going to do that. We got a surprise for you. If you didn't know, Booyah Cup will be not next weekend, but the weekend after. That's a soft tip event. We're going to do something that we haven't done before in miking up players for a change. So we'll mic up Mike Maloney and Danny Baggish for their exhibition match, which will be pretty cool to hear. And we'll kind of turn that live for a couple moments. Not the full thing, that's for sure, because those guys, let's be honest, they crap talk each other all the time. So, alrighty, folks, we'll take a quick break here before our next matchup on board number 1, and then we'll be right back. Thanks for joining us. Will Stuart, USA Darts coverage of the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon tournament. We'll continue in just a moment. See you, bud. I tell you what, those are some dance moves back there we just saw. Grooving. Love it. This is a last 16 matchup here. You got to think this Baggish Spellman team is going to be a dominant one. But we'll see. Anything can happen here, folks. You just heard from Danny himself, feeling a little bit tired. That could be a factor here as he drops that last dart a little bit low. Just 260, so early advantage for Chop and Zimmerman here. So they continue to work their way on down the board. Bert says we need more travel baggage. Well, we did an extended one at TOC. We're just waiting for that to be chopped up and released. I'm surprised it's not done already, but I guess things happen. But we do have a couple we're sitting on that we could potentially put out, and that will be definitely a fun one. If you haven't checked out travel baggage, definitely do so. Matter of fact, I may just let him take the mic around for a little bit today. Why not? Yeah, it's a fun one, Bert. We're trying to do more stuff outside just the tournament streams. If you've been on the A to Z Darts Facebook or YouTube, you know you've seen me and Jen doing some of those practice routines, doing some reviews, some fun content. Our goal is to bring in people that maybe aren't darts fans, but maybe they're just interested, and maybe we can track them with a little bit different content. We'll see. Well, 48-28 for Baggish. Can't put it away. 102. See how he goes about this. In this situation, I like the 16s myself. I know that may seem a little bit weird, but old Bobby George taught me that one. Anything around that bed is going to be a checkout opportunity. 57-15, that's 72. Yeah, Baggish and Spellman take the first leg 1-0. Spellman and Baggish slightly ahead in this leg with a big round here. They're going to be out front by a good margin, and that's exactly what happens. Big 180 from Alex Spellman. Sitting at 75 after 12. Looking to clean up is Spellman for a spot in the top 8. There we go. Baggish ends up taking it out for the 2-0 win. And look at that average, 81.98. Will definitely work as they enter the next stage. Taking a look at some of our brackets here. Some potential eye-popping matchups for the next round. Pending who wins, as we'll go to the doubles bracket as well. Potentially eyeballing some matches that could come our way. Liggett Bagley, that's going to be a good one versus Baggish Spellman next. If that happens, pending Goodwin and Pruitt, they have to win that match first, so I better not overspeak my grounds. Look like we're a little bit back into the top 32, waiting on a match there to enter the top 16. So a little bit staggered. We'll see if we can push some women's matchups here. Some good matches coming your way on that women's side. We'll do that. We'll be right back, folks. Thanks for joining us. Quick word from some of our sponsors before we continue on with your coverage here of the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon here in Decatur, Alabama.
Ooh, Leonard Gates. But we're not going to get the 6 start out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip. Right in the bottom corner. Oh, God. So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All three dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All three dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your
the man of many task returns. Like I said, commentator, technician, counselor, security guard, whatever it is. We're back underway here in what should be a great matchup. Liggett, Bagley, Baggish, Spellman. Fantastic quarterfinal. We were potentially, looks like we will get Shea Cole and Clayana Brandon. Someone in the YouTube chat, why record from the opposite side of the throw? Looks glitchy. Well, bud, you have no idea what this tournament hall looks like. And if I put it in the proper spot, I guarantee you it's going to do no good, as this tripod that we're using right now is pretty wobbly when it's all the way up. So makes it a little bit more difficult if there's people around it bumping it. It's going to be just moving all over the place. So I moved it behind our curtain, our pipe and drape, so at least it's kind of out of the way. Nobody's messing with it, and we can at least get a view of the hall and finals area, because we can kind of turn and move those things to a board if we want to. I know it's not the ideal angle, a little bit different, but each tournament is going to provide a different setting. We definitely don't have the PDC set up for every event. Sometimes we can only do 3 cameras. Sometimes we only, 3 cameras, a board, a player, and a cut shot. Sometimes we can do more, 4 or 5. Vegas Open, we definitely knocked out 5, which is great. Have that full, PDC style experience for you with the switches and whatnot. Like, it's got to collect here. The first thing he said to me was like, I don't want to hear you talking smack in there on me. I said, don't worry, John. I'm just announcing things that I see. Come on now. Every once in a while you got to do that. That is my job, after all. I don't know if he spit on his hand or just looked at it aggressively. I'm pretty sure that's the second of the two, but Spellman always gives some good facial features in between his throws. Yeah, great. Ooh, I thought that was actually a 105. Instead, it's 65. It's still a smart strategic play, leaving at least the 160 look. Bagley would love to. Ooh, just on the outside into 7. 87 on the board. Leave himself at 90. Add a little pressure, but the question is, does Danny Baggish feel pressure? Double 12. And collects. Great shot. Danny Baggish and Alex Spellman will advance into the semifinals of men's doubles here at Shoot for the Moon. We do have another matchup here. How about a ladies, I believe, quarterfinal? may be mistaken there. We'll find out here in just a second. Does look like they just are underway. See, first to two-leg battle, so more the same that we've been seeing. Definitely a worthy battle as well. Just to kind of announce some of the brackets. We'll start off with the men just because it was open for me. Leonard Gates, John Foreman taking on Johnson and Colston. Manalang and Matson taking on Colson and Foist. Looks like we're waiting on a matchup in that 16 to approach the quarterfinal to play Lassie and Waltz in the top half of the bracket. All right, let me grab that tripod. Jumped out there to, hey, quit kicking the tripod. And, of course, they give it to me back, and I found myself in the middle of two matches and not knowing when to jump in the curtain there. Didn't want to interrupt any of these teams as it's quarterfinals for both. We're at that point in the brackets where the money gets hefty. For men's doubles, top 8, $80. 150 to top 4, 300 for second, 600 for first for the ladies singles. 80 for top 16. Is that 80? Maybe 30. I believe it's 30. Yeah, it's got to be 30. 100 for top 8, 150 for top 4, 300 for second, and then 500 for first. It's a little bit blurry for these old eyes. $19.20 for Bull. Ooh. We'll get the look at 59. 19 for tops. Instead, it's 57 for double one. Oof. Anna saying, is Gates shooting with Foreman? I'm busy watching DC. Robbins and Sawyer, yes. He is with John. Teaming up with him. And there she capitalizes on the 59 check. Like either of those ladies will be 100% satisfied with that leg. They know they got more in the tank. All right, Shea at 301. Advantage for her in this one. She's got to hammer the pressure down here. She hopes to make this a 1-1 scoreline and force the last leg decider. We did get a question about who won men's singles. Well, that would be a Mr. Leonard Gates, who bested Danny Baggish in that one. Reminder, you can always view brackets and more, including the leaderboard and whatnot, by heading on over to Dart Connect. We'll drop that link in the chat for you folks if you want to take a peek at brackets and what potentially could be coming your way. Now, mixed triples will be starting here about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit quicker. Of course, our action is going to be focused mainly on the ladies singles and men's doubles. Probably won't get much of that triples action this evening, as we'll get ready for tomorrow's coverage of some cricket. And then, unfortunately, I got to possibly take the – no, there's no possibly. I got to take a 12-hour trip from Sunday night to Monday night to make it for the CSC Challenger Series, which will be Danny Baggish versus Ram Guevara on Monday night, 8 p.m. Central. So tune in, USA Darts, partners promoting darts for that one. Royal, hello, how's it going? Thanks for joining us, buddy. We got some bottles for you I need to take up to Wisco. Shea with Clayana back at 208. She can, that is in there, so she can have a realistic, great opportunity at this. Although she doesn't really need to take it out, she would love to do so right here. Yeah. That's unfortunate there.
You got 1 minute. Last call.
Here we go, double 16. That is in the double 7, so gonna be double 9. Try to tie us up. That was a smart strategic move there, looking for the 128 to leave double 10. Good math from Clayana. And look, she's getting the opportunity here after Shea misses into the single 18. Oh boy, 16 for tops to take the match. Clayana Brandon does exactly that. Great shooting for her. Shake Cool, fortunately, will bid adieu. We're going to be on to the next one, folks. On to the next one. William Stewart here with USA Darts coverage of the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon tournament. We'll be back momentarily with some more coverage of this fantastic event. Let's hear from Cindy, our tournament director for this weekend's event, before we go any further. Rather get it right. Here with our tournament director for the Shoot for the Moon Dart Tournament, Cindy Drog. How's it going?
It's going good. So far, we're doing pretty good today.
Well, you've got your competitors here. They're ready for the weekend. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to having a really good tournament this year, and so hopefully it'll be that way.
A couple years in a row for you now as tournament director. A few hiccups here and there the first year, but that's how things go. We all know that. Back better than ever. I'm loving the format. You got a quality bunch of players in the room this weekend, so what do you think? I mean, does it get much better than that?
I think it's going to be much better than that, actually. I think we're going to do a lot better than we did last year.
More board members supporting and setup team and whatnot. I saw a couple more faces that maybe I didn't see before, so that always helped as well, huh?
Yes, we have some new faces that I haven't even seen this year, so I'm looking forward to meeting everybody and having a good time.
Now, what do you think about the DoubleTree here? They've been taking good care of you for a couple years now. Pretty good tournament spot.
It is a really good tournament spot. We were here for 20 years prior to moving to the Marriott before that, and then we came back last year. So last year was our first time back here, and we're really enjoying being back.
Love it, love it. Now, you've been a board member here with the Rocket City Dart Association for about 6 years, a little off and on action, but that does happen. What do you think of darts down here in the Alabama area, Huntsville, Decatur, growing?
I hope that it's growing. It's hard to tell sometimes. There's still a lot of people that don't even know that we exist. So any little bit that I can do to get the word out that we are even around, it'll help us.
Well, what's the best way to contact you if someone's wanting to get involved with the Rocket City Dart Association?
On our Facebook page. We have a Facebook page, the Rocket City Dart Association Facebook page, and then also through our email, rocketcitydartshsv@gmail.com.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to a great weekend. I know everybody else is. Good luck to you, Cindy. We look forward to it.
Well, we appreciate you being here, Will. Thank you.
Here with the right, sorry for the delay there. Sure, I was ready to rock and roll for our quarterfinal matchup here. Gowans, Hicks, Lassie, and Waltz. I did check on the ladies matchup. I know that there are working on that top 8 semifinal range, as I think they had one match that's still in the top 16, just a little delay there, but that happens from time to time. I do believe that'll help us. We got a New Mexico joining us for Wayland. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Thanks to everybody else as well. Viewership has been absolutely unreal considering the amount of events that are going on across the country. Been around that 450, 500 range, 500 plus most of the day. Absolutely outstanding that we've been able to do that. It just shows your interest in watching some free darts action. That's what we strive to bring you. Free darts action, hopefully quality content. Do want to give a big shout out to the Rocket City Dart Association for allowing us to be here for the coverage. Been doing a fantastic job. Running a tournament is definitely no easy task. So we're going to acknowledge that one. Remember, most of this work is, well, let's be honest, a lot of it is 100% voluntary. You don't really get much in return other than maybe some personal accolades. Wanted more out of that turn, at least a ton is what he was thinking. Instead it's 60. Looks like we got Paula Murphy, Kim Pantai on the board number 2, so we'll potentially hop right on over to that one. This match got underway before there, so that's the only reason why we didn't jump over there already. I believe so. Got Northern Ireland tuning in. I love that. Like I mentioned earlier, we're starting to see the audience expand here into the other countries. Yeah, Paul and Kim just getting underway. They're still in the 300s, so we've got a little bit of time to potentially jump on over there and catch as much darts as we can. Going to want to put in a number to extend this out, put him in position to grab this leg, and hopefully give themselves potentially a couple looks at it if they need it. We'll see. Big shout out to Donnie. Donnie came over and said, hey, I brought you something. He gave me a couple shirts, a couple jerseys. I needed some electrical tape, so appreciate that one as well, Donnie. Big shout out to Blvd. Big advocate for darts in the area. There's no denying that one. Copper Top Bar and Grill is one of his businesses. Go check that out. I know they're big supporters of darts in the Huntsville area. Got a few boards on the wall there. Man, we got everybody tuning in. We got hello from Germany. We got Scotland. We've got Newcastle, England. Love that. Met some Newcastle boys in Blackpool last year. Boy, do you guys talk fast. And for Scotland, I'm gonna. Well, I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to. Mark, sorry ahead of time, but Peter, congratulations! Big win for Scotland today over England in the Six Nations. Yeah, you did hear an American talk rugby. You're right, you did. I stay up to date on a lot of that stuff. Was a scrum half and wing myself, so love a bit of rugby. Newfoundland, Canada, joining us as well. Peter says, I don't like rugby, but nice they won. That's quite all right. Just a mentionable. Oh, hello. Someone out there giving us a nudge or two on the tripod. Ozzie Hicks looking at double 10 to get a leg on the board, tie us up 1-1. Instead, it's going to be double 4 as he misses into the double 6. Tops or triple 20 for double 10. Tops is the bigger wedge. I think that's why people have decided to fancy that route. And plus, it's a number that you should be able to, or you should be practicing often. Those doubles should be worked into your practice routine. Almost more so than the scoring power. Let's be honest. Well, they leave the madhouse as Waltz gives us a good kick there. Remember that's there, buddy. Come on now. Do you know? Tops for the win to steal this leg away, and Donnie gets it and gives us a big old boom as well. Great shot for him as they capitalize and take the leg right on over to our women's matchup as we do the old board switch and make it happen. Kim Pantai versus Paula Murphy in this one. So we'll update the score line. No legs on the board yet, and honestly, a tough first leg from both our competitors here. Saying it's pronounced Newfoundland. Buddy, I got harassed for saying Newfoundland. It's I heard it's Newfoundland. as Jacob Taylor would say, a little emphasis on the land. But then again, I'm an American. It ain't going to happen, buddy. I'm terrible at pronunciation. I'll screw up Paula's last name, Murphy. Let's be honest. Well, that's difficult. She leaves the double three. 10, double two, double three to try to get the leg on the board. In the background, we do have Andrea Taylor and Haley Cherry taking off in the top 8. I just want to take a peek at who is left in these brackets. Looks like Leonard Gates, John Foreman will take on Kay Maniling and C. Matson. And then up on the top half, it's Donnie Lastly, E. Waltz taking on Danny Baggish and Alex Spellman. Those are your 2 semifinals for the men's doubles event. Well, Paula finally takes it out. And speaking of finally, the voice you've been waiting to hear, Nick Teixeira joining me. Let me go ahead and turn on his mic, get it situated here. Nick, buddy, are you there?
Listen, if there's anybody that said that it was like finally waiting for me, I would be surprised. I'm excited though to be back here and calling some more games with you. I had to run away for a little bit and pretend to work, so excited to be back here and getting spoiled with some Florida Dart players for me. So always love that.
Yeah, certainly. I'm going to be honest though; they're both going to say that this one hasn't been the first one of the best of performance for both of those ladies, but you're going to have those hiccups along the way, especially when you're at this point in the day.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and I do know it's not the biggest factor ever. I do know Paula Murphy, heart goes out to her because she was diagnosed last year with cancer and actually had surgery after her WEDF run in December. So she's also coming off of surgery there as well, and I wonder if that's partially a factor for her. And then Kim, of course, someone we've seen in the past, can really light it up when the opportunity arises. It just seems like a little out of form at the moment until that shot.
Yeah, and not a lot of people knew about that incident with Paula, but she found out before Lakeside, so that can be difficult with that on your mind, going and playing an event. But she played well at Lakeside, made a run, losing out to Bo Greaves. I did mention to Paula, I was talking to her for a minute, and I said, hey, next time you go to Lakeside, I got an idea. It could help you. And she goes, what's that? And I said, just lock the door behind Bo when she enters that restroom, and you're just going to be fine. Just leave her locked in there.
I almost would have preferred if she brought the famous Mr. Bigglesworth on the stage and put it right there where the darts would go.
I'm telling you, right? I'm telling you.
Well, it looks like the brackets have been developing quite nicely here for the men's doubles and the women's singles here. I assume you had some great matches that I missed out on. I mean, it looks pretty fun so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been some fantastic darts here. We did have a question. Matching jerseys. Actually, these two were partners for women's doubles. And unfortunately, didn't have the performance that they would have hoped playing together, but they're both deep state dart players, I believe. That's where those jerseys are from. So
That is correct. Yeah, Deep State. That's a Florida dart company. Admittedly, don't know too much about it, but I know that's more of like a South Florida thing. Which, ironically, though, Paula lives in the most northern part of Florida, but she travels all over, especially for the steel tip tournaments along the Florida coastline.
Well, Murphy pulls herself down to an 86 look here. Kim's not going to have an opportunity to leave a checkout. So 86 to take the match here and obtain a semifinals berth.
Like to do it in 2 if she can. Oh, it doesn't quite get in there, but that's a beautiful first start.
She doesn't have to go for this, though. She can go trip 20 here instead of the 18. I suggest that, Paula.
I would prefer that as well. I think a part of it, though, is because it's been a little bit of a troublesome match. To get that confidence going into the semis, hitting that big checkout is kind of where the debate is here, right? He's like, I kind of just want to go right at it. I kind of just want to get this done.
Yeah, she's thinking about it, isn't she? She's thinking about it a little bit too much.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic. She's normally not. She's not afraid to take her time, but definitely more time and hesitation than you would typically expect for a player of her caliber and experience level.
100%. And look, she still isn't throwing it.
Kim and her having a laugh.
It's just that time in the evening. Look at her lay her head on the shoulder.
Regroups and resettles. Yeah, decides to go the 20 row, and then she's like, why'd I even think about it?
So 63, 39 for 24. Exactly what she leaves, 24.
Beautiful setup shot. And those are the type of darts that when people matches, titles, and events, is those setup darts where you can guarantee a nice, clean visit for your out, especially when you're applying pressure to someone that isn't on one. Pure class and textbook in the last start there for Paula. Not the visit Kim needed. Not going to be on the out. So 6 darts now for 24.
See if she can put it away to put her into the semifinals.
Put it away, put it away, put it away now.
Well, that wasn't ideal. She leaves herself double 3. She could just bust here.
Yeah, honestly, bust or, I mean, you split either or, whichever you feel more comfortable with. There's no reason to go at this double 3 here.
Oh, it worked out in her favor. Bust it up. Come back next time and see if you can get rid of it.
Kim's not really applying much pressure to it. As, we've talked about before. When you have the situations where both players are kind of struggling to get to the level of which we know they're capable of, you can kind of see goes in suit there, and a little bit of slack darts. Paula here, double 6.
She splits it for double 4 and gets it.
Nice shot.
You can tell Kim's like, whatever. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Partner or not, I'm tired.
Yeah, long-standing friendship still reigns true for those girls, and congrats to Paul Murphy as she will continue to move on in her quest to get this title here for the women's singles event.
We'll see if she can do it. You folks want to find out, stay with us here as we conclude our coverage of the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon event. We've got your men's doubles getting ready to produce your finals. They got 2 semis coming your way. Then we also have that ladies event too. So we're going to go up to the booth, see what they got coming our way, and how they're going to kind of arrange that. And we'll be with you back here in a moment. Thanks for watching, folks. William Stewart, Nick DeShare. Be right back. Alrighty. Folks, so our plan of attack here, we got one board camera, which makes it a little bit difficult to do split screen, and plus we won't be able to kind of cut anything. So my plan of attack was to feature Leonard and John and Clay and Christian, but it looks like we're waiting on Leonard, and the other match is potentially getting ready to start. So I'm going to go ahead and hop on over there just for the first parts of this one, and we'll try to keep you updated on both of them. I know it's going to be a little bit difficult, not ideal, but it's the setup we were given for this weekend's coverage. So we're going to head on over there to Waltz and Donnie Lassie taking on Alex Spellman and Danny Baggish.
That's pretty good teams. I'm going to be honest, that's pretty stacked teams.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. As soon as you saw the bracket, you kind of knew those were your favorites, but at the same time, anything can happen here in this one. You just find the other team finds a spark, you unfortunately find a couple mishaps, and then boom.
You get a lot of signature Donnie Lassie booms. I mean, you heard it in his previous match, and you're hearing it here. He's getting a little fired up. I think that is exactly what Lassie and Waltz needs to do to overcome the Baggish-Spellman duo.
Yeah, he kind of rides off that fire. He likes a little bit of that. Little triple 20 segment sure was getting peppered, so he kind of rotated things around here, give him a little bit better view of the triple.
Yeah, a little board rotation here or there. It is night and day difference when that happens. You can tell. You look at that poor 14 over there.
Alex will go downstairs to try to square it up. 131 would have left the big fish for Danny. Instead, Donnie's going to get an opportunity to get the first look at a check.
Now, it's been a long day for every single player in the room, but I mean, you were talking with Danny, I believe, and just said something along the lines of that he was really feeling the fatigue today. And I don't know if that's just because he's not used to the longer day floor competitions or what, but I wonder if that's going to play a factor here and potentially provide more openings than what would otherwise be there.
Certainly so. Folks, a little reminder, if you're just tuning in, we do have two semifinals up. We'll try to dive into both when we can. This one started up beforehand. The other match still isn't underway, so quick reminder on that one, as they are not even underway yet. So we understand people want to watch both matches. We'll try to make it happen.
$100 there, not a bad visit at all. Does leave a finish. 142 now will be the first look.
Donnie take this out. 51 for tops.
Oh, catching the wire, not getting in there. It's just going to have to tee up and hope. He says fudge. Baggish here, 16 for tops. It's 2 darts for it. It's going to have to go over to the double 10. Not happy with that one. You can kind of see the smirk on his face, but he does correct there, grabbing that one in 3, getting leg number 1 underway.
As you can tell, they're taking a look over here. They are just starting out on that other semifinal. Still in the 400s. So we will hang out here just for a moment, and I've got that matchup on my other streaming device, so I can keep an eye and kind of check in when we need to.
Sounds so fancy when you say my other streaming device.
I know, I should have said laptop. Wait, what? That's kind of dumb. Whatever.
It was just funny. It was a funny choice of words there for sure. Baggish here going to try to get themselves out in front. Again, that was a break of throw, which is important to note when you're playing a race to 2. So the fact is that they get the darts here, and there was not a big open for Lassie or Waltz. This is going to be something to get ahead quickly, and Lassie knows that. He's going to have to get a big hit in.
A ton 80 was
He's going to get a big hit in.
Lovely. He knows that was a critical hit. Adds pressure to Spellman, but perfect dart for Spellman to capitalize here. And it's a good 1-2-1.
Tried to use the right side of the bed there. Had plenty of it, and you can kind of see the actual physical adjustment he did, but fortunately overcorrected and not happy with that last start, but that's exactly how he needed to answer Donnie Lassie.
Well, that is an unfortunate round there for Waltz, and Baggish should take advantage here. You will so. I like that switch there to the bull. 105 leaves the 116. For that other match, for you were wanting to know, 225 for Clay and Christian. John Foreman currently sits on 157, just hit a 137 to leave 20.
129 for the match. Spellman will get the look here.
Great first
Get
start.
a good look.
Yeah, not anymore.
Got away from him a little bit there.
Gates misses the double 10. Matson for 140.
See, Waltz is trying to work his way to an out here for his partner. Gonna switch downstairs. Yeah, it does switch. Good cover shot on the 19s and much needed for the in-range shot in case they get the opportunity. Baggish not going to be keen to give them one. 2 darts for 32 for the match and to get a finals berth.
Kind of difficult to work around. Gates misses 5. Manilang gets the tops look over on that other semifinal. And what an excellent shot from Danny Baggish. Wow. Fantastic stuff.
Adjustment.
Like we said, we'll make that real quick switch. It looks like Leonard did just take out that first leg. There we go. Well, just like we planned it. Kind of get a double dip treatment here. Just gonna
Definitely.
at least watch both semifinals is what I was saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Get the range watching everything. What is curious here is, as I was listening to your calls, but as Gates starts off with perfection, I was about to say, the standard seems to be a little bit below what you would expect for a semi, and especially for these 4 individuals.
Yeah, it's absolutely, let's be honest. I'm not even going to comment. I shouldn't, just because it's like, guys, there's 2 semifinals. Half of everybody wants to watch one match. Half of everybody wants to watch the other match. You're getting both of them and getting to watch the match darts from both of them. So how is it wrong, you know? Hey, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, you know?
Listen, we're getting great darts. We're going to have a good time, everybody. That's all that matters here. And, I am excited to see what the team from Tennessee can do, because I believe Clay and Christian are both from Tennessee.
Yeah, I know that the Rockin', I mean, you see the Music City Classic jersey there. I actually saw him up in Shoot the Rapids as well. So he makes his way around the country for events.
Fortunately, kind of catching a little bit of a cold spell at the wrong time for them. well behind with the throw in this one, and you kind of expect a big momentum swing is needed if they want to stay alive in this event. He's hit a big one here on the last. Doesn't quite get there. Good grouping. I mean, they look wonderful. The gates here, 1-3-2. Once again, the champagne shot.
Yeah.
Down to the 19s.
Doesn't have to attack this, but he may.
Yeah, with it hanging over, he shouldn't attack it. And yeah, he does pivot off to leave 32 there. But you kind of almost want to, especially when you get to the third dart on it, you want to see it. It's so fun.
Well, John Foreman for 32 to take the match. Does so first dart. Dude, to be honest here, Clay and Christian played well all day. I looked back at some of their matches, some good stuff to end up in this position. They're going to take home a top 4 finish, which is going to be $150, so not bad there for them.
Not bad at all. Not even just for them, just in general. That is a great run at it. And unfortunately, falling just a little shy. You know it's frustrating, but still good on them for doing a good run in a very stacked field.
100%. 100%. Next up, we'll see what we got coming our way. I'm sure it's going to be the finals as the women. We should get a semifinal, final possibly of the singles action. I'm hoping so. But we'll... I know that's Danny Baggish we're hearing the thud from, as well as Spellman as they're getting ready on board number 1. So hang tight. We'll have our finals coming your way here next for the men's doubles 501 event here at Shoot for the Moon. Thanks for joining us, folks. We appreciate it. We'll be right back. Give us that like, that follow, subscribe if you have not. Quality content coming your way, both the rest of the night and tomorrow for some cricket action. Oh my gosh. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for the action. Our finals, Leonard Gates and John Foreman taking on Alex Spellman and Danny Baggish. Should be an exciting men's doubles final. Over on the other board, we do have our women's semifinal underway. Andrea Taylor, Clayana Brandon, which we'll hop to after this match. Of course, this being a final, we'll try to focus in on this one, just money-wise. And prize-wise a little bit better. But Will Stuart, Nick Teixeira joining me once again. Nick, what do you think of this, man? Excellent final here. Some well-known dart players. John, maybe not known as much to some, but he goes to national tournaments all the time, qualifiers. So if you're a dart player, you definitely know who he is.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this matchup, and both these teams being in the finals is not necessarily surprising. I mean, we saw earlier in the singles Baggish Gates final there, so to see them in the final again, once again against each other is wonderful to see. And let's be honest, I mean, Baggish and Spellman trying to complete this with perfection, not dropping a leg in this event so far, playing 10 perfect. So they want to continue that. Of course, Leonard Gates and John Foreman there only dropping one leg, so not to discredit them either. I really could see this going either way, with a slight edge to the Baggish Spellman team.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't think you can give an edge. Yeah, both teams, quality. I mean, John, when he's playing consistently, can be a force, and he can really pepper the triple and take some big checkout opportunities to put him up there in the 80, 85 range if he wants. So we'll see how this one plays out. So far, Gates and Foreman out in front with the Shanghai leave. But that's only if Alex doesn't hit this big 180. And that is exactly what he does. Big shot there from Alex Spellman to add some pressure.
Yeah, that's just absolutely massive. Shanghai's a must-hit now.
And it's not going to happen for Foreman as he misses into the trip 5.
Yeah, looking at the stat sheet here for this event, it does look like Foreman has just been struggling with the consistency. He's been hovering closer to that 60-65 range when he's really typically above that, and has shown in the past in other events to be above that. And of course, it doesn't help that Spellman and Baggish are back in normal form here. It's going to take a lot to try to break their throw. Don't count Gates and Foreman out of this. Getting the leg number 2 here.
That was a massive 180 for Spellman to leave tops. You can see what it did to John and Gates there. Foreman and Gates there.
Like, who's John Gates?
Yeah, John Gates.
Oh, and then Leonard blocking himself out of the 20. Going to have to hit a cover shot here, and that's not ideal. You get a big open from Spellman, and then a lax open from Gates there. This could spiral quickly. John wants another one of those.
Yeah, I was going to say would love another one. Instead, Spellman a ton would leave the 164. Not the ideal dart for him to work it in as he switches on over to the 94. I like the call there for him because, yeah, he likes the dart at the bottom of the triple rather than the top.
It's good play for Spielman, right? I mean, it lets Danny have an opportunity if he really decides to take it. He doesn't have to take it. It cleans it up. It keeps the scoring in line. Love it from Alex.
Oh,
I said Spielman on purpose for everyone.
Oh, I wanted him to go for it. Danny, you pesky man.
Oh, you psyched this out, Danny.
I figured you'd have some fun with it being on camera. Now I'm going to harass him for that one. Come on.
Even Spellman thought he was going to go for it, too. You saw him give a come on back there.
Oh, yeah,
like almost a disappointment.
He wanted to go for it, too. Well, tops for the win. And tops it is. Wow, what a round. Look at that average, folks, 107.36. Yeah, good stuff. Granted, it's 2 legs, but back-to-back great legs of darts will do that for you as Danny Baggish and Alex Spellman win the event here over Leonard Gates and John Foreman. I'm going to head on over to our ladies matchup here. Andrea Taylor taking on Cleanna Brandon, and she has the 1-0 win advantage, does Cleanna. So we'll switch on over. I'm going to grab a few photos real quick of Leonard and John, and then Danny and Alex, and I'll be right back there.
Yeah, excited to see these girls on the stream here again. Andrea Taylor, up until this point, had not lost a leg, so that's her first leg loss of this event to Cleanna. And Cleanna is a very talented shot. We talked highly of both these players earlier when we had them on the stream. Players that you expect to see in these semis here. Unfortunately, one will bit ado, and one will continue on to the final here. It's about who wants it more, ladies. Yeah, so feeling some frustrations with her darts. She's a little bit below the standard of where she wants to be. I mean, even like looking at some of the averages here on the sheet, you definitely expect her to be a little bit higher up than where she's at. But right now she has a leg advantage against a person that up until this point has not lost a leg, and the factor that is currently averaging the highest of the women's field. As Andrea Taylor is the only one to be at the 60 points threshold there. So. We'll see what Brandon's able to do. The last one kind of get a little bit not wayward. It looks like it was a more of an unfortunate deflection there of some kind. A lot of questions in the chat about short format and stuff like that. You know, it's just a floor event style. A lot of tournaments have this type of style to try to keep things running consistently and smoothly. As things continue to develop with things like Dart Connect on the steel tip side, or Challenge for some tournaments, or these other tournament bracket softwares, and things keep digitized and more people get accustomed to using them, tournaments will start to run faster and faster. And therefore, also on the other end of things, you're going to see different changes to format to accommodate the time in the future. I can't speak specifically for this event, but it's a trend that's happening more and more in U.S. darts in general, and I assume darts everywhere is getting into having longer format styles potentially, or at least a growing format style where the number of legs played increases as you get deeper into the bracket. Personally, the players and us as the viewers and commentators would love longer formats, but there's also practicality of having hundreds of people in a room and only so many hours in the day. The other thing too is that for some of our international audience, for a lot of, you'll notice that it's more common in the stateside, especially, I don't know if it's just because of how massive it is, and so it's harder to make more events a year because the United States is huge. But you'll notice that there's usually 2, 3, and sometimes even 4 events in a single day. That's the other big factor for these players, is that they are playing, like, I mean, right now the live feed's been on for over 10 hours for us. It might not say 10 hours in your screen because we do have to refresh it every now and again on the Facebook and YouTube side of things, but been live for like over 10 hours now. And so when you go and look at some of these events overseas or some of these other events with these expanding formats, you notice that a lot of that is due to the fact that they usually run less events per day, which is ideal for the format of that particular event, but sometimes hard because you can't crush in as many events. So, you know, there's a little bit of a trade-off there. .98 there. Taylor's setting herself up kindly. I'm going to need to leave herself an out here and hope that she gets an opportunity. She does not want this to go to the distance. Taylor, 28, double 14. Send us to a last leg decider. Steve, his last start hit a single 10 there. We had to back the camera on. You only got to see it for a quick second there, but his last start did hit a single 10 to set it up. So he chose to split it rather than throwing right at the ball. But from the angle we had, it almost looked like a deflection there. So I do understand the confusion.
Alrighty. Sorry for that one, Nick.
Oh, you're okay. I just know you don't like me. It's okay. I'm just kidding. Welcome back, Will. Welcome back.
Yeah, for sure. Cleanna putting herself in.
For sure.
For sure. For sure. Welcome back, for sure. Cleanna. Actually not putting it in. Andrea needs to take out this double 2 to tie up her match. She's been having a little bit of struggles here this weekend, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, up until this match, she's averaging number 1 in the field at a 59.43. She's now shooting 20 points below that per dart. So per round. So definitely a strugglesome moment here for her. And Cleanna definitely below her standard as well.
Steve saying a little question on the baggish last throw. Yeah, to be honest, if we didn't have a dumb commentator or dumb switcher who said, yeah, he'll go for the bull, you may have not been confused there. But yeah, he just laid up for the 10 to set up the tops.
Even Spellman thought he was going for it. Don't blame yourself on that one.
Yeah. I wanted
like Danny would shoot a shot like that.
I wanted him to.
Let's see. Can we get over top of the dart? You can see Taylor had to go way over there from where she normally stands and does collect on it. Good angle, good shot there. So we'll go ahead and get the start here in this last leg decider. Excuse me. I will always say this whenever I do get to see Taylor throws, that she has by far one of my favorite dart strokes. I think it's nice, clean. The fact that where she sets up, the way she brings it back and forward, it's honestly very akin to how I like to try to throw the dart, and I think it looks phenomenal and usually pays off pretty well for her.
Yeah, she's confident in herself. There's no denying that one. We mentioned a little bit earlier, she took some extended time off, got back involved, and really kind of took off again. But a lot of people don't know Andrea back in the 2000s to 2010 range was really a great player. She knocked Stacy Bromberg off that top echelon ADO ranking mark. And that alone is a task when you're taking the legend Stacy Bromberg. I mean, I can't say enough about her. She's talented through and through, but we'll see if she can try to put this one away and once again obtain a finals berth. I know her goal this year is going to be that top 3 in the ADO rankings. You get a little bit of I believe you make a team for that and get to go somewhere possibly. I may be mistaken on that one, but and you get some benefit of being in that top 3.
Yeah, exactly. I would imagine there would be some carrot on the stick to chase for there. And just to piggyback for some of those players that might be newer or either to darts or just U.S. darts players in general. I mean, you're talking about Stacy Bromberg there, absolute legend. She previous world champion for the women's, as well as I believe she had she played in the Grand Slam, a bunch of other things.
Yeah,
and she was a true icon of the women's dart scene.
100%, and that was, I mean, she maybe was a hit and a miss there at the very beginning when they tried that PDC Ladies World Championship, but we've seen it kind of come back, and the push for women's darts right now is incredible. The women's series, we're starting to see some involved on the Modus Super Series as well, and so on and so forth. But right now, how about this 135 opportunity for Andrea? She'll go back downstairs in 19s, just squared up.
So Cleana here trying to get herself into an out. Not going to be able to do so.
And Andrea can go out the 18s if she so chooses. No need to go out the 20s, but she will. Oops.
Yeah, a little extra oomph on that last start.
A little extra, a little extra.
Yeah, they're just correcting that. It was 62, not 52. Yeah, there we go. Goes ahead and gets that adjusted there. And honestly, 28's more preferable than 38, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't mind a 28 finish at all, but 38 I'm bound to split if my opponent's in a higher situation, and Cleana's outside still. So Andrea, no pressure, 6 darts at this. If she so chooses, she'll split this up. Well, she tried to split it up.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with some of the splits, but absolutely the right position to do that split. But again, busting there, leaving 28, not a bad position at all. We get a shot for it here. For the match and on to the finals to play Paula Murphy. Works her way in, gets it.
Yeah, great shot for her as she grabs it. And yeah, you can tell they're both pretty, let's be honest, they're not happy with their performance there. They're capable of a lot more, both of them. But hey, it's going to happen that way. Like I said earlier, that best of 3 can be a great thing or it can be a very, very difficult thing to capitalize on, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And I do want to correct myself. Paula Murphy and Stacey Tulloch, I thought the match was over. It is actually 1-1. So do want to backtrack what I said there. We'll play either one of those in the final. So do want to not count out Tulloch as she is a phenomenal shot from that Tennessee area.
Well, that's happening right there before your very eyes. You can see it there. As I'm actually going to go ahead and see if I can see if we can set up that scoreboard just so you guys can potentially see what's going on over there.
Yeah. For context, everybody, while I setting that up, it's 1-1 right now. Paula Murphy sitting on 3-6-5. Stacey there sitting at 4-5-8 before that throw that she just threw there. It hits a 120 there for Stacey. Big hit there.
I'm going to try to jump out there and see if I can get a little bit better view of this matchup here.
Yeah, try to get our eagle eye view. No pun intended to the people watching on Eagle Eye. But if you're wondering where the name came from, starting to make a little bit more sense now, huh? Yeah, Stacey, I got a chance to meet briefly. I didn't get a chance to fully talk to her when I was in, I believe, Nashville, Tennessee, when I was out there for an event. And she played very impressive. Honestly, her dart form's incredible. You can kind of see the way she brings it up as Will just goes ahead and walks right in the middle of where we're at. But of course, it's because he's setting you guys up a camera shot. But you can see when Stacey comes back up, she's a pretty simple, classic textbook. Pops her arm right in position. 90-degree angle, pulls back, follows right through. It's a very nice, assertive, and clean at dart stroke there as we get this nice little floor side cam right here. The man that could do it all, Will Stuart, just cooking up in the kitchen here.
Yeah, we know it's not the ideal look, but it's at least giving you a view of the dart in the air, where it lands, and we see a score line here for our ladies singles 501 action. Stacey was a part of that WCS, brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts.
Yeah, a phenomenal shot. I give a little background on her while you were setting that up, and she is just she's one of those throwers that the first time I got to watch her throw, she's from that Tennessee area, I was thoroughly impressed. I was like, all right, now I know when I see her name, she means real deal. And then, of course, she did qualify for the WCS, and right now, playing a legend, taking her to the distance and what is still any girl's game.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and, Nick, I'm going to let you take over, bud, just because these guys are right outside my curtain, so.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Fair enough there. Of course, for context for everybody, Will's basically right next to them. So what you don't want to have is while you're throwing, all of a sudden you hear us commenting on your strategy, and it gets a little funny and a little awkward when they can hear us when we're talking and they're throwing. So try to be respectful and keep the integrity of the game up too. We don't want it to affect anybody when they're playing here. Of course, it doesn't matter for me talking because I'm tuned in remotely today. So follow there. Leaves the 154. Will be a checkout. More likely, Stacy will set herself up here as well. Let's see how much pressure she can put on it and how keenly she can set herself up. Yeah, 45 there. Not going to be as much as she wanted. See, Paul, a little bit of frustration there as well, knowing that while the 154 doesn't necessarily have to go, she definitely wants to try to make sure her next attempt is a clean one, because both these combination finishes going to be very tough, although very much possible for these ladies to take. So 149 is going to be the look here. See how she approaches it. More than likely going to be the trip 20, trip 19 for 16s. Can't quite tell if that's in the trip or just below it there on the 20, so it'll affect her setup here. Before that was at 1:30 after the first. Goes over to the 18s on the last start there. So now Paula 112, 420s for double 16. Oh, goes wayward on her. That's unfortunate. Still at 97 though. Still going to be on a finish here. 19s for tops. Let's take a moment to regroup. Now knowing that Stacy have a 2-dart combination here. 52 to get herself into the finals. Here we go. What do you got for us, Stacy? 12 for tops or 20 for 16? Taking a moment to compose, knowing that this is a huge opportunity. Doesn't want to let Paula look at 60. Can she take it here? At 47 now. 47, you can kind of shoot that 719 wire if you're feeling nervy. Otherwise, you're just going to go ahead and shoot that 7 immediately or go over to that 15 there for 32. We'll get 1 dart for it for the match. Doesn't get in there, just barely. A well-thrown last dart. Until that first dart being a little high on that 12 was not ideal. Paula now 20 for tops. Shot that we're used to seeing her hit, something that's definitely within her wheelhouse. Goes high on it, gets some bonus money. Now over to the double 10. And then bus. Oh no. When your opponent's sitting at 32, that's so uncharacteristic of Paula, and such a big sigh of relief if you're Stacy. Has to take advantage. There's no game left, girls. Someone's going to get into the finals and someone's going to bid adieu here. Who's it going to be? Use that dart to her advantage. Oh no, it's getting a little crowded over there. Looks like the last one went high, potentially left 24, it looks like. Yeah, it did leave 24. Oh, another attempt here at 60. Two darts now at tops. has to recompose. Oh, doesn't go in, a little bit outside there. So now Stacey, opportunity back again. Stacey here. Composed. And executes. Tulloch gets it done there, beating out Paula Murphy 2-1 and gets her spot in the final there. Wow. Wow, you can see the happy hops going on over there too from Stacey. She knows that that's a big win there, and Paula, unfortunately, gonna have to bid adieu. Top 4 finish, not too bad for the phenomenal female shot.
You know what's kind of funny about this situation here, Nick, is when you really think about things and how they all work and whatnot, and when you start thinking about possibilities, about what you could do and what you should have done, I don't know why I just didn't use the board cam to go ahead and zoom in on this match, because we could have done that one, there's for sure, because there it is right there. Instead, I wasted my time bringing out everything. And
if I was sitting next to you physically, I would have said that, because that was my first thought. And then I was like, you know what? I'm digitally, and he'll figure it out.
Yeah,
so
eventually.
we got there. We got there.
Well, congrats to Stacey winning that one. She will head into the next match, folks. Looking forward to it. Hang tight. Find out who's going to win this event for the ladies. What do you say? Hang tight. How about a quick word from some of our sponsors before we bring you this action here for our finals.
We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering. Ooh, Leonard Gates. But we're not gonna get the 6 start out. Just immediately lost my confidence. We'll see. Ooh. All right, we'll finish this up and then we'll move on to steel tip.
right in the bottom corner. Oh God. So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
We're introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with Sissel dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
It's finals time once again here in Decatur, Alabama. Our ladies singles 501 final. Andrea Taylor taking on Stacy Tulloch in this one. William Stewart alongside me once again is going to be Nick DeShera. Nick, what do you think? We've had a good day of coverage here, and now we are underway with Andrea and Stacy for this good battle. Stacy just coming out on top of Paula Murphy, which is really good. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, first off, always excited to watch the ladies play. It is always a pleasure, and the fact that we're getting the final here, exciting stuff. And I'm gonna say my hot take right here is simply the fact that I favor Stacy in this. Andrea was all day has been playing phenomenal, but had fallen off a lot in the last match. And if she keeps that regression and kind of stays at the standard she was in her semifinal, I think Stacy can take advantage of this. And if Stacy can press her a little bit, it could go her favor very quickly. Vice versa, Andrea, if she's able to just go ahead and get back to the form she had earlier, I think both these players will go the full distance. So I'm excited to see how this develops. I love seeing these ladies throw.
Yeah, I was out there just for a second, and Andrea was behind me, and just kind of nonchalant. I don't want to give anybody, helpful hints or whatever during it, but I said, just settle down a little bit, Andrea. She goes, yeah, I think I'm pushing it a little bit. I said, you think? You need to just calm down and let the dart release out of your hand, girl. You know what you're doing. She goes, you're right, you're right. I said, yeah, just do your thing and you'll be all right. Now, Stacy, that was a great win over Paula, so that's a little confidence going into this one. So we'll see if that produces some triples for her.
So what I'm hearing is Will gave illegal coaching as supposed to be a non-biased entity. So that's actually a forfeit on Will Stuart, not on Taylor, just on Will.
Oh my goodness.
Well, what I love here from Tulloch is the fact that she is going into this, and she had that little hop celebration. As you could tell that she was very well aware of how big of a win her previous match was, and I was there's always that worry, right, of like, will there be the adrenaline dump? Will you still be kind of caught up with the emotions of it all? And it seems like that's not the case here, and she's still playing at a perfectly fine standard.
Into the triple with the first dart is Andrea. Yeah, great 1-2-5.
Good stuff there to get herself back out in front here. So 2-7-6, gonna try to set up if she can. Would have needed a 2 treble combination there. Not gonna be able to do so. So Andrea is gonna be ahead now.
Possibly up to this round though. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Only 45, so is it an advantage or can Stacy take it away? 65 or better. Granted, there's some spots you don't want to hit in there as well, but at least 65. Bowl here.
Yeah, you see, she didn't even look at the bowl, and you have to give yourself the opportunity, knowing that your opponent is going to 90% chance that they're going to be on an out if they're sitting at 184 after this turn. You got to take those opportunities to set yourself up and treat yourself kindly. Worst case scenario, you're still shooting at the 20s for the first 2 darts regardless.
Yeah, exactly. But See what she can do with this 175. With Andrea now on 84 after a good round.
Tried to use that to her advantage there, but fortunately just kind of fell a little bit to the left. So 45 there gets her to that 130 combo out. 84 is going to be the look here. Trip trying for double 12.
Just underneath.
64 over to the 16s, and now a single 16 to leave 32 is going to be her setup shot. Does so.
But possibility for Stacy to steal this away here. So should Andrea went 14 bowl there is the question. We'll find out here in just a second. She won't get a look, so no harm, no foul. Sets up the 32. Got a question of, wasn't Andrea in Syracuse last week? She's doing some serious traveling. Yeah, she wants to be at the top of the ADO rankings again. So she's making those treks around the country, trying to add up those ranking points, and she's one step closer to a first place title and some hefty ranking points. We'll see.
Yeah, those points are ever so coveted as you see the different tournament circuits, especially the ADO, doing well with gauging these players. And really, you and I have talked about it, but compared to, 5-10 years ago, don't get me wrong, the game has gotten better. Averages and standards have gotten higher, but also documentation of those averages and standards and having organizations like the ADO there and doing that helps out a lot when charting these players and helping to see who's going to be on the radar and who's going to be the top of the cream of the crop. There we go. Struggled there for a second.
All right, opportunity for Stacy here. Just gonna have to break throw and make this 1-1 to force the decider.
I mean, Tolik was definitely in the running that last leg there, and just kind of when she got to the setup range, started to stagnate a little bit. But I mean, she really does have the game. It's really just on her bringing it and continuing to show it. Is unfortunately for her, Andrea Taylor right now really feeling it and getting back into that standard of which we've been seeing her up until the semifinals.
Great first.
What 81 there scored, so Taylor behind a little bit. Now gonna try to close that distance. This is not gonna be the turn to do that. So huge opening now for Stacy as she's already pulled herself out in front against the throw and has the opportunity to continue to dig away.
See what kind of number she can capitalize on here. What is that noise?
Right on the wire there for that last start.
1 second.
Dig in chat saying, I would love America and Canada to find a Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, or Bo Greaves. It would do a lot for the game. Listen, there's already a lot of female talents, but you're right. Someone with that level of name value and that shock value would be an amazing find. But I do think those players already exist, and it's about getting them to continue to play at these high level of standards and to travel to these competitions and really show, because the females game is growing double fast. You think the darts in general is growing? I think the females portion is growing double fast comparatively. It is exciting to see the possibilities of who's going to be the next, for at least the American side of things, who's going to be the next Stacey Bromberg, you know?
Good point to that. I think, having the Fallon, the Dita Hedman, at the Las Vegas Open, and these ladies being able to participate and see that and play against them could potentially push us into that next tier for our ladies game here in the States, and possibly see more of those 70 averages rather than the 60 to 65 averages. That's the first step, and then we go up from there. There's no denying we're just a touch behind on the on both sides of the street. We do have some upper echelon players for the men's side that are doing us well, and we're getting there. But we'll see what happens in 5 years. We'll be saying something different.
Exactly.
Big ton.
And that is a huge ton there. Yeah, it's so hard to tell with the with where it's going of like who is going to be that next level, what's going to be that jump. I mean, up until when Danny Baggish got his PDC tour card, I mean, USA didn't even have a tour card holder for what 10-20 year period almost.
Oh wow!
So yeah,
great shot for Stacy there, setting herself up with tops. Unless Andrea can take out this 1-4-4.
Just gonna have to continue to dig away here. Not gonna be able to take it out. Wow, what a last start there. Does drill it in. So does set herself on 44 to put the pressure on Stacy. Stacy knows this has to go.
1000%. Take just a second. We'll zoom in on that 20 segment, and right away she capitalizes. What a shot. We go 1-1 here.
Yeah, so they're going to go ahead and get this diddle underway. Tiebreaker scenario for the women's final. Both of the girls averaging near the same. This could go any way here. This diddle's so important.
Nice to see Sandy stepping up there and chalking duties.
Yeah, I certainly love it when players go up and volunteer to chalk. Certainly the ladies deserve it, and glad to see it.
What a shimmy there from Andrea. Stacy says, I give you the floor.
After you.
Right,
here we go.
Last leg decider, folks, for the title. Andrea Taylor, Stacy Tulloch, who's going to be our champion.
It's honestly in this, with how close they have been in every single leg here, it's just going to come down. It sounds a little silly, but to who can just settle their nerves enough to hit that winning double, because I think they're both going to get opportunities for it.
Good recovery.
Great.
That last start.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's needed in the sense that it gives yourself that confidence, saying, hey, I'm throwing just fine. I just had to dial it in, and I'm going to keep pushing through here. Yeah, seen some talk about having darts academies. That's the other thing, is the USA is just so wide and large. It is ridiculously big, so that's what makes it so the community's so much more spread out, even though there's a big population of darters.
Another disadvantage too is the amount of recreational sports we have for youth. Darts is not even on the checklist when you think about it. Baseball, football, hockey, I mean, racing these days is getting big. There's so many sports that we participate in rather than overseas in the UK and in Europe. It's football, soccer is the main one there, and then you got a different type of cricket, rugby, but darts is a mainstay.
Yeah.
Well, Andrea out in front here in this one. Produces the 60 to leave 188. At least 2 triples needed for Stacy here.
Yeah, she's lagging a little bit behind here. At first, it's going to be a little bit awkward for her the way it's tilted up. Yeah, she kind of overcompensated. Even if it's subconscious, she threw that second dart way higher because she knew that she kind of had to get over it. Does correct on the third and throws it more similar to the first, but Taylor can really make this hurt right now.
She doesn't do that, but still she's got a little bit of time. Pending a 125 from Stacy.
So 1-4-3 does not have to go. She's just going to continue to try to tee up here, apply pressure. Stacey doesn't seem like she's going to crack by any means, but I mean, she's very well aware she needs 6 really good darts right here. She needs a good setup and a good execution on that setup.
Stacey, the last time she attempted this, just stayed on the 20s. You got to go bull. And once again, she just hangs right there and kind of says, well, if you, I know it seems like an impossible task for that big fish, but you can't take it out unless you have an opportunity, you know?
Yeah, you're going to miss 100% of the shots you don't take is the adage there. It's also one of those things where you sometimes you don't realize you're doing that until you watch back the tape and you're like, yeah, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
why am I doing that?
That's the reality. Maybe that hasn't been presented to her. Maybe she hasn't been put in that position where she has that. But then again, it could be wrong.
72, no gimme, but a good setup there for Taylor. So Tolick gonna have to leave it out now. Gonna want to leave a good one. That will help a lot. One more good dart here. Oh, what a shot!
Big shot. A 1-3-7 to set herself up with 38. Although it's not the ideal look, it's a look, and it adds a lot of pressure for Andrea. 2 16s for tops. Oh, she goes double. Ooh. That's 60. That's 48. Sorry, I about to say 64. That was dumb. 48 on the board.
Oh, she doesn't get it. So now Stacey, out of nowhere, hits the 1-3-7. Now has 3 darts to win the match and the final here. Work her way up.
She splits.
Is that split?
I think if you're going to do it, you do it first dart, but
exactly.
Either way, goes back to Taylor for double 12.
To the 6s. It doesn't get it, so opportunity handed back over. Stacey on a little bit of a bogey now on 25, so she's going to have to go for that 9-8-8 type setup, 5 for double 10. This is going to be an important dart right here. Does get the 9, just barely clipping the wire. Can she win it here? Over to the 4s.
Wow. And look who the one who has her hands up. It's Andrea Taylor.
Oh, you absolutely love to see that there. And you love to see the sportsmanship, the respect, and the love between the ladies. And a big win for Stacey, and a player that I'm glad I put on my radar all those months ago because she is doing some great stuff. Of course, shout out as well to Sandy for chalking. But that was a good final. That, like I said, it's about who hits the winning double there because I knew they were both going to get shots that it was bound to give them both opportunities with how well they were both playing.
Definitely so. So congrats to Stacey, who is crowned your champion here. She played well all day, coming out through some phenomenal matches, and Andrea Taylor as well. Good for her. Just a couple things I wanted to mention here as we had a mention about just the trek for Andrea going to Syracuse down to here and just how big the nation is. Yeah, folks, I made an 11.5-hour drive to get here from Wichita, Kansas to Huntsville, Alabama. That just shows you how massive the U.S. is compared to the UK or even parts of Europe to get to. So.
It's funny that you say that, right? Because like people kind of sometimes associate like the UK counties versus US states. I live one state over from where this is, so I'm literally a border state. It is 9.5 hours away from me.
Yeah, exactly. And another like Texas it takes 12 hours to get across from one side of Texas to the other. So where in the UK I think you can get from top to bottom in probably 6-7 hours, which. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. that to me is not a drive at all. I'll take that drive. 6 hours? Yeah, no biggie. And then
if it's under 10 for an event, I'll do it. I'll drive for under 10.
And then big shout out to Leonard Gates. We had a question about UK Open. He will be there next week for the UK Open. So there's your answer to that one. Yes, Leonard Gates will be there as he qualified. So I'm going to go snap some pictures of Stacy and Andrea. And then, folks, that's going to conclude our coverage tonight. The mixed triples is still going on, but we won't be covering any of that, unfortunately. If you want to check that out, go over to Dart Connect and watch the action live. So Stacy, you can see there wiping a couple tears, and she's just pulling her darts out now. You can see what it means to her. That's incredible.
Absolutely. It's goosebumps type stuff there. Big congratulations to her once again, and congratulations Andrea Taylor as well for that great performance.
Well, what do you say here, bud? We'll see you everyone tomorrow for some action. We got the youth adult event that starts at 8:30, so we'll be down here trying to get the finals of those events. And then we kick off with ladies doubles and men's singles cricket, 10:30 and 11. All cricket tomorrow, so come back and enjoy it, folks. Love it.
Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, and also thank you for having me on here, Will. It's been a lot of fun calling the games, even if I'm here remotely. It's always fun to see some familiar faces, some top-tier dart talent, and some wonderful moments happen on the stream here. And thank you guys all for tuning in, especially all the international viewers tuning in. We appreciate you guys so much, as we like to show off some of North America's best, and it's a big step for us in the game, and appreciate every one of you in the chat, guys.
Love it, love it. Yeah, look for the stream. Probably around 10 o'clock is when things will shuffle to those finals for our youth competitors, is what I'm participating. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit after. So look for the stream around then. That's Central Time, folks. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate it. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow for more action from the 34th annual Shoot for the Moon. See you later.